Raging loop. The loops. Brother. What is this? Is this dancing? No, it's a song. Okay. Wait, there's dancing in it! Is it the one on the left? I'm not a fan of her overall, but purple one has nice legs. Garnadelia, huh? I've definitely heard their stuff before, especially since they did, I believe, Kill a Kill. Couple Kill a Kill things. Garnadelia has good music for the most part. Alright. Back to the Raging Loop. He XD. Fucking Raging Loop time. I can't wait for the part where, fucking I loop again, and I become a loop. I'm actually gonna let the opening play because the opening is sick. He looks so derpy when he's trying to be angry. No, come on. Hmm. When I first saw the noose in the opening, I was like, oh hey, suicide. No. No, it's not suicide. It's mob-enforced suicide. Which is to say, it's fucking lynching. Mob-enforced suicide. I think I was on O, yeah. Oh yes, load game being on the right. How many times? There we go. Okay, cool.
Haruaki 様、後でよろしいですか?
Haruaki.
ちょっと面がいいからって調子乗ってんじゃねえぞ、イカレ野郎。
Thanks for the compliment.
今のそういうのなのか?
じゃあ僕とも話そう、しっこマン。
Oh yeah, I'm Piss Man now, instead of Unko. Shikko, instead of Unko. You know, that's an upgrade. Yeah. One fucking brain cell, give it back. It's my turn on the brain cell. I'm playing a mystery VN. Give it back.
定着する前に言っておくけど、その呼び名はやめてくれ。
But piss isn't sticky.
俺とも話
That's true. That's true. I don't imagine they'd be super well hydrated considering they have to, like, go to a town hall to get proper water.
それでまたいたずらする気でしょ
何よこの流れ。
あんまこそこそ話は感心できねえな。
uh, careful with the secret meetings. The one to interrupt the weird event was Takumi-san.
いくら霧に巻かれてもこんな狭いところだ。小声であっても必ず誰かが聞いてるし、中身は半日で広まる。秘密も陰口も。バレたらまずい話はしねえ方がいいぞ。
Said Barret. He said Barret.
う。ご忠告感謝します。
Yo, Bullet as a guest character in King of Fighters would go pretty hard. She'd fit right in. That was true. Five B will be special cancelable. You just won't be able to Gatling into it until it's, like, close. Because remember, there are some characters in KOF that have special cancels on their medium buttons from far. It's usually called the protagonist privilege. But all the Sam Show characters have it as well. Anyway. That was true. Even if someone did share a secret with another person, there was no guarantee it'd be kept. Plus, keeping secrets would sow distrust, and meetings with the opposite gender could also spark jealousy. I didn't want anyone to spend the next feast talking about how I was a wolf having secret meetings or something. Better discuss things out in the open, where there would be witnesses.
さあ、夫妻子さん。私たちはお昼の準備をしなきゃ。包丁使える？
Probably not as good as you are with a knife.
人並みには。
And so it was time for food. We didn't have much besides the ingredients we'd had this morning, but there was some curry roe. Yeah, it's roe. In this storage, so we started with that. However, it was just one family-sized box. It wasn't quite enough for 15 people. We ended up filling the thin curry sauce with soup stock, salt, and soy sauce. The resulting flavor was pretty potent. That just sounds really salty. The curry we ended up with was more of a soup, but the diners seemed to like it. Apparently, curry like this wasn't unusual here, but it was only brought out for special occasions. This was actually Yasumizu's local curry. That made me kind of sad, but it wasn't enough to stop me from eating what should have probably been called curry rice gruel or something. Then I washed the dishes and checked on everyone. Yummy gruel. Since Takumi-san suggested we stay close together, we spent our time in the slightly cramped dining hall. Kazo-san left, though, saying something about looking around. My brain, my eyes, I don't know what it is. I don't know how, but when I was about to read that, the first time I looked at it, I thought it said saying something about stroking around. I don't know how. I genuinely don't understand how. It doesn't even look like... probably all the S's. I don't know. A threat like that made everyone pretty reluctant to leave. He had the right idea, though. Splitting up before had rapidly thinned the number of humans. That was fine and all, but the threat seemed a bit much. It felt like Kanzo-san was tripping his own death flag. Oh boy. The ones left at the dining hall were chatting, with the students being the most talkative. They talked about their studies, while Chiemi spoke of her time in college. Apparently Chiemi was majoring in linguistic anthropology. When asked what that involved, she answered, reading books and writing reports. So it didn't seem like her seminars were particularly formal. No one discussed the feast, though. That was related to what Takumi-san had said, which seemed like an unwritten rule here. Whatever the case, everyone was way more cheerful than they were this morning. Chikamochi-kun occasionally spoke to the old wolf guy, who was sitting in the corner of the room, while Kiyonosuke-shi did the same with Rikako-san. Mamiya-san seemed slightly uncomfortable, though. I'd have to talk to her later. There was some segregation, and it felt a bit cramped, but it did seem peaceful. It was objectively an awful situation, though. No matter how everyone here felt, one of us would definitely be targeted tonight. The current atmosphere was probably better than doom and gloom, but it was bad that no one was interested in reviewing and analyzing today's feast. Who would be the target today? After today's feast, I could see several people that were a threat to the wolves. The ones taking the lead were Kanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun. The two were monkeys, and extremely charismatic to boot. They had both insisted on hanging someone for reasons other than personal grudges, and that was all great. However, Kanzo-san's assertiveness made him stand out, while, as Kanzo-san aptly pointed out, Yasunaga-kun had a habit of getting ahead of himself. It wasn't good that there was some sort of rivalry between them. Kanzo-san normally commanded a lot of respect, but the young ones, like Yoshitsugu-kun and Mochi, had a tendency to rebel. The humans' ultimate goal was to wipe out all the wolves, but since their lives were on the line, they could easily switch priorities to taking the lead. If they had different ways of approaching the situation, you'd get a confrontation between the generations, with the elders against the youth, and that would waste some time and effort. If that happened, humans would, once again, lose all hopes of winning. Yasunaga-kun had eventually fallen silent today, but I hoped he'd recover by tomorrow, and properly cooperate with Kanzo-san. And I hoped they would do it in a way that ensured my survival. What did the wolves think of those two? They both had to be eliminated, or led into destroying one another. Both seemed plausible. By going for someone else, though, they had a chance of taking out a different Guardian Receiver. And which one of those seemed more advantageous to them? I also had to keep Takumi-san and Kiyonosuke-shi in mind. Takumi-san was right between the elders and the youth. I had no idea what he was planning to do next, but he had the power to swing a lot of votes. Kiyonosuke-shi was pretty powerless in that regard, but since he wanted to protect Rikako-san so badly, he could get Tai-san's cooperation. Rikako-san and Meiko had to be protected. That was something I'd decided. It'd be pretty bad if I was making a mistake there, though. Also, I'd found out that Mochi was a real joker. He'd probably vote for whatever seemed funny or interesting. Things had gone my way thanks to his whimsicality this time, but I felt like this wouldn't be the last time he pulled a stunt like this. In my defense, I thought it would be funny. As I thought to myself, I finished washing the
お
dishes.
疲れ様。お茶でも入れましょう。
どうもどうも。
I passed the counter and walked up to the table.
どうも。お疲れ様です。
すっかり慣れたみたいです。お仕事。
この程度なら実家でやら
Based
されてたし
Chiemi,
ね。
how I have missed you.
えらいこった。おめえら恵まれ
It's
てん
been
だぞ。
days.
しっかり勉強しろよ。
わかってるわよ、匠に。僕はわからぬ。故にシッコマンの直した皿はすべて割り直す。
You know what? I'm voting for Chikamochi the next feast.
皿はともかく呼び名はやめろと。
じゃあどう呼んでほしい？
ハッサンとか
Why? Why would you give yourself that nickname again?
ふむ。悪くない。
Stop! You're immersing me too
モ
much.
ッチーと呼ぶがよい。
やあもっち。
Okay.
おう、ハッサン。
Hassan.
ちなみに不妻子。こいつの
No!
ことについてはツッコミなし。
Whoa, I forgot.
なんか似合ってるし、最近はよくある話かなって。
可愛かろう。
本気かよ。東京はこんなんが山ほどいるのか。
Huh!
そこそこには。
俺にはわからねえな。ああ、近持ちはまあ特別だからなんとも思わんがよ。
天才だからな。
災害の方のね。さて、久石さん、ちょっといいですか。
Usayashi. The tension in the air grew palpable.
さっきも言ったけどよ。
わかってる。でも僕なら変な凶暴は発生しないでしょ。猿なんだし。
まあそうかもしれんが、ほどほどにな。
Oh, what is it?
ええ。上に行きましょ
Yeah. No!
よかったのかい密談なんか。
Oh well.
う。え
It's a
え。話
50-50.
をすることは明かして
At
ます
the
し。
end of the day. It's either good or it's
全員
bad.
とすればいいかなって。
I imagine it's a little bit of both. To make it fair, huh? Would that really work?
まず、僕のことは信じてもらえてます。
今のところ、疑う理由は皆無だね。
久石さん、あなたはカゴ持ちですか。
それは、言わない。
なぜ。
聞いたことで君の態度が微妙に変わり、それによって他人に察知されたくない。今日の晩を超えない限り、誰にも言うつもりはないよ。
いいでしょう。他に怪しいと思う人はいますか。
わからない。
怪しくない人は。
ちえみちゃん、りかこさん、あと、めいこちゃん。
どうしてそう思います。
君からも提示があっていいんじゃない？
気持ちはわかりますが、僕から見たら久石さんは結構怪しいんです。
ごもっとも。ちえみちゃんについては、狼であったなら死を立候補するリスクが圧倒的に高い。
でも実際は知恵姉は一票も獲得してませんよ。
あの段階では投票の話も出てなかった。とりあえず死ぬ人の立候補を募っただけで、ちえみちゃんが実質最初の立候補者。君やはるちゃんと違って、彼女には利害関係を無視してかばおうとするような人間がここにはいないようだし、狼の行動としては短慮に過ぎる。そう思ってね。
一つ言わせてもらえば。
何かな？
僕も同意見です。
We laughed a little.
ただ、他の二人についてはちょっとわからないです。
Well, you see, pretty and gentle lady and then little girl.
リカコさんは特に。知恵姉を真似して信用を得ようとした可能性もあります。後ろ暗いところがあるのかもしれない。
そうだね。それも一理ある。
まあ、もっと考えられるのは、知恵姉に張り合ってあんなこと言ったってことですけどね。
はい？
霧が出る直前、植松さんと知恵姉で、なんか、久石さんの取り合いをしたでしょ。
Yasunaga. I don't know if anyone would wager their life just to... Okay. Wait. No. You know what? You know what, Yasunaga? You got a fair point. You got a fair point. I know enough people who've gone through hell and who have risked their lives for a little bit of love. For a spot of pussy. For an inch of dick. How did he know? I hadn't sensed anyone else around.
実は昨日、宿題はほとんどなくて、さっさと片付けた後、3人で食堂に向かってたら出くわした感じです。
なるほど。本当に隠し事はできないってわけですね。ははは。
落ち着いてください。
Had I said anything else I didn't want anyone to hear? I was kinda worried now.
それはともかく、不妻子さんの確信の根拠を聞かせてもらえませんか？
いや、ただの勘さ。
勘？
うん。
I considered telling him the real reason, but decided it was definitely impossible to do so at the moment.
ここなら誰も聞いてませんよ。
だから勘だって言ってるじゃないか。ただ一つ間違いを指摘すれば、君は聞いてるってね。
まあ、そうか。それが正しい姿勢かもしれませんね。
Honestly, even mentioning Meiko-chan in this conversation felt like a mistake. I could only hope he didn't look too deep into it.
今夜メイコちゃんが死んだら、あなたを疑ってもいいですかね？
A leading question. I'd have to choose my words carefully.
なんでそうなるのかわからないな。もし僕が狼なら、この情報。
そりゃそうか。了解です。他の人が死んだら疑うことにします。
厳しいな。そろそろ疑いが晴れてもいいんじゃないか？
一応、最低ランクまで下がりましたよ。ただし、宴が終わるまでは、誰も完全には信じられないってだけです。
君の友達や家族であっても？
いいえ、と言いたいのは山々なんですが、牧島家にかつて起きたことを考えると、そう甘いものだと思わない方がいい。
So he had doubts about the official story as well.
それに、すでに人は死んでいます。あれを人がしたと考えるべきかはとりあえず置いといて、今夜誰かが死んで誰も犯人が名乗り出なかったとしたら、その人は少なくとも狼という役を受け入れて人殺しをしてみんなを騙し始めたということでしょう。一般的な法の概念とは違っていますが、この厳しい状況下で何らかの処罰を受けるリスクは負うべきかと。
なるほど。君の中ではすでに正当化は済んでるってわけだ。
正当化？ええ、まあその通りですね。自分は正しい、そう自分に言い聞かせないとやってられない。
Huh. Yeah. This is my friend. Whenever I tell him I don't like Annie, he's like, but you like Soul? And I'm like, they're not the same, bro. Some wanted to survive, even if it meant bending what was right. While others didn't want to discard what was right, even if it meant death. Which one of them was more human?
君はもしかして法律家か何かが死亡なのかな？
そうですね。法学部に進みたいと思ってました。これで
おじゃんとは限らないだろう。
僕が生きて帰るとすれば、それは狼の人をくくった結果です。
Yasunaga-kun was smart. But at the same time, he was the sort of perfectionist who wouldn't settle for knowing only part of the truth. I was kind of worried. He could get lost in his own theories, making him unreceptive to other ideas.
納得した。僕からは以上。
僕らでさえきつい状況です。来たばかりの不妻子さんにはどれだけきついかって思いますよ。
まあね。それでも僕は失うものが少ないからまだ平気な方さ。間宮さんはよっぽどだろうね。
できるだけ無駄な犠牲は出したくない。間宮さんにはいろいろ理解してもらわないといけません。
そっちは僕も気を使う。君は肝臓さんと正面からぶつからないように気をつけてね。
ええ、その通りですね。
Sonotori. Though this did help me earn some of Yasunaga's trust, I resolved not to have any more secret meetings. I returned to the dining hall and chatted a bit, then got a chance to bring up what I wanted to talk about. Mamiya-san, who was scribbling something on her notepad, threw her pen down exhaustedly.
ここの出来事をまとめてたんですか？
She jumped a bit and quickly stuffed her notepad back into her bag.
まあそりゃあね、ここから出たら警察に行かなきゃだし、証言はきちんとできるようにしておかなきゃね。
That was the right idea. The previous me never made it that far, though.
一段落ついたら、ちょっと見解を伺いたいことがありまして。
何かしら？
元オカルトライターとして、ここの伝承、どう思います？
と言われても、ほとんど素人同然のレベルでやめちゃったからな。ただ、あんまり日本的じゃないわよね。
ふむ。
これ続けても大丈夫？皆さんにとって不快な話じゃない？
We seem to be attracting a lot of attention.
どうかな？私は普通に興味ありますけど。
俺は別に興味ね
でもまあ暇だし。
りっちゃんは？一応こういうの担当でしょ？
いえ。真珠は身車家の役です。でも、そうですね。私も、少し興味があります。
You know, as much as I love Rikako Uematsu, I have to admit, dealing with someone like that in real life would be very painful, especially if you didn't have their body language. You would never know when they stopped. Welcome back. And this is exactly why Pit and Uematsu can never get along.
私たちの信仰について、よその方が語るのは珍しいですから。
It's because she leaves a lot of pauses in her sentences.
植松様がおっしゃるなら、私は何にも。
No one else weighed in, so Mamiya-san began to speak.
多神教の世界観では、神は普通に死ぬことが多いけど、人間が神を殺すってパターンは案外少ないのよね。特に日本だとちょっと思いつかない。神道の神話で神を殺してる人たちはみんな神様かそれに準ずる英雄だしね。
Damn.
やっぱり神を殺せるだけの実力に説得力を出すには神と同等の力を持った存在の方が適してるからかしら。ここの物語において狼や蛇は山の神のお守り、眷属、神に準じる立ち位置よね。稲荷の狐とかと同じ。日本には眷属信仰の例はあるわ。蛇も猿もカラスも狼だって神使として祀ってる神社がある。
そうなんですか。
ええ。狼信仰で言えば秩父とかが有名。三峯神社とか聞いたことない？狛犬の代わりに狼の像が飾ってあるの。
Well, that was something to keep in mind.
他にも熊野信仰では三本足のヤタガラスを信仰してるし、比叡大社は猿を祀ってたはず。
へえ。じゃあ蛇は？
大神神社が有名かな。大物主っていう名前通り大物の蛇神様を祀ってる、ね。
Hey, we know this one. This is Bakemonogatari shit.
くしくも狼って書いて大神はって読ませるんだけどね。
Interesting.
ともかく他の眷属と協力したとはいえ 無名の人間が神格を殺すっていうのは
Me when Haruaki is a massive otaku and he just pops off with Bakemonogatari.
ちょっと珍しいわよね。
Hisako-san paused for a moment.
ちなみに宴のお話で一つ思い出すものない？狼様を酔わせて殺すってくだり。
Yeah, shooting doji.
スサノオのオロチ退治ですか？
Also that.
あ、知ってます。生贄のお姉ちゃんと
Oh hey! Yo! This was in...
オロチにいっぱいお酒飲ませて殺すやつ。
This was in Ranma! This was unironically in Ranma.
そう。多分ここのお話はオロチ退治含めいろんなお話をベースにしてる。あらゆる神話や民話と同じようにね。
Wine and women.
それがなぜ狼に変わったのか、そして
Why does a snake like
どこへ
women?
消えたのか。日本だと
True.
狼を殺す文脈もまた珍しいのよね。どっちかっていうと牧畜文化のあった西洋のお話だわ。もしかして割と最近西洋の童話が入ってき
The
てから
snake likes women because they're easier to digest, less muscle fibers.
狼が来る。
That's the only thing I can think of, really.
そう、それもイソップだし。
ほう。
そういえば、教養の講義で聞いたことある気がするな。よそから聞いた話が昔話と混ざったりすると、数年かそこらで伝統の物語と誤認されちゃうことがあるって。
Me on my way to mix all the world's myths and races, yes.
そう、口伝ってかなりいい加減だからね。
Come here,
世代
pretty
を一つ
Asian
二
lady.
つま
It's
たげば
time to race
昔
mix
々のお
and
話として
folklore
固定
mix.
されてしまう。
ばあちゃん、上富士吉の神内神社っていつからあるっつってたっけ？
Genies that come out of paper lanterns. Sure.
私はお侍の時代よ。
伝わったタイミングは違うかもしれないし、もしかしたら何か本当にオリジナルな故事をモデルにしてるかも。
Children!
というと？
その
Yeah.
昔、意地の悪い地頭をみんなで追い出しました。
Man,
とか
wouldn't it be really
昔
cool if
大きな山犬
Zoe
を
had a
退治しまし
meterless
たと
DP?
か。
Meterless reversal? That'd be really cool. Shame she doesn't fucking have. It does. Yeah, it does feel like Raymond. It doesn't work gapless, but... yeah. Like, mistimed meaties, which happens a lot in Grand Blue, trust me, are very easy to deal with as Belial. Plus, you can still just A DP through or C DP through. If you B DP, that doesn't have invulnerability up front, so that's once again you abusing mistimed meaties, but you are plus on the way back down, which is fucking hilarious. Yeah. You don't have iframes going up, you have iframes coming down. That seemed likely.
ただ、一つ、
Okay.
間違いないこともある。
It is.
よもつ狼って言いましたよね。
よみがえった狼様のことよね。
Way more useful. Me when I end a block string with it and hit both parts. Stay plus, boys.
よもつ狼は間違いなく日本神話から混じってきた用語ですよ。
Oh yeah. I was curious about that too.
何でしたっけそれ？
よもつ狼はイザナミのことよ。 国生みの神でイザナギの妹にして妻。
Whoa, didn't expect such a major legend to come up. Even I knew Izanagi and Izanami.
兄弟で結婚したんですか？
Incest.
神話ではよくあることよ。
Incest is in fact very common in myths. There's this one Vietnamese folktale where a boy and his sister are the only righteous people in the land. So the world gets flooded, but they're given a peach to hide inside. And they eat their way out of the peach. They come out and they realize we're the only humans left. So they get banging.
そう。
どうしたの急に。
ともかく、イザナミは多くの神を生む過程で落命し、吸ったもんだの果てに根の国を支配する神となった。
根の国？
黄泉の別名よ。根の片す国とも言う。海の向こうにあるとも言うし、根の国に黄泉という場所があるとも言うけど。
Ninokuni! Anyway.
その時の呼び名が、よもつ狼。まあ、 よみがえり
No.
はよみがえりだし、言葉の関係性は
I
ある
have
けど。
not. I have a lot of friends who won't shut up about it though.
狼に読みでたまたまうまくはまったから独自の故障として今まで生き残ったんでしょうね。
Yeah. Yep. Can't say anything. I just know a lot of people love it.
なるほど。
ありそうな話ではあるがね。そもそも読みなどという言葉が入っている時点で、危機神話との根交があったのは明白。
True, true. There is one that I think is pretty good, but I don't think you should buy unless it's on a mega sale. It's like... Hold on. It's like some sort of... White Witch... no. I'm looking for something else. Not Ni no Kuni exactly. It's very similar to Ni no Kuni, but it's not Ni no Kuni. I fucking hate you. Stop. So. Oh god. Jesus fucking Christ. Is it this game? Man, I don't remember. There was a game that had like summons going on. And I was kind of interested in it, but it had a really shitty chibi art style. But then the in-game concept art and art for all the characters was fucking amazing. And it bothered me. I still liked the game. I just don't recommend ever buying it for more than $10, because one, it's a short game, and two, there's not much to it other than story and a relatively neat at first glance gameplay loop. The gameplay loop gets old quick. So... fuck, what was it? Maybe I can find it on my Steam. I can't believe I'm going on a rabbit hole to find this one game from years ago that I had obtained completely legally on my computer at some point. True, true. My perfectly legal copy of Soku and my perfectly legal copy of, Okay. I think it was a PS3 game, actually, yeah. I hate to say it, but I'm probably going to have to look up PS3 JRPG and then look down the list to fucking find it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why am I doing this to myself? This is why we remember names. God. Okay, I didn't know Enchanted Arms was on the PlayStation 3. What the fuck? Now I can play that game on an emulator. I didn't know that. I thought it was Xbox only because the fucking copy that I had said Xbox 360 only on. What is this bullshit? Oh well, at least I can play it later. I've talked about it before. Yeah, I've talked about it before, that's why. I went on a 20-minute rant one day about how great it was. Yeah, so here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing. Look, 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 look. I'll put it in VC text. So, I wasn't making it up. It really did say only on. Look at that. Look at the top. That's so fucking dumb. Yo, this was FromSoft! Based. Ah, yeah, yeah. I remember that thing. Yeah. Yep. I honestly never made the connection. Oh, because female Diablo. Diablo changes forms each games, and that version is very Where is that fucking stupid? You should probably feel insulted. Me when I type Chibi PS3 games, Chibi PS3 JRPGs, and I get Fist of the North Star Ken's Rage. That's not Chibi. Oh, please no. Never again. Terrible. You're terrible. White-haired protagonist. Chibi JRPG Steam. I hate it here. Is this game just gone? What happened? Maybe I shouldn't be calling it a JRPG, even though it's a Japanese RPG. Okay, what about RPG? Oh, hey, that's funny. I've been idle that long. Yeah, that fucking makes sense. There's a game in Japanese on Steam, by the way. It's an RPG Maker game. It's free, and it's about Fubuki, the VTuber. I can't believe I found this when I was looking for something else. Yes. What? Yeah? What? What's wrong? What's wrong, Pit? You're just like, oh, I have to block this low because it looks like a low. To be fair, I didn't bother correcting it because there were some times where I would throw lows in, and I was like, you know, this is probably just reacting to overheads whenever. There didn't seem to be a reason to. I don't know about that one, Chief. He's got some pretty quick lows. Yeah, that's exactly why. It also knocks down. And on counter hit, I think I can get a combo because Lamau, counter hit character. I still can't fucking find the game. I don't get it. Okay, you know what? Spirit Possession, Chibi RPG. Yeah, that should do it, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Is this game just gone? There's no way I did. There's no fucking way I did. Come on, where is this game? RPG. I'm just going to look it up on Steam and hope to God that I can find it that way. I'm losing my fucking mind. Why is there so much Neptunia? Nothing popped up. Was this game removed from Steam? Was this game just never on Steam to begin with? I did pirate it. So maybe it wasn't on Steam. Oh, very, very big. Oh yeah, Arc the Lad. I remember Arc the Lad. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can't believe I'm spending this much time looking for a fucking game that I don't even want to recommend. What's wrong with me? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh. I think I would rather throw one thing than the other. Yeah. uh, wait, 10? I'm gonna need you to name all of them, so I can verify and deny. Okay, that's a deny. That is a hard deny. I refuse. Daga kotowaru. Easily. I have it on my soundboard as well. Yep, it was great. I actually clicked it and I thought it wasn't coming through, and it came through half a second later. This is a fucking journey at this point. Counterplay, Lamau. I'm fucking losing it. I'm losing it. I can't find it. Yeah. Yeah. What was this game? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Why am I getting Genshin? Why am I getting Persona? I think Persona unironically pisses me off more than Genshin at this point. Holy shit, I fucking found it. This took so long. So fucking long! I'll put it in VC text. It's called Oninaki. This game is pretty fun. Pretty fun out of 10. I wouldn't recommend buying it for more than 10 bucks though. Ah, I see why it wasn't showing up when I typed chibi. It's technically not chibi. But yeah, this is... Yeah. This is what I mean, by the way, when I say the in-game art is fucking amazing. Because that's what every single character in Spirit gets. They get that kind of shit going on. Looks really, really good. Like this one. This is one of my favorite spirits to use, right here. No reason why. I bet you can't guess why. I know, right? It's so out of character for me. But yeah, Oninaki. I should probably put that on my wishlist and then buy it when it hits like 10 fucking bucks or some shit. It's 50 bucks right now. $50 for a Square game is pretty low, but I would never buy this for full price considering how small the game is. Yeah, this is 2019. This was pre-COVID. Pre-coof. Alright. Yeah, we're going back. You have no idea how relieved I am now. I don't feel accomplished. I just feel relieved. This is a problem. I know how to fix this problem. I must simply close Google Chrome, and then it will let me stream what I need to. Okay. And yeah, that's really weird. Because this game is not popular on Steam, it is read as a Google Chrome file for some fucking reason by Discord. What the fuck? I hate it here. So then, okay. My Discord's broken. Everything I have is broken. Including my heart.
確かに。
And my soul. Not Strive Soul anymore, though.
ああ、ばあちゃん、別にあれだ。俺らの昔話にケチつけてるわけじゃねえよ、この姉ちゃんは。
はい、その通りです。非常に珍しい伝承で、とても貴重なものだと思います。
珍しいとか貴重とかそういうものじゃないのよ。神内様を信じて。
Shinai-sama. I need to check something real quick. What the fuck? Gun flame. Gun kakatta ka? That character will be turned
まっ
banned.
すぐに生きる。そうやって教えられて、ここまで生きてきたんだから。あんまり、よその人にどうこう言われるとね。
OK です。ここまでにしましょう。
ですね。じゃあ、もっと大事な話を。
え？また私関係？
間宮さんもですし、他の皆さんにも聞いておきたいです。めいこちゃんやりかこさんが前に歌っていた歌のことなんですが。
ああ。信内モーデのこと？
Shinai-sama.
多分それ。あれって明らかに、読み意味の宴をテーマにした歌ですよね。
My words made everyone freeze.
信内さんのお守りは
What? But not for long.
そう、それ。続きは覚えたかい？
赤だしふやし
Lolly.
みだらなとぐろ
That was probably wrong in the worst of ways.
みだらなとぐろ。
She just had to pick up on that, huh?
当たらずとも遠からずといったところが関の山ではないかね。
とおっしゃいますと？
あの歌はノームに対して備えようという教訓と読み人を退治しようという呼びかけがその大意だろう。それを読み意味の宴だといえばそうだが、狼殺しやらよもつ狼やらといったものは歌に出ても来ない。
Yeah, that was one of the things I found curious.
過去における何らかの野蛮な慣習を指すものかもしれんとは思うが、その程度のことではないのかね。
なるほど。いえ、それでも十分です。今の読み意味の宴と直接イコールでなくても、状況はとても似ています。 狼だか読み人だか知らないけど、藤吉村が黄泉から侵略されてるという状況は存在し、僕らがこうして戦ってる。
まあ乱暴に言えばそうかもしれん。
バカらしい話だなあ、ちえみ。
まあそうかな。
匠、何がバカかね。あたしらが汚れを溜め込んでしもうたから、こうして報いを受け取るのよ。
ああ、悪いばあちゃん。でも若い奴らも頑張ってるんだって。
ばあちゃん。
で、夫妻氏は一体何が聞きてえんだ？
リカ子さん、歌詞って書いていただけます？
あまりよその方に見せるものでは。じゃあそこについては外には出しません。夫妻氏君への情報提供ってことでお願いします。
ええんですか？
はい。きっと。
書くものいります？
はい。ありがとう。
And so I now had all the lyrics to Prayer to Shinai. Prayer to Shinai. Shinai's guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider, 5 prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive, 6 the badgers run along late with Nare as a fix. Nere. Oh, Neri. Okay. They spelled it wrong then, because it's with a Y. Or... Hold on. So I looked up what NARE is, and I don't know if they used the right word or if this is what they meant. Because Nair means one singular nostril. They probably... I don't know. You know what? It doesn't matter. 7. The corrupt Yomibito rose to oppose the mountain. 8. Death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. 9. 1 soul per day now to bind. 10. The mists rise away again. From the top. The first phrase was an introduction of the characters. Shinai-san was the god of the mountain, Great Lord Shinai, while the rest were his servants, excluding the wolves. There were numbers next to them, but it didn't mean the amount. It was just a numerical order. That meant that Shinai-san's first follower was the snake, the second was the monkey, the third was the crow, and the last one was the spider. The thing about the evening mist and the preparation for the feast was obviously referring to the timing when the feast of the Yomi Perch had to be done. What confused me was...
ムジナって何なんでしょう？
タヌキ、ムジナ事件のムジナかね。
Oh my god, Tanuki? With the massive ball sacks?
君は放送志望で知らんのかね。狩猟法に関する有名な判例だ。タヌキの禁猟中にムジナを取った猟師が被告となった。要はムジナと称されるのはタヌキだったわけだが、その地域においては別種の動物とみなされていた点が争点に。
それって関係ある？おじいちゃんは犬みてえな四つ足は皆無事なって言ってたけど。
Anything with 4 dog legs is a badger. Wolves exist.
競技にはアナグマのことだがね。狩猟の現場ではキツネやタヌキなどの総称としていてもおかしくはあるまい。
I can't. I think he has a stomach issue.
ふむ。 まあ、ムジナは犬系の動物と。じゃあ、慣れってなんだろ
獅子慣れのことよね。
Ah, okay, okay. That makes more sense. It's not a
獅子と
mistranslation.
は
They're
古
just
語で
talking about shishinare.
水そのものを指す。転じて日本で狩猟可能な獣類を指すのだ。
そうそう。肝臓じいちゃんに言わせれば、イノシシとか鹿とかはまとめて獅子よ。
Kanzo. I knew that already, but it was good to refresh my memory.
特別な食事なんですよね。あれ。
出来のええ獅子慣れはごちそうよ。
I disagree. Did the one I'd eaten count as good?
じゃあ、ここの分位は、ムジナが獅子慣れを持って走ってくるのはいつになるだろうかってところか。
そうね。
ちなみに歌詞は数え歌にもなっていて、いついつ、無事な、なれ、走る、くくれ、霧と続く。霧は、ピンから霧までの霧と同じ、10を表すのだと聞くがね。
霧が10を指すのはキリストの十字架から。つまり、キリスト教伝来以降の成立。
Sumari. Wow. She said that in a lot less words than it took to translate.
成立時期はともかく、夫妻君、君は何が疑問なんだね。
いや、ムジナっていないよなって思いまして。藤吉村にも、読み意味の宴にも。
I thought I'd get an instant response, but instead I was met with silence.
間違ってないですよね。4家はそれぞれの守護獣に対応してるけど、ムジナだけ不明。これが狼のことかなと思ったけど、どうにもしっくりこないというか。もしや、あんまり聞かない方がいい話だったり。
リカ子さん、何か知ってる？
いえ。
キヨ、質問が出てる。
いいよ。
私は別に専門家ではない。
Huh. No one knew?
聞いたような気はするわよ。
Of course she did.
ムジナはね、狼様の子分よ。
安水の昔話におけるですか。
ええ、ほとんど出てこんがね。狼様は狩り場の主だから、狩りのお供にムジナが従った、なんて話じゃったかね。
それは一匹ですか？
一匹か？どういうことね。
狼様は実は3人いたって話を聞いたんですが。
ああ、そうね。上藤吉の新内さんも3つ像を祀っておいでだし、他のお守りは猿が2匹で他は1匹。
そういえば。
私も今思い出しましたよ、リカ子さん。確かそれらしい像が一つありましたな。
なんですって？ムジナの像が？
私も見覚えがあるわ。初めてお参りをしたとき、他のに混じって犬みたいなのがあって、てっきり立ってない狼様かと思ったんだけど。
Oh, so the badger wasn't a werewolf.
そうよ。亡くなる前に 源さんも言うとった。ムジナは狼様が帰ってくるのを今か今かと待っておるとかなんとかね。
なんだか気味の悪い話ですね。
I saw it how it was.
何か分かったんですか？
憶測で申し訳ないんだけど、多分ムジナの加護もあると思う。いや、正確にはムジナにあたる配役が読み意味の宴にもあり得る。
That shocked everyone.
どういうこと？
人なのに狼の味方をするやつが出てくるかもしれないってことですよ。
Every single time, huh?
怪奇事件なのか、それとも昔話
And
に
this time we
怯え
have
て引き起こされる
three
ただのパニックなのかはわかり
three
ませんが、
wolves and a badger. Ugh.
例えば勘違いでも親しい誰かが狼だと気づき味方しようというものが出た場合、あるいは今狼として殺人の意志を固めた方々と同じ動機を与えられた場合、他人や自分の死を厭わずに狼に味方をする者が現れる。そんな可能性はないでしょうか？
なーにそれ、春秋さん。推測だよね。
推測ではあるけど、結構高い確率で当たってる気がするんだ。それに、最近亡くなったご老人がムジナに言及していたということ。実際に読み意味の宴を経験したからこそ、その存在を知り得たんじゃないですかね。
大それたことを。
ああ、さすがに考えすぎじゃないか。
There was a badger. I'd seen it with my own eyes. Shit. It sucked not being able to make a more convincing argument.
ええ、憶測です。しかし、起こりうることへの真剣な危惧でもある。匠さん、化け物自体は信じてないっておっしゃいましたよね。
それがどうした？
それでも、こうして霧が出て、あなたたちは宴を開始した。となると、これまでも霧のたびに宴は開かれた。霧のたびに死者が出てきた。この二つは事実かつ不可分だと認めますよね。
His silence felt like a gesture of agreement.
ということは、今まで休みずで暮らしてきた知り合いたちを殺人鬼に変えてしまう何かの実在にも同意してくれますね。
待てよ、俺はこの中に悪人がいるなんて言ってねえぞ。上藤吉の連中が殺してるだけかもしれねえじゃねえか。
As naive as always. I had to restrain myself from saying that out loud. I didn't want to get on everyone's bad side.
まあ、あったとしてです。その方法を使えば、人でありながら狼に味方するものを作り出せるかもしれない。そして、それは今はまだ僕らの中にいないかもしれない。いついつムジナも慣れもて走る。ムジナは宴に帰参するということかもしれない。お詫びの手土産とともに。
興味深い推測ね。こんな状況じゃなきゃだけど。
下手に心配を煽ろうってのは感心しねえぞ、実際。
いや、しかしそれだと。
考えすぎだといいね。
Sadly, I wasn't. I already knew the answer. Last time Haru Makishima was the badger. After the first night, one day after the wolves came, something happened to her that caused her to switch sides. It frightened her at first, but afterwards she decided to make herself useful to the wolves. Gensan, the one who owned my hunt before me, had pretty much confirmed it before he died, meaning that he'd experienced the feast 8 years ago. It was possible that Kanzo-san and the old wolf guy were in on it as well. And since a survivor knew about the badger, it probably meant that the wolves had won 8 years ago. Kanzo-san survived too, though. Was he a wolf then? If the real story behind the feast made people into that, couldn't that have happened to Kanzo-san? Wolves and the badger. I knew it was a thing, but didn't quite understand how it worked. That was probably something I could only find out if I became a badger. Or a wolf. That meant it was pointless to think about it now. The thing I had to do now was... keep passing time. My favorite option! We hung out like that until evening, when Kanzo-san came back, making the same sullen face as always, and we all had an early, massive dinner. The tables had boiled shishinare on them. The smell was way more tolerable than the first time I ate it, so this one probably hadn't aged as much. I was kinda used to it by now, so I could eat it like I would normal meat, though I probably wouldn't have insisted on having it if I had a choice. However, since it was here, I could only assume that even this event counted as some sort of special occasion worthy of special food.
アステカじゃ、生贄にするものを1年かけて艦隊したそうだわ。
Kind of based, depending on how much respect. Mamiya-san whispered that to me alone, and I wasn't sure what to make of that. It seemed like she was implying, at least they won't make us wait that long. But what a terrible joke. After the meal, everyone began to leave. Okay, all I'm saying is, if you are waited on, hand and foot, for an entire year, and given the best year of your life, I mean, you've peaked. Having your heart carved out at the end of the year, in exchange for all that, if you were from, like, a really poor background, that wasn't that bad. I should clarify, I am joking. After the meal, everyone began to leave. Kaori-san and I stayed behind to do the dishes.
本当に助かるわ。こんな時に一人で洗い物をしてたら気が狂ってしまうかも。
まあこんな時ですからね。
I had to be careful with my words. I actually knew what she was like when she went insane.
明日も皿洗いができるように生き延びないとですね。やだな。気にしないでくださいよ。
もし私が狼様にやられたら食堂のことはお願いね。
いやいや、それは厳しいですって。まだ香織さんにいていただかないと。すみません、変なこと言ってしまって。
いいのよ。現実から目を背け続けていないで覚悟を決めないといけない頃合いでしょ。きっと誰かがいなくなるんでしょうからね、明日には。
She was unexpectedly calm about this.
安永は、あの子は本当に優しい子で、しかも父親に似て頭もいいから、いつも大変な時も優しく笑ってくれて励ましてくれて、よほど難しいんだわ、あの顔は。
よく見てますね。
そりゃ親だから。
Yasunaga-kun had a sort of complex about his relationship with his mother. He believed that Kaori-san loved Yoshitsugu-kun more than him. I didn't know if that was true, but at the very least, Kaori-san did treasure him dearly as her son. Right as I thought that.
義継、あんたどうしたの？忘れ物でもした？
なんでババアだけ皿洗いしねえとなんねんだよ。
そりゃ、あんたが手伝わないからよ。
俺だけじゃねえだろうが。この物騒な時に食堂に残しやがって。兄貴とか何やってんだ、畜生よ。
自分の仕事があるのはいいことよ。みんな、それぞれやることはある。
勉強かよ。
勉強でもいいし、皿拭きでもいい。とにかく、自分ですべきことを考えて。
よこせよ、福も。
超絶いい子だな、君は。残念ながらたった今全部拭き終わってしまったけど。
何の意味があったんだよ、クソ
まあ、首相な態度は変えましょう。しっかり宴の支度して、明日、また手伝いなさい。
それじゃあ、僕もこれで。
ええ。おやすみなさい。
待てよ、イカレ野郎。
Just after I left the dining hall, he caught up with me through the mist.
君もいい加減名前を覚えてくれよ。
うるせえシッコマン、シッコマン、
やめろ。
An ambush. Damn middle schoolers.
冗談はいいんだよ、イカレ野郎。
まあいいや、シッコマンよりは。冗談じゃなかったら何だって言うのさ。
狼のやつをぶっ殺しに行こうぜ。
What?
どういうこと？
クソくらえだっつんだよ。宴だしんないだかよ、付き合いきれねえ。どいつもこいつもビビりやがって。なんだって棒切れでぶん殴りゃ死ぬっつーの。
There was not a hint of fear in his voice. However, nor was there any killing intent or violence. I see he may have read some American history books because he ascribes to the same ideology as Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. However, he also wasn't messing around. He was defiance and recklessness given human form.
それとも、てめえもビビってんのか?
He would be a good soul player. I now understood it all. He'd walked around at night last loop too, and that got him killed by the corruption. Had Yoshitsugu met up with anyone before he'd gone off, like Yasunaga-kun and the others? I doubted that Yasunaga-kun was the one who'd made him into that mutilated corpse. So it had to be that thing. Or maybe that thing. Crap. After I'd found out that the feast had normal murders last time, I'd let my guard down a bit. There were still things that couldn't be explained. They were still mysterious, unknown, and scary. However, would I learn anything if I actually went with him? Even if I could loop back, all I would have to show for it would be a memory of me getting torn apart in the mist before I even realized it. However, if I refused, he would go off on his own and die, making Kaori-sans lose it and snap. How was I to prevent that? I had to hold myself from saying something. This wasn't the time for dad jokes.
君だけで行くといい。
はっ、やっぱりそうだ、この腰抜けが。
うん。いいよいいよ、腰抜けで。これで邪魔がいなくなる。
あ？
What a fine listener.
これで安心して香織さんに手を出せるって言うんだよ。ずいぶん若くして子供を産んだんだな、あの人。まだ全然若い。
Look at his little face. Look at that fucking face. Look at him trying to pull off a lecherous expression. Based Haruaki.
は？おい。
まあ、どうせ死んだはずの命だし、せいぜい死ぬまで楽しもうかなと思うよ。
Oh my
死に急
god.
ぐならどうぞ。お母さんは任せな。
Oh my god.
せいぜい可愛がって。
Whoa! I didn't expect him to charge at me head first. crap, that worked too well. I was about to be killed by a generic delinquent middle schooler. Yo, that middle schooler shredded, what the fuck? His words were hurting me, but I could still dodge. What kind of language was that? I kinda wanted to learn it. Dodging again, I ran off into the dark mist. Fighting wasn't easy in this mist, huh? This is the first time I was actually thankful for it.
オリベ義継、あんま行きがって大事なことを見逃すんじゃないぜ。ああ、今日間違えれば君は必ず死ぬ。上等じゃねえかクソだれ。その後香織さんは誰が守る？知るかそんなもん。兄貴か匠兄が勝手にやんだろうが。無理だね。彼らは休みず全体のことしか見てないんだから。お母さん守りたいなら危ない橋を渡らずに生き延びることを考えろ。ああ？死ぬとは限らねえだろうが、勝てるかもしんねえだろうが。
I knew how he felt. I thought the same thing once. But not anymore. I knew it was impossible.
その方法じゃダメだ。てめえ、一体何言ってんだ？一体何を知ってる？僕がもうやったから。
I didn't expect him to understand, so it was fine.
は？とりあえず、君が死んだら香織さんに手を出すかもしれないから、死なない方がいいぞ。てめえ、ごまかすな！一体どういうことだ！おい！皿洗い、頑張れよ！
Hopefully that would convince him. I headed back to my hut before it was too late. I'd heard footsteps and breathing following me for a while, but when I heard someone trip, I stopped and turned around.
大丈夫ですか、リカコさん。
痛い。
The area was covered in grass, but that didn't make falling here particularly safe.
というか、どうしたんです？こんな時間に。物意味しなきゃ。
それはこちらのセリフです、春明様。洗い物で遅くなった上に何を揉めていらっしゃるのです。
Wow. A rare sight from Rikako-san. She was serious, kinda angry, and practically rambling.
ちょっと人助けを。
知っております。無謀に走ろうとする織部義継をたしなめられたのでしょう。とてつもなくそのお下劣な方法で。
なぜいつになく状況理解が詳細かつ正確なんですか？
お話をし損ねましたから霧に身を潜めておりました。
She was shivering, showing how cold she was. Just how long had she been waiting outside the dining hall?
ああ、すみません。そういえばそんな話ありましたね。ちえみちゃんとも話し損ねたや。
宴の時はありがとうご。
ん？
私をくくることもできたでしょうに。
いやいや、僕は誰にも死んでほしくはないですよ。すみません。嘘です。いや、本当なんですが、こうも思ってます。リカコさんもメイコちゃんも死ぬところなんて見たくないって。
それはど
ういう意味でしょうね。
Secret talks weren't a good idea. That was why I didn't say anything more.
あ、一つだけ聞きたいんですが。
何でしょうか。
もしメイコちゃんが狼だったとしたら、リカコさんはどうしますか？
私が共にくくられましょう。
She was quite a character.
とにかく大丈夫ですから。明日も元気なリカコさんのドジっぷり見られることを楽しみにしてますよ。
様、何を一体。私はドジなんて失礼な。
じゃあ、また明日。
僕がもうやったからとはどういう意味でしょうか。
口から出任せですよ。不思議系の物言いって結構言いくるめやすいんです。
私は春秋様が身車の手のものだとか、むしろ何と言いますか、この逃げ場のない霧を晴らしにおいでになった特別な方なのではないかと。こんな無双めいたこと、気持ちが悪いとお思いかもしれませんが、私も伝統やら信心やらに染まって生きてきたものです。テレビの中で語られる科学とかそういったものには縁遠く生きてまいりました。ですから迷信に脅かされている今、迷信めいた何かに誰かにすがりたくなっているやもしれません。
リカ子さん。
I didn't know certain things myself. I also had a thirst for the truth. I couldn't deny that I'd defied all logic and causality by standing here after experiencing death a few times. Was that meant as a tool to dispel the despair of the feast? Had I been given this power to do that? Was someone telling me to stop this mad ritual, no matter how many deaths it took? I had no idea. And because of that, telling her about it would just give her false hope.
僕もそうありたいですが、残念。あんまり特別な人間でもなさそうです。でも、そうですね。そこまで信じてもらえてるなら、頑張りますよ。
はい。
じゃあ、今日はここで。
What? She extended her hand to me. She nodded.
じゃあ、握手で。約束です。明日もきっと会いましょ
う。I took her hand.
いいえ。
She grasped back tightly. Her fingers were slender and cold.
もし明日会えずとも、いずれまた、いずれのせいで、より穏やかなせいで、
She let go.
巡り会いますよ。おやすみなさい。さようなら。
Oh boy.
リカ子さん。
She disappeared into the mist.
僕も願ってますよ。
Her footsteps were growing distant. I listened, but it didn't seem like she'd fallen again. I turned around. It had been a long time since I'd heard a goodbye. It looked like I wasn't as prepared for this as I'd thought. I couldn't just assume I'd loop again if I died. If I did, I'd hardly be standing with the locals, who carried the weight of putting their lives on the line. I would give my all to survive this night and render that cynical promise irrelevant. Then, once everything was solved, I would use her words to tease her. I could just imagine her turning red and squirming. That would probably be adorable, beyond belief.
信頼さんのお守りは
I sung the song I'd learned today to try and distract myself from the feelings that were beginning to sprout inside me. Barely able to see a thing, I wandered back to my hut. I tore a page off my notepad, put a pen on the floor, and began to think. All right. Who was I supposed to use my snake powers on? The most natural idea was to investigate the most likely wolf candidates, but there was a problem with that. Namely, no one seemed to fit the bill. If there was anything wolf-like about anyone so far, it would only be some vague signs that barely meant anything. They were nothing but things that would start to make sense after everything was known. Even I, with all my knowledge of the previous loop, couldn't tell if anyone was acting weird. Thus, I had to change my line of thinking. I shouldn't have to force myself to find wolves. I had to confirm the identities of those who could be the most dangerous wolves. Thankfully, we had already had convenient leaders, Kanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun, on our side. As things were, it didn't look like they were leading the humans into the wrong direction. I also realized that they'd been holding themselves back the previous loop. Yasunaga-kun hadn't been a proactive leader because he was a wolf, while Kanzo-san probably didn't want to stand out in order to protect himself because he had some sort of guardian, like the spider. The one who'd noticed that was none other than Yasunaga-kun. He'd realized Kanzo-san wasn't himself and used it against him. An excellent move on his part. However, we had problems with them being on the same side too. Honestly, they were incompatible. I hoped that they'd found common ground soon. That aside, since they were both confirmed monkeys, I had to shift my attention to Takumi Muro-san, who acted as the mediator between the younger and older generations. At first glance, he appeared to be the same as last time, but I couldn't use that to determine whether he was clean or not. Another one I was concerned about was Kiyonosuke-shi. He wasn't popular, but he was noisy and had a certain degree of influence. I couldn't ignore him. He could easily derail the feast, which made him a valuable asset the wolves probably wanted to keep around until the end. There was another thing, though. He was actually the only one who seemed slightly wolf-like. I had no idea how many were really hesitant about sending people to their death during voting. However, looking at the voting order, they could have easily killed Kiyonosuke-shi without even having to make a second vote. Yasunaga-kun voted for him, which was probably calculated. He might have seen the guy as a convenient first sacrifice. Then Kaori-san and Mochi voted for him too. Then it was the village youth's turn. He was wildly unpopular with them, making him a convenient scapegoat for blame. However, he hadn't gotten any more votes from them. What was I supposed to make of that? The wolves knew one another. I knew this from last time, but it's fair to assume that it was common knowledge amongst the others. It might have been possible that there was a wolf among the village youth, and they purposefully avoided voting for him. One more thing. From my perspective, since he wanted to protect Rikako-san like me, and would make votes on that basis, he was actually kinda useful to me. Yeah, I had to admit it. I believed Rikako-san and Meiko to be humans. The former was a normal one, while Meiko was a spider.
メイコには言って聞かせてありますので確認させてます。 悩むならばメイコではなく私を。
Rikako-san had been worried that a feast would happen soon, which was why she taught Meiko about what she had to do. Meiko probably didn't have the mental acuity to understand or participate in the feast all on her own, so Rikako-san might have given Meiko some way to convey that she had a guardian. Personal exchanges would be heard by someone, and by extent, the wolves. That was probably even more certain than what I'd experienced on the way back here. It was safe to consider it a rule. However, if there was a way to pass on information without making it seem important, you could easily converse in secret. That was why I believed Rikako-san knew that Meiko had a guardian, and was putting her life on the line to protect her. She'd also conveyed it to me by telling me to vote for her despite Meiko pretty much being a throwaway vote. That was her way of telling me that Meiko was important. I didn't know if I'd attract anyone else's attention, if they'd realized what Meiko was. However, most of the locals had probably assumed that Rikako-san was simply worried for the little girl. They'd simply assumed she was fulfilling her role as one who took in the corruption. That was exactly why people would still be voting for them. Meiko's role was probably the same as Kanzo-san's last time, the spider. That was why Rikako-san was going so far to hide it. Anyway, that was why I decided they weren't suspicious. If there was another option, it was Mamiya-san. She'd survived today's feast by saying that she hadn't checked for a mark on her stomach. But if she claimed to have a guardian tomorrow, could that be trusted? She had nothing tying her to Yasumizu, so no one would trust her. Whether she was wolf or human, I couldn't put it past her to fake having a guardian just to keep herself alive. Those three were the prime targets. Mamiya Takumi Kiyonosuke. Damn it. I was really hoping for Mochi, because he's calling me piss man. He's breaking my dishes. You know how long it took me to fix those dishes? It took fucking hours, you shitty little brat. Ksogaki. Oh well. Right now. I'll help. No. I just want the satisfaction of knowing that Mochi gets what he fucking deserves. Alright. Takumi Kiyonosuke Hisako. Alright, let's see. Mamiya doesn't seem like... I'm going to go ahead and guess not a single one of these are wolves, actually. It doesn't matter what I pick here, because the game will only allow me to pick the correct option after I've failed, because this is that kind of game. So it literally doesn't matter what I pick here. I'm going to pick Takumi. Just kidding, I'm gonna pick Kiyonosuke. I wrote down one of their names, placed the paper next to my pillow, and went to sleep. Right, okay. I got really worried for a second that I was a spider, and I was like, wait, why did I just protect Kiyonosuke? But I'm investigating Kiyonosuke because I'm the snake. Right. Just that moment of, oh shit. He's fine. He's not a fucking wolf. What does that mean? I got a key. Truth of the Doctor. You can view it in the keys list. So this is key number 2? Oh, 11. Fuck. Alright. 11! It's the fucking elevator! Oh, okay. It's the 2 Scottish people trapped in the elevator that's accepting voice commands, but because they're Scottish, it doesn't know what the fuck they're saying. 11! 11! I love that one. I also love the Alexa, play Something's Cooking in My Kitchen. And she can't get it. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. I was informed of my target's affiliation the same way I was given the Guardian. That was strange, but it clearly happened, so I had no choice but to accept it. Anyway, it was something I'd predicted. However, what happened this morning certainly wasn't.
Oh!
Oh!
みんな生きとったね。
Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah, you know what? It's the wolves do have to want to kill people. They're not forced to do so. That is true. True! I forgot. I doubt Meiko could make any decisions on her own, so Rikako's probably telling her, you should protect this person. And then she's like, okay. She writes the name down. God. No one died on the first night. That's... Well, we don't count Slab of Meat over there. He died of the corruption. Yeah. No one had died last night.
さあ、しっかり食べてくださいね。
I'm gonna get some strawberries. I always get like strawberries and blueberries and stuff, and then I don't eat them frequently because I don't eat fruit often, and also because like they're sweet, and I don't crave sweets often. So I need to make sure they don't go bad, because I don't want them going bad. The last time I bought strawberries, they ended up getting kind of mushy and gross, so I just blended them with milk and made a smoothie out of them, and I don't want to do that again. I would like to eat the strawberries normally. Oh, by the way, that thing in art, the thing I posted, that guy traced over Auschwitz. Yeah, kind of figured that's what that was. Yeah, this artist is very chaotic. Alright, I have returned and I have strawberries. Strawberry. Nice. Nice to the former, not the latter. The people in the dining hall were far more cheerful than yesterday morning. It was obvious why. Not one of their neighbors had died. The betrayal they'd been warned about ended up not happening at all. Some were probably even beginning to hope that the traitors, the wolves, didn't exist at all.
だから言ったろう、ヤス、臭いし。こんなバカらしいことに付き合う奴はいねえんだって。
Takumi-san, who'd put the unity of Yasumizu above all else, was especially cheerful.
まあ、そうかもね。
Yasunaga-kun made a vague smile. It seemed like he was afraid to kill the good vibes here. Kanzoshi, however, was probably just holding back from doing that. Kyonosuke-shi looked like he was on the verge of killing the mood with some of his pessimism. There we go.
よかった。本当に皆様よくぞご無事で。
そうでしょうとも。
However, he held his tongue, probably out of consideration for Tai-san and Rikako-san, who are crying in relief.
おい、
何かな？
Yoshitsugu-kun, who was washing the dishes with me, called out to me with a stern voice.
なんだよこれ。何も起きねえじゃねえか。
何言ってるの？すごいことが起きたんだよ。
はあ？
今日の宴でいろいろわかるよ。泡だらけで
あ
やり直し。
よしくんがお手伝いか。もう何年も見てなかった光景だね。
うるせえな知恵ね。皿に指で頑張れ頑張れとか後つけてんじゃねえよ。
あ、バレた？でも残念。指じゃなくて唇でした。関節キスは約束だぞ。
God fucking damn it.
うわ、きったね。
Ha! Based.
ひどい。
知恵ね、私も引くわ。外で一体何勉強してきてるの？
Less based.
知恵ねえのオリジナルだから。
まったく知恵ねえは不潔だな。
てめえは何してんだ、鴨志田。
僕も手伝いだ。レロレロン。
Reroreron. Reroreron. You know what? I'm making a save so I can grab the soundbite for this later. Reroreron. Funny.
汚れを舐めとってんじゃねえ。
You get the fuck away from there. Your mouth is probably filled with enough bacteria to line someone's innards.
やめるんだ。その需要はない。
The dining hall sure was noisy. Haru-chan even screamed a little.
また見てくる。
With those words, Kanzo-san left. And so, we ended up spending an uneventful morning in the dining hall together. I wasn't the only one absent-mindedly watching the clock. I wondered if she'd seen anything on her stomach when she checked. It felt like she was waiting for the feast to start, which made it seem like she had something to declare. When Kanzo-san returned and declared the start of the feast, it felt like there would be trouble. No one was against it when she said it, but it turned out that the trouble was just delayed.
もういいんじゃねえか、おやさん。
Takumi-san said that instead of drinking from the cup.
なんだ、タク。
こんなことをやんなくてもよ。狼は人を殺す気はねえだろ。
Of course, he would be the one to suggest that.
君はそこまで楽天的かね。事態は全く予断を許さぬ状況だ。
何がだよ。
昨晩はたまたま雲が指定したものを狼が襲おうとしたから守られただけだ。
That was exactly it. Yasunaga-kun, Haru-chan, and even Tai-chan had turned hostile last time. It was best to assume that those with the wolf's blessing would accept it and begin the murders.
自分を除けば雲が加護を使う対象として選べるのは14人。14分の1は100分率にして 7% 程度。
Better chances over double than what it is in Dead by Daylight to unhook yourself.
その行幸に感謝しつつ、昨日進め損ねた宴による狼べらしを進めるべきではないのかね。
お前、狼にされた連中が仕事を拒否した確率が 7% より低いっていうのかよ。
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
ああ、0% だと思っているね。
Based Kiyonosuke.
お前、
I wish I could have picked somebody else to investigate.
今何が起きてんのかよ。
ん？それは知らんが。
じゃあなんでそんなことが言い切れんだ。
そんなに事態を甘く見ていないというだけだがね。
いいか。人間ってのは
That's
何
not
も
true.
なきゃ平和な生き物なんだ。
That's not fucking true at all.
性善説かね。
I believe that some humans are intrinsically good, but this is not a majority rule.
なんだか知らねえが、平和ってのはな、乱したら危険だから保たれんだ。守ってる限り大多数が安全だ。現に、
We are all human, and some of us are more human than others.
あの時にも、あの場には狼がいたんだろう。
それは希望的観測だと言うんだ。単に票を集め損ねて失敗しただけかもしれんだろうが。
おっちゃんを守ろうとして票を散らしたのかもしれないしね。
Everyone stared at Mochi in surprise.
もっち、どういうこと？
いや、僕とやっすんと香りママがおっちゃんに入れた後、誰も入れなかったじゃん。あと1票くらいは入りそうなもんなのに入んなかったよね。となると、狼がかばい合ったのかもしれないじゃん。
However, I know if he's a wolf or not.
じゃあそれより下に狼が。
待ってよもっち、私が狼だって言うの？いやいや、僕は単におっちゃんに突っかかりたかっただけだ。ごめん。
Mochi had reached the same conclusion I had. I couldn't tell if he was that sharp, or if it was just so simple anyone could figure it out.
鹿持ちのうかつな発言を真に受けないでいただきたいがね。そんな可能性があるのも確か。楽観視はすべきではない。
だったら人が死んでもねえのに人を殺すってのかてめえは。
もう死んでるって言ってるでしょ。
Mamiya-san's sudden shouts attracted everyone's attention.
何なの？あなたの中では橋本さんは人間扱いじゃないの？
うるせえな。ありゃ確かにひどい事件だったが、俺らの中の誰かが殺したわけじゃないだろうが。
どうしてそう言い切れるのよ。
狼の殺しと汚れは違うって言ってんだろうが。
匠兄ちゃん、ちょっといい？
なんだよ、ちえみ。
私もさ、人を殺したいなんて思ってないけど、でもちょっと心配はあるんだよ。神内様の掟に従う限り、私たちが狼に対抗するには宴でくくるしかないって。
The nice thing about the mystery boxes is that they're always worth more than what it takes to unlock them.
その手段を放棄してしまったら、私たち全滅するしかない。
Yeah, they are RNG.
いや、だからな。
Events.
だから、その手段を放棄させようとする人こそが狼だって、そう思い出す人が出てくるかもしれないって。
Takumi-san looked around and noticed the chill in the air about him. He noticed that a certain worry had began mixing with a certain suspicion.
肝臓じいちゃん。
今日はくくる。さもなくば狼の味方。
Fuck, someone's getting hung today, huh?
ちえみも殺したくないんだけど。
雨が匠は甘すぎる。
ほら、こういう向きもあるってこと。
じゃあどうするってんだ。昨日決まらなかったもんが今日決まるのかよ。
When you wish that you were hung like a horse, but instead, you get hung by the neck and the midsection.
昨日とは違えだろ匠に。外の姉ちゃんとイカレ野郎が言うことがあるはずだ。
そうですね。彼らの言い分を聞いて、それでもみんなが殺人を拒否するなら、もう仕方ない話だ。
そんなことは起きん。
じゃあいい。じゃ
Gives a whole new meaning to a love-hate relationship.
じゃあ、私が話します。私は蛇のカゴ者だった。
Huh? What did you see on your belly? And why wasn't it a six-pack? But you're not the snake. You're not the fucking snake. There was no way. Maybe she has some good information that she has to back with claiming to be the snake. This lines up with the last loop, but what is the likelihood that she's going to be the wolf again? The mood of the feast suddenly did a complete 180. Interesting. They screamed and were about to charge at each other. The others had to hold them back. A strange fervor filled the small hall. I was getting really uncomfortable here. I like this track. What was my best option here? Since I was the real snake, she was definitely a fake who was clearly talking with ill intent. That meant I had to out myself. Otherwise, she would take control of the situation. That was the right thing to do. The right way to go about it. I knew that well. But I couldn't help but feel that I was in an extremely difficult situation here. They're hitting me with a lot of choices back to back. What if I choose to not reveal my guardian? What if I embrace the chaos? I didn't find it reasonable whatsoever, but I decided to keep quiet.
それじゃあ、間宮久子さんが本物の蛇だと仮定して進めますが。
仮定って何よ？
あなたを疑う理由があるとすれば、さっき知恵姉が言ったように、その喧嘩越しですよ。間宮さんはずっと冷静だったじゃないですか。一体どうしたんです？
こんな状況で冷静になれる？朝起きたら腹に血で文字が書いてあるのよ。どうか？しかもそれでこうして完全に善人面してる人がいるって知ったのよ。
Hold on, but her story is full of holes. Maybe not. The way she's phrasing it is full of holes, though. She's saying, I woke up to blood text on my stomach. But the only time she could have checked the blood text on her stomach would have been right after the meeting, which means she didn't wake up to it. I mean, I already know she's a fake, but she could at least structure her story a little better. What did the others think about this exchange?
そうよ、さっきから言ってるでしょ。
ババア、ちゃんとまともに返事しろよ。てめえは狼なんですか？
よしつぐ、このバカが。もうダメじゃ。若いもんはみんな読み人じゃ。
I hate to say it, but I think she's human, because she's just too stupid. He's just too stupid. Digging her own grave.
何煽ってるの。
The young ones are all Yomibito. Yeah, quite literally too stupid to live.
昨日俺はこのババアに一票入れられてもうちょいで死にそうだったんだぜ。そりゃ怪しいだろうがよ。
義継、お前いい加減にしろよ。つうかあんたもいきなり何なんだ。そんなばあさま捕まえて金切り声でよ。
あなたにはわからないわよ。あ、こんなひどい。
くそったれ。おい、ちょっといいか。全員冷静になれ。狭いところだができるだけ離れてしばらく黙って頭冷やすぞ。いいな、おやっさん。
Alchemy, ever the voice of reason. Old man Makishima looked around the circle.
次に騒いだもんは殴りつける。
That was enough to bring absolute silence to the room. However, that made certain negative emotions stand out. They came out as throats clearing, tongue clicks, or sighs, among other things. Still, the silence helped people cool off, or at least, it helped me. For better or worse, I knew for certain that she was a fake. And right now, I had to act accordingly. But I didn't really know what that entailed. To declare that she was a fake snake, I had to declare I was the real one. However, that meant making myself a target for the wolves. What would I do then? There would be two possible snakes, Hisako Mamiya and I doubted we would be hanged right then and there. They'd probably have us investigate someone and see who was telling the truth. But I would probably be killed during that process. Ugh. The Yomi team was using Mamiya-san as bait to draw out the real snake. That was the most likely scenario. However, this felt kind of unnatural though. Why did Mamiya-san claim the role? She was an outsider who had no affinity for the old stories or loyalty for the village. Drawing attention to herself like that was a dangerous move. It was even worse for her since she'd come out as a snake before anyone died, meaning there was absolutely no chance the real snake was out of the game. Then, perhaps it meant that... After 30 minutes, Kanzo-san resumed the feast.
カンちゃん、私は人よ。
狼ですよ。
あんたはまた。
肝臓さん、票を取る前にもう一つ確認しておかないといけないことがある。
I wonder if Mamiya turned into a badger.
今日開示するといった情報の内容です。
So he remembered. However, I'd decided not to reveal that I was the snake this time. It might have helped the humans, but I felt I had to keep it hidden to ensure my own survival. Thus, I had to think of some nonsense. We were given a lot of time though, so I already had more than enough already.
まず、残念ながら、僕はここで明かすだけで、自分の潔白を証明できるような情報をまだ持ってません。その点、僕は間宮さんよりも場に貢献できないこととなった。そのことはお詫びしたいと思います。
それは何の過去も持っていないという意味だと考えてよろしいかね。
当然のご判断かと。
はっきり言え。
僕には特別な力はありません。
With those words, I was also a liar.
ただ、僕を生かしてもらえるなら、できる限りのことを皆さんのためにします。
そりゃあ昨日も聞いた。
Unlike the first time, Kanzo-san seemed kinda interested in what I had to say. Of course, he'd probably throw me out the moment he felt I overstepped myself.
僕は戦略を提示できます。というと、タエさんも間宮さんもくくらない。
あ？
もし山脇タエさんが狼の一員だったとして、
True. She's too stupid to be the brains.
だから私は違う言うて。
Too senile, too easily flustered. Too prone to provocation.
仮の話です。一方で、もし間宮さんが蛇じゃなかったとすれば、
ヘビーに決まってるでしょ。他に誰も出なかったんだから。
ここで皆さんに確認したいんですが、
Roguelike does sound pretty cool for Hitman.
このゲーム、失礼、読み意味の宴で狼が能動的
I
に
wish
来る頃にはカゴ持ちを殺傷するしかないですよね。
was a franchise that survived, and I wish Tenchu also got like a roguelike mode, because Tenchu was pretty fun. That was my favorite assassin game.
その通りです。狼は基本的に受動的に疑われないことを期待して動くでしょ
I
うが、
got to play as a fucking
それだと
ninja
ヘビに
with
リスクが引っかか
realistic
る。
ninja strength, if you will.
それで疑われた時に自分は人だと喧伝しても効果はありません。
There was a bit superhuman here and there. The agility was superhuman, but the strength definitely wasn't. If you ever ended up in a one-on-one, it was a gamble whether you won.
その瞬間に何か他の加護者を名乗ってもとても嘘くさい。だから適当な時に自分から加護者を先に名乗ってしまえば、後から誰かが名乗ったとしても逆にそっちが嘘くさくなりますからね。
あなた、何を根拠に。
客観的な話ですよ。だからこの場で間宮さんが確定でヘビだってことにはならない。仮に間宮さんが偽物で狼だとしたら、すでにあなたは他の二人から切られてるってことになりますし。
待って、勝手に話を進めないで。どういうことなのよ、いきなり。
あなたが前面に出たということは、あなたが場をかき乱してる
He
間に
has
他の狼が
he has the most unamused expression on right now. The most "are you fucking kidding me" expression. Look at that.
おそらく
He's like, I'm just
その作戦を考えた人はあなた
He's like, I'm just telling it how it
もっと
is.
注意深く潜伏している。
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
だからあなたが場を乱そうとするのを無視できれば、あなたの脅威は潜伏している他の狼ほど大きくない。
Ooh, Kami.
そんなこと？くだらない。私は本物のヘビなんだから。
なんだ、お姉ちゃんが狼で決まりじゃん。
Huh?
モッチー、何か気づいたのか？
いやだって今のやっすんの話への反応さ。多分お姉ちゃん自分の立場に気づいてなかったから食いついたんでしょ今。自分が狼じゃないならそもそも聞かなくたっていい話だしな。
この状況で適当に聞き流していい話なんてあるわけないでしょ。
もっち、どうしたのよいきなり。だってそう思ったしさ。でもやっすんの意見には賛成かな。
Yasun.
お姉ちゃんは泳がせればよし。
Yaskun.
ねえ
Yaskun.
あんまり適当なことばっか言ってると君まで疑われるよ。
まあ桔梗の振る舞いだしな。しょうがないよね。
You are weird, Chikamochi.
じゃあ自分のためじゃなく人のためにもうちょっと考えてしゃべりな。間宮さんがくくられることになったら今のモッチーの言葉のせいにもなるのよ。
ぷっぷー、怒られた。
で、匠兄ちゃんの誰もくくらないって方針にはつながるの？タエばあちゃんも間宮さんもくくらないならさ。
Not hanging anyone would be a decent idea, but if we have to hang anybody, I vote we hang the mentally ill.
それは
And that means Chikamochi. That'd be meaningless. If we didn't lower the number of suspects, it'd be a waste of the free day the spider gave us.
くくらねえのが本当に俺らのためにならねえってな。
The poor.
ばあちゃんを信じてる。たとえ狼の
I like how the French is in there
ばあ
though.
ちゃんが殺しなんてするはずねえ。
Well, that just wasn't true.
だから俺はばあちゃんを守る。
あんたはほんまにええ子ね。
ちなみに 何も言ってない香織さんはどうなんだ
Kaori being a wolf. Hmm?
まあいいや。じいさんは
狼が来る。
こっちもいいや。
Fighting game that asks you if you want to quit when you Alta 4.
タエバーと記者は両方くくる。
It opens up a fucking text box that stops you from it stops the game from reading any inputs, and it just says no, and you have to hit OK, and there's only one option, and it's OK. Fucking hell. Imagine playing Tager. Now you have to do double the wheels. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna say it. Imagine trying to do bullet combos. You now have to do double the inputs, and if you want the follow-ups, you have to input double the inputs in that tight little area. Christ. It's especially tight on Snap Hand Fist. Yep. The follow-up timing on that particular move is cancer, and I don't know why. That makes sense. For a moment, we were so dumbfounded that the room was filled with utter silence.
いや、なんでなんだよ、おやっさん。
狼は
く
くらねばならん。
それはそうかもしれねえが、片方は狼じゃねえんだぞ。
確実にするために犠牲を払う。昔から皆そうやってきた。
みんな。He then got up, which made him seem larger than usual.
タエバー、覚悟してくれ。わしはあんたを60年見てきた。あんたが一番安水を吸い取る。安水のために気張ってくれんか。
His voice was as blunt as always, not changing his expression at all. He pushed an old acquaintance into what could be her death. It didn't matter to him if the person was friend or family. He had his own line of thinking, and clearly knew what had to be done. Friend or outsider meant nothing in the face of this situation. There was no room for hesitation or mercy.
あんたと匠が骨拾うてくれるんね。
And his kind of madness was shared by everyone in Yasumizu.
ばあちゃん、そんな、嫌だよ。
匠、私は狼様じゃない。あんたが信じてくれるんなら、今日はあの女に入れとくれ。その上で私がくくられても、それは親内様の天命よね。
それじゃあ、植松の。
はい。
今日の票を取る。
Yasunaga-kun was looking at the floor with a pale visage. I probably didn't look all that different from him. The silent alliance he and I had made was crushed by Kanzo-san. It was a moment of defeat for us. The old man's words quickly ended the battle between reason and tradition. Was there any way for us to resist it? Like yesterday, the voting began with the old wolf guy.
我が狼なんか。おお。
He acted the same way as before, but the one he pointed at this time wasn't me, but Tai-san.
あんたもいい加減なことを。
Did he even understand the situation? This old man is either a wolf or just a massive fucking troll.
記者の女に入れ
Of course he would.
私も同じよ。
間宮さんですか？
そうよ。
俺はあんただ、記者の姉ちゃん。
ええ、そうでしょうね。
The votes so far were about what you'd expect.
次だ、香織さん。
Her position in all this was strange. Though she was an adult, she tended to listen to Yasunaga-kun and ask for his opinion often. I had no idea who she would vote for. But I soon found out. I never could have guessed it.
室匠さんに一票を。
Interesting. Naturally, that shocked everyone.
なんでだ、香織さん。
私には難しいことはわかりませんが。
So I'm going to vote for the man I love.
いざとなれば、最も疑いたくない方も疑わざるを得ない時だとは覚悟をしているんですよ。
Common woman L.
だからそのつもりで票を投じると決めました。
At least throw it on, you
匠さ
know,
んにもそれを分かってもらいたいから。
somebody you suspect?
じゃあ、俺が別に狼じゃないと思ってるけど、俺の目を覚ますために票を使ったっていうのかよ。
Well, shit, I didn't want everyone to vote for him. I just kind of wanted to throw away my vote. Fuck.
あなたが狼じゃないって証拠はないし、私にはあなたが果たすべきことをしていないように思えるの。匠さん。
俺が果たすべきこと。
He looks so sad. If you pay attention, you can pinpoint the exact moment that his heart tears in half.
なんだよそれ。意味がわからん。
Kaori-san didn't change her vote, and Takumi-san ended up actually getting one.
私か。難しいな。
Next up was Kiyonosuke-shi, who'd had little presence today.
どうにせよ、2名ともくくることには合理性はあるが、実際のところ、蛇を自称する彼女を軽んじすぎではないかね。私は、室に投票しよう。
てめえもか。
山脇老人に投票すれば貴様はもっと怒るだろう。それに私は彼に対する評価を少し改めた。
Fair enough, I guess.
僕ですか？
ああ、それ以上は言うことはないがね。
Did he realize?
僕は昨日と同様に野里さんに投票します。
Please stop voting for Nosato.
野里さんを選ぶ積極的理由は昨日のままですが、僕はもう少し間宮さんの言動に注目をしたい。ちなみにどうしてタイさんを蛇の加護の対象にしたんですか？
どうしたらいいかわからなかったから名前は適当に書いたわよ。
適当に選んでタイバーですか？まあわかりました。僕は以上です。
何なのよ一体。
僕はおっちゃんに1票追加。
Chikamochi, stop being a dick. For 1 second.
近持ち。
本当はね、間宮のお姉ちゃんが狼だと僕は思うんだけど、やっすんがもうちょっと見たいって言うなら僕はそれでもいいかな。
もっち、ありがとう。
俺は意見を変えねえ。そこのクソババアに1票だ。
この汚れもんが。
次、私か。ごめん、間宮さん。あなたに投票するわ。
なんで？私は蛇なのよ。
I mean, you do look like a snake.
だってあなたそんな人じゃなかったもの。いきなり変わったもの。でももしかしたら春秋さんが言ってた無地なかもしれない。
Oh boy. Her words caused a stir, but not a big one. They didn't seem to understand. The Badger talk from yesterday didn't stay in their minds, it seemed.
もしそうなら言ってほしい。ムジナだって人なんだから死ななくていいはずでしょ。
そんなんじゃない。私は蛇よ。
ちえみ。
匠兄ちゃん、私別に匠兄ちゃんの味方のつもりじゃない。タエばあちゃんに投票しようか迷ったもの。
じいちゃん、あんたもね。
なんでだよ。
だってこんなのどっちも味方できないよ。匠兄ちゃんも本当は分かってるはずでしょ。タエばあちゃんが好きだからってそれだけを理由にして間宮さんを殺そうとするなんて、そんなの匠兄ちゃんらしくないよ。私はただ匠兄ちゃんも一緒に悩んでくれるって勝手に期待しただけ。勝手でごめんばあちゃん。間宮さんも恨まれても仕方ないって思ってる。ちえみからは以上だよ。
次、春。どうすん？
じゃあ私も野里さんにする。
なぜついでの感覚で私がこう毎回危ない目に遭わねばならんのかね。
You've just got that face, unfortunately.
次、植松さんだけど。
山脇様に投票いたします。
Based, but also unfortunate.
蛇の加護者を名乗られる方を無下には扱えません。申し訳ありません。もし間宮様の加護が本物でなかったら
What does that mean?
その報いは必ず果たしますから。
You'll hang her yourself? I kinda wanna see that.
ですよ。わかりました。
メイコ、どうする？
おばあちゃん。
さて、どうする？
ガキにも嫌われてやがる。
皿長の子に嫌われてようが。
春明様は
What was I supposed to do? Mamiya-san was tied with Tai-san at 4 votes, while Kiyonosuke she had 3, and Takumi-san had 2. It was Mamiya-san's turn right after mine. She'd definitely vote for Tai-san, meaning that she effectively had 5 votes. So, if I voted for Mamiya-san, I would bring it to a final vote. But if I voted for Tai-san, she would definitely be hanged. Were those my only choices here? Would a vote condemning someone to death really be meaningful? A vote for Kiyonosuke was bound to be pointless. I couldn't use it as a message of any kind, and it wouldn't be a good way to repay him for avoiding picking me. What if I voted for that guy over there, though? Alright, well, I like Takumi, and he doesn't seem to be a wolf this route. And Hisako's kind of just being a bitch. So if I have to pick between these two, I'm going to normally pick Hisako. But I want to make all the wrong choices before I make all the right ones, so I can get that 100%. So we're voting for Takumi. Nobody seemed to have expected my declaration. The room was filled with commotion, and I could hear some of them whispering. It was mostly along the lines of, "What's he thinking?" Or, "I guess we know who we're hanging." This was a strange and heavy-handed way to go about this. However, I felt like it could lead to me gaining Takumi-san's favor. I had my doubts, though. It was a serious gamble. However, I also had a feeling that if I chose anything else, I wouldn't survive the night. I had to carefully phrase my response here. Settling on what words to use, I said, He did show some confusion, but the more pronounced emotion by far was anger. Pure rage. After all, by not voting for Mamiya-san, I just condemned Tai-san to death.
それは香織さんや千恵美と同じような話かよ。
僕からは以上です。
あ
I couldn't say too much. My goal here was actually just to make him feel like something was up. That was why I had to end this feast with words that stayed in his mind. Well, I probably had to prepare for a punch or two. It was an awkward moment, but I stayed silent.
私の番ね。分かってるでしょうけど、山脇さんに投票するわ。
決まった。
With those words, everyone stood up like it was rehearsed. Hisako-san and I were a bit behind them in that regard. Then I saw the villagers' faces, which seemed different than before.
植松の縄を。
はい。
匠、タエバーに酒。
ばちゃん。
あんたはちいちゃい頃から機関棒で悪い子じゃったね。ええ思うことはてこでも曲げん子で、でも優しい子で、今と変わらんわいね。それでも大きゅう育って。
It's okay. I don't feel bad. She was gonna die in a year anyway.
俺、ばあちゃんのこと、本当のばあちゃんみたいに思ってた。本当の家族。
It's okay, Takumi. It's okay.
泣きなさんな。
It was now or later.
親内様のところでまた会えるわよ。
The old lady smiled and drank her sake. Then the rope was placed over her shoulders.
縛ります。
しっかりね。
Rikako-san twined the rope around her twice and tied her hands behind her back. It was simple, but necessary. The process continued. The dimly lit hall was filled with dark emotions. Lament, chagrin, and gloom was heard in every sob, whimper, and movement. I felt like I was watching a family grieve for an elder dying a peaceful death. Hisako Mamiya silently mouthed the words, "They're insane." I shared that sentiment wholeheartedly. Shinai-san's guardians are... We passed through the mist and walked through the graveyard. 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider. Everyone was singing prayer to Shinai. Shinai-san's guardians are... I couldn't tell who had started it, or when they did so. 8. Death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. The sobbing mixed with singing made it seem like an old funeral. But it was actually an execution. Painfully slowly, we walked through the path leading to the cliff next to the Saranaga. I was already used to this thanks to all the cleanups. 7. The corrupt Yomibito rise to oppose the mountain. Before I knew it, even Mamiya-san and I had joined the singing, creating a perfect unity in the group. Eventually, we reached our destination. It was downhill, beyond the trees wet with dew, in a grass field covered with stones marking the lives of those who used to live here. Strangely enough, the aged pine tree right at the end could easily be seen, despite the mist. As we stopped, so did the song. And emotion. No birds could be heard, and the wind was still. Perfect silence surrounded us as Kanzo-san did the job.
私は蘇りなんぞせんつもりじゃがね。向こうがどんなところかわからんからね。正直恐ろしいが、これも安水のためじゃ。あんたは許さんぞ、女。
Onna! Its translation note. Onna means masturbator. Her voice was crystal clear, and now bore an unmistakable hatred. Mamiya-san remained silent, and everyone, aware of what was about to happen, prepared for the final process.
私たちの信仰の中心は
Fuck.
ある意味ここ首つ
Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Of all the
釣り
times.
町の墓所
I knew this was an important place for them, but I didn't know anything else. However, I did feel like they were acting with absolute precision, like they were meticulously rehearsed actors in a stage play. Two of them coiled a rope around the pine's large trunk leaning out toward the cliff, while another one skillfully made a noose out of the other end. Kanzo-san took it in hand and looped it over Tai-san's neck.
落ちなかれ。
落ちなかれ。
It was the first time I'd heard those words. They were probably a final goodbye, and a signal. And with that, the old lady's small frame went over the cliff. A second later, the rope went taut. At the same time, an inhuman sound came from the mist down below. After a long silence, the song was sung again, and it was obvious who started it this time. After repeating the song a dozen or so times, Kanzo-san walked up to the pine and cut the rope with a sickle he had in hand. Was there a sound of her falling down? If there was, I couldn't hear it. Not saying a word, we all returned to the plaza. Everyone seemed to feel like we'd done something that could not be undone. We'd passed a point of no return. No, that probably wasn't right. The point of no return was passed a long time ago. This just made us realize it, and even then, I didn't know if anyone besides Mamiya-san and I felt it. The villagers might have begun feeling like this the very moment the mists came. I thought about that, long and hard. It made me feel something like remorse or powerlessness, both of which were unproductive emotions that really dulled your thoughts. The locals, however, seemed to feel differently. They did look like they were in a state of emotional numbness, but it seemed to be a result of something other than shock or a sense of loss. It was something more unnatural. They seemed like empty husks. I had a thought once that the real problem wasn't the monster, but this state of being. We returned to the dining hall.
オリベの
はい、
Kanzo jump scare.
承知。
皆食堂におれ。わしは見回ってくる。
おやっさんもいろよ。
ん？
本当は危ないもんなんていねえんだろ。俺ら以外には。
飯時には戻る。
俺も家に戻らせてもらう。
匠。
死なねえよ。何万回歩いたあぜを踏み外して死ぬような真似しねえ。死ぬとしたら、あんたに撃たれた時だ。
With that as his parting shot, Takumi-san left.
他のものはおれよ。
And so, Kanzo-san left too. He had no intention of playing along. He planned to resolve the feast with his own two hands, to the very end. He was even capable of convincing Tai-san to accept death. As long as he was alive, he would continue to command the humans as a strong but harsh leader. However, I felt like I'd seen his tough facade crack only a little just now, probably for the first time ever. Though Takumi-san was considered to be the local young leader figure, Kanzo-san seemed to constantly underestimate him, thinking him too soft. The softness in this case was simply common sense and consideration, useful things in any other situation. Looking at it from that angle, that supposed softness now seemed conspicuously absent. Tai-san's death had changed something in Takumi-san, and it wasn't yet clear if it was for the better. Overcome by awkwardness, we barely talked, simply watching time go by. I had brief chats with Kaori-san and helped her prepare the food. She seemed to be composed and took it very seriously.
肉抜きですかね。
ここには精進の風習はないわ。普通にしましょう。
Every line spoken felt like a secret chat between partners in crime. It felt really weird. I knew full well we'd done something inexcusable. Despite that, I wasn't feeling the normal amount of shock and guilt. Perhaps because the moment Tai Yamawaki-san died was nearly cordoned off from everyday life? The song, the farewell, all of it might have been ways of separating the event from their daily lives. It seemed like how they had to slightly lower the emotional burden from killing one of them. Did they think it up naturally? Or did they remember it?
できたか。
ええ、ただいま。
Soon we gave out the now familiar veggie and shishinare soup along with some rice. Oddly enough, everyone still had their appetite. However, since Takumi-san hadn't returned, we ended up eating with one person unaccounted for. And not just him. There was one more empty seat that had been occupied this very morning. Shit. What the hell was this?
Hassan sa.
It felt like it had been so long since someone called out to me. The others likely felt the same, which was probably why it attracted some attention.
何かな？
タイバーがいなくなっちゃったじゃん。
You don't fucking say! What was he getting at? Was he trying to get me to talk about it?
そうだね。残念な結果だった。
残念？ハッサン的にはタイバーを守ろうと思えば守れたよね。
Also, I was looking for a while because you guys were talking about Oreos, and I was trying to remember this one specific thing. So, you know how Hostess makes things other than Twinkies? You remember the cupcakes that they make and the Ho-Ohs that they make? And the ding-dongs? Yeah, the chocolate the chocolate outside, the creamy inside. I want to make one of those out of my partner in the future.
もっちやめなって。春明さんからはタイバーちゃんも間宮さんもどっちが怪しいかは判断つかないんだから。
ああ。だから僕は二人のどちらにも票を入れたくなかった。他に選択肢をなくしたのは僕より上流の人たちだろ。
Valentine's Day is the only acceptable month. The only acceptable holiday where you can turn your partner not only into covered with chocolate, but also filled with cream.
私たちを除くよ。
だからといって私に入れることはないと思うがね。
Sorry, what? I mean, I agree. I just wanted to make a joke out of the... That's the only time that you get to see the, What? Yeah. Yeah.
自分は違うと言いたげだな。
I don't know, I get some people laugh every now and then. Then again, it's mostly Pit.
うん。記者のお姉ちゃんとおっちゃん。
So maybe I'm a bit
あとは
biased.
ハッサンあたりが狼じゃないかな。
Right now, I think that the Journo, you, and Hassan are the wolves. Chikamochi, you are rising steadily up my shit list. Where's the option to investigate you? I should wrap my hands around your neck right now. I wasn't the only one who jumped. Everyone looked at Mochi and I. Listen, choking may be your fetish, but this isn't a fetish for me. This is just violence.
ごめん。別に僕は信用とかそういうのはどうでもいいの。ただ、夜更かしも殺しもやりたい放題。いいなぁ。羨ましいなぁ。
もっち、その辺にしとこう。間宮さんはまだ偽物だと決まったわけじゃないんだから。
Mochi, you would look better with 2 black eyes. Yasunaga-kun stopped him because he noticed how strained Mamiya-san's expression was. However, he said that while looking at Kanzo-san, making it very clear who was in charge here. Shubs, that was fucked up. I don't know how, but you said something even more fucked up than what I just said. Mochi tried to ignore him, but the pressure got to him. He slowly got up and walked over to Kanzo-san. Oh, here it comes, here it comes. Fucking smack him right across the face. There we go. Oh, this is a line I can't wait to read. Hold on, I need a drink for this. The old man just slapped the cross-dressing boy. His light body collapsed on a table, and the one to soften his fall was another old man.
じっちゃんの方が大丈夫かい？骨とか。
Kanzo just did his best Super Saiyan Goku impression on Frieza, aka Chikamochi. I'm gonna slap some sense into you. Those two sure got along well. I'm not gonna lie, if I saw that face, like, if I turned around and I saw that face, I would probably jump out of my skin.
宴のことは宴の外ではせん。皆知っとる。やめ、近持ち。
わかったよ。
They should have edited his sprite to give it like a big old bruise on the cheek or something, like a hand-shaped print. He didn't have any ill intent, did he? Listen, I'm looking out for the boy. Yeah, exactly. He was probably as eccentric as he was because he was exceptionally observant, but had poor social intelligence. Yep. But I had no idea how to help out Mamiya-san. She was so tense she could burst at any moment. What does it say about this Japanese game that the first one to get hanged isn't the autist? It's one of the women.
Mamiya-sama.
I'm glad VNs gatekeep themselves. You know, if you think about it, Persona is just a VN with extra steps. The extra steps are a shame, because that's why it hasn't gatekept itself. Yeah. If only Twitter was like you. If only Twitter was more like you, Pit, the world would be a more fun and unhinged place. True.
いかがお思いですか？
僕ですか？
僕ですか？
僕としては野里さんに対する
俺
記憶を
ですか？
そろそろ外しておく必要があると思うんですが。
俺様ですか？
ありがたいがね。
He had a high chance of being both a candidate for the hanging and the snake's investigation, so Yasunaga-kun probably wanted him to stop being a safe retreat for votes. However, Mamiya-san was a fake. I was tempted to reveal that, but had to restrain myself.
わかった。じゃあ今日は野里さんを調べるから、雲の人には私を守ってもらいたいんですけど。
Shitty woman reporter. Deceiving everyone. Needs...
いえ、それはまずいです。
なんでよ。
この場で決めてしまうと、狼側が別の人を殺すという判断材料にもなってしまいますから。雲の方はすでに一人を救ってます。それだけでも大した成果ですが、次も任せていいんじゃないでしょうか。
そう。
That's true.
そうかもね。
However, I don't think it can get erect
それだけですか。
Dredge's horsecock probably cannot get erect anymore.
マキシマ様。
Unless the shadowy substance on its body is like a fluid, in which case I can probably just pour it in there, and there you go.
肝臓じいちゃん、ずっとここにいたら息が詰まっちゃうよ。なんとかなんない？
死ぬよりゃマシよ。
That's how you get banned. And blocked. He had a point. The positions and roles were completely different from last time, but I felt like people would die if we split up.
匠には気をつけ。
Kiyotsuke. He uttered those curt words and walked out.
そうだね。匠兄ちゃん、ばあちゃんがいなくなってだいぶ答えてるみたい。
でけえ図体して軟弱だな。
Yeah, people always talk about how twin tails are great because you get like to pull on two instead of one. But what they don't know about is Chiemi's haircut. You have 3.
よしすぐ。お前ちょっと来い。
Now I know what you're thinking. You don't have 3 hands. No. But I do have 2 hands and a mouth.
んだよ、兄貴。
母さん、上を使うよ。
I apologize for
待ちな
nothing.
さい。私も行くから。
え？
うさいしさん、任せていい？
ええ。
The Oribes went upstairs, leading the dining hall with just 2 of the students, Kiyonosuke-shi, the old wolf guy, Chiemi, Rikako-san, Meiko, and Mamiya-san. Myself included, that was 9 people, a few numbers away from the total.
ああ、しんどい。
同感です。
いつまでこんなの続くんだろう。
The mood softened up, and everyone began finally speaking their mind.
ハッサンさ、狼？
Okami.
違うよ。
じゃあカゴ車？
どうかな。
どうかな。
今話すのはダメなんじゃないの？
そんなんお年寄りの言ってることじゃん。実際は丸一日これしててもいいくらいすっごい難題だと思うけどな。
もっち、なんかわかんないの？
彼はそういうの強いの？推理とか。
どうしよう、もっち。話しかけられた。
Bitch. What the fuck?
いい加減慣れなよ。噛みつかないよ。
どんとこい。
大した話じゃないですけど、もっち、勘がよく当たるから。
残念。僕のクレイジー脳みそコンピューターは霧の中じゃろくに働かないみたいだ。
というか、昨日あんなこと言ったのに大したこと言いませんでしたよね。私、あなたのことまだ疑ってますよ。
オーケー。 疑われるのは仕方ないけど、せめて砕けた喋り方にしてくれないかな。なんかとても冷たい壁を感じるんだ。
だってあなたナンパ男っぽいもん。
So that was the reason, huh? This reminded me that when we first met last time, she assumed I was Chiemi's boyfriend. Was it even possible for her to have a better opinion of me? Getting along with her wouldn't hurt.
誤解はいずれ解くとして、本当は僕もいろいろ言いたかったんだよ。
嘘だ。兄ちゃんにばっか喋らせてさ。おじいちゃんが全部ダメにしちゃったけど。
どうでしょうか。あの時織部安永様は春明様をかばうようにされていたように思いますが。
さて、どうする? Whoa. She was shredding into dangerous territory with that.
そうなんだよね。やっすんはなぜかハッサンをやたらと信用してるよね。なんなんだろう。
理屈っぽいところは似てると思うよ、ヤスくんと春明さん。ここじゃ珍しいタイプだし、話せて嬉しいんじゃない？
春明様、議論が盛り上がる相手の方が話していて嬉しいですか？
No, please don't start being argumentative all of a sudden. Please. I really don't want that.
会話が弾めば何でも楽しいですけどね。
Don't get the wrong idea.
口下手な女はお嫌いですか？
No. No, I don't actually. I think it's kind of cute when they're bad with
引
words.
き出しますから。
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait. He's going out there. Yo, the ball's on this guy. Don't worry. I'm sure I can encourage you to use your mouth.
引き出されてしまう。
Fuck's sake, dude.
春明さんって絶対女のトラブルで逃げてきたんでしょ。
God. God.
何を証拠にはははは。
That's an expression.
リカ子さん、多分この人すっごく悪い男だから深入りはやばいですよ。
He's probably a real bad boy.
悪い方。
このスーパー悪女チエミガールにここは任せて早く逃げて。
Mhm.
悪い方に憧れたりはしませんか？
Oh, do you? I haven't heard that one before.
そうきたか。
もっち、あれが大人の女の戦い？
Not quite. It gets worse. It gets a lot worse.
大人の女の戦いと言ったらやっぱおっぱいビンタ大会じゃないかな。
Chikamochi. Where do you get your ideas?
詳しく聞かせてくれ。
最低。
Well, I mean, being on her list of people who discussed her isn't bad, I would say.
脱線してないかしら。まあ、この状況でちょっとくらい緊張を緩めたい気持ちはわかるけど。
別にまあいいんですけど、何言われても
もういいよ。
不採さん怪しいし。
Oh, my neck. There we go. Honestly, being seen that way made things easier for me. Yasunaga-kun was probably relatively certain that I had a guardian. He might have realized I was planning on revealing it today and presenting them with the info I got. Then I changed my plans after seeing what happened today. That probably made him even more certain about what I was. However, my actions only made sense if you assumed I had a guardian. Otherwise, I was just a scared fool saying whatever I could to survive. That's why Yasunaga-kun took charge of the conversation before I could say something important, drawing attention and Kanzo's ire. to himself. Because of that, Haru-chan and Chiemi still thought I was irrelevant, which meant that Yasunaga-kun's plan worked. I could only hope that we didn't have any more mochis around here. I didn't want anyone else putting me under a magnifying glass like he did. Rikako-san was only elevating me because, like she said yesterday, she believed I was brought here to save them. It could have been some other feelings she had for me, but whatever the case, she stood up to any negative remarks about me. In a way, my current situation was well balanced.
じっちゃんはさ、狼とかカゴシャとかじゃないのかい？
Lamau. You think he's capable of intelligent conversation?
そっか。
それ、意思疎通できてるの？
全然。だからじっちゃんは面白いのだ。
俺も面白い。
今日はなんか結構喋るな、じっちゃん。スケベな話してよ。
There's no way.
スケベ。
Okay, yeah, he didn't.
スケベ。
そういうことじゃないでしょ。っていうかやめてよ下品なのは。
そんなこと言って興味あるくせに。知恵姉がアーバンな実録をエッチ話聞かせてあげようか？
No.
その
Not really.
お詳しく。
Please don't.
釣れた。案の定ドスケベリカコさんが釣れた。
なんなのです。この牧島春様との扱いの違いは。
いやー、神秘的な美人も生身の女だと知ってちえみさん嬉しいんですよ。ま、そっちじゃ負けませんけどね。
勝負しますか？
おお、なんか来た。
不潔だわ大人って。
スケベ。生き地獄だ。
嫌なら野里屋敷に戻れば？
今外に出られるか？
おっちゃんに撃たれるから？
無論にもな。
匠さんがタエさんを失ったショックから暴れると。
当然危惧すべきではないかね。私とて奴とは付き合いが長いが、あれほど思い詰めた顔はそうそう見んよ。牧島王も言ったではないかね。匠に気をつけろと。
So that was what he meant, huh? It seemed possible. It was still daytime, but he wasn't here. What was he up to then? And how would this affect the negotiations I was planning? Maybe I was close to my limit.
ちょっとムロさんの様子を見に行ってこようかな。
え、一人で出るの危ないって。本当に肝臓じいちゃんに撃たれちゃう。
おそらく牧島肝臓様が気を使って見に行かれると存じます。
おじいちゃんはそんな気遣いしないよ。
はるちゃんいっつもそう言うね。はるちゃんのじっちゃんははるちゃんをすっごく愛してると思うけどな。
どこがよ。宴が始まるまで半年くらいろくに会話もなかったのに。
うん。肝臓じいちゃん寡黙だからな。
That intrigued me too, but I had to focus my attention on Takumi-san. However, if I went and did something about that, I'd probably attract the attention of the wolves. This was difficult. What was I supposed to do here?
ところで、やっすんたち遅いね。ちょっと盗み聞きしてくる。
ちょっとやめなって。
Also, fun fact, Hakuolo's fan has so many different forms that it's nearly impossible to find a definitive form. Even in Prelude, he has 3 or 4 different sizes and fashions. For the same fucking fan. Even in the same game. Because if you look at his regular sprite, that's 1. If you look at the fan that's given to him in a CG, that's 2. If you look at the CG that he has whenever you're giving him battle points or changing his gear out, that's another 1. And then you have his in-game fan. Hakuolo's fan. And then the anime. And then the fucking anime. Haru was shocked for a moment, but she really didn't have to be.
安永君は猿なんだからそんなことはないでしょ。
しかり、最悪、織部安永が偽物であっても、その場合牧島王も偽物となる。
そっか。
All 3 of them simply couldn't have been the wolves, so there was no problem with their secret chat. However,
盗み聞きは良くないが、密談も良くない。こうして変な憶測も呼ぶし。
eavesdropping isn't good. That is very true.
だね。もっち、はるちゃん、呼んどいで。
一人でよくない？
いいわよ別に。行きましょう。
Ikimashou. Yeah, this wasn't a role that could be... Alright. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, this wasn't a role that could be left to a single person. The secret chats would increase the likelihood of conspiracies and hidden pacts, perhaps resulting in lawless murders like last time. However, at the same time, there was the risk that someone, especially the wolves, could find out about such pacts without the parties knowing. The wolves left their houses at night to kill people, meaning they could have all had the secret talks they wanted out in the night mist. We humans could only have secret talks during the day, where we risked being heard by other inhabitants, and wolves. Overall, the wolves had a way bigger advantage on the intelligence front. By just meeting up at night, they didn't have to have any chats during the day. In fact, they could just focus on listening. They could also agree on what roles they would take. Which one would pretend to have a guardian, which one would side with the humans, which one would gather info. By eavesdropping on humans' secret chats, they could gain info without the humans even realizing someone was listening. That was why people couldn't be allowed to go off to listen to these chats on their own. It would imply they had ulterior motives. Chiemi had realized that just now, huh? She sure had some tact. Did that mean that she suspected Mochi, though?
匠兄がヘビだって言った時、嫌な感じがしたんだ。今、狼様が笑ったなーって。
He certainly had sharp intuition. This reminded me that he just asked me a leading question, whether I was a wolf or had a guardian. Did he perhaps realize? Does he know? Whether he was human or wolf, he might have known that I had a guardian. Had Chiemi stopped him from going off on his own because she saw him as dangerous? Perhaps I had to use my snake powers to investigate him. Shit, this was complicated. Upon returning, the Oribes wore docile expressions, but they didn't have anything to say. They just returned to their seats. And that was that. It seems they came down at about the same time as the 2 students went to pick them up. This was the first time I'd seen him so serious. It made him look a lot like his brother. Large eyes, a straight gaze. They probably inherited those features from their late father, a Higuchi. What do you mean, a straight gaze? That's 2 contradictions. I couldn't help but wonder what they talked about. Yasunaga-kun probably wanted to scold Yoshitsugu-kun, while Kaori-san probably was concerned about how they were holding up. I did think it was important to have a strong will in this situation. Listen, I had two jokes I could make. One of them was like, oh, large eyes, haha, for the Japanese, that is. And the other one was straight gaze. So I went with the one that was less expected. An outburst of violence would be quickly silenced, and we couldn't afford to lose potential votes to that. The feast was built around the premise of killing people through logical deduction, and letting that foundation crumble was not an option. Otherwise, we'd quickly be overwhelmed by madness and blind murderous rage. The only ones who'd benefit from that would be the wolves, who had the upper hand in information.
何かお出ししましょうね。甘いものでも。
Something sweet, huh? She presented us with something, and I had no idea what. Anko? Nope. My bowl had something gray and paste-like in it. It was steaming, too.
あ、タッコだ。懐かしい。
Let's see. Hmm. I don't like the hammer. I don't like the pose. I don't like the foot placement. I don't like the proportions. Mostly the hammer. The hammer's the biggest thing. Like, you look at that. Oh. Everything is just slightly off in so many different places. That hammer is the biggest offender, though. I have to admit. God motherfucking damn. That hammer bothers me the most. Everything else is pretty bad. Nothing is lined up. Nothing is the right proportion. But that fucking hammer. That goddamn hammer! Everyone was overjoyed and began digging into the paste with their chopsticks, so I had no reason not to do it too. It looked like anko, and was about as soft. I brought my face closer, and it actually had a good smell. Like cubic rice crackers. The steam made it obvious, but it was pretty hot. Sweet too. Above all else, it smelled really good. It reminded me of barley or rice. Grain, basically. Tea. It just happened to be sweet.
はったい粉だわ。大麦の粉をいってお湯で練ったのね。
よそではそう言うんですか？
ええ。まあ、地方によっていろいろ呼び名はあるけどね。戦前までは広く食べられてたし、今でもスーパーで売ってることあるわよ。
ええ。ここは昔から麦を作って粉にして食べてたってたえ教わったのよ昔。
No one commented on her correcting herself.
タッコという呼び方は聞いたことがないわね。はったい粉がなまったのかしら。
Even in this situation, Mamiya-san was acting professionally. Though everyone lightened up and made room for some idle talk, no one brought about anything about the feast. No one was in the mood for it either. However, I was sure just about everyone here had thought the same thing, that Hisako Mamiya was a wolf. She was a bad liar. From what I had seen during the previous loop, Haru-chan was the same way. However, since she was a bit of an eccentric, no one would notice if she acted a bit unnatural. Mamiya-san, however, was clearly the cool and intelligent type, so the sudden change in her behavior immediately stood out. It didn't seem like it had anything to do with the burden she had as a snake, or fear of the nightly attacks. If she had nothing to hide, she would calmly defend her actions and do something to help her survive the night. The first impression was a very important thing. She was lying. Everyone thought that, not just me. I wasn't able to get them to accept the badger's existence as fact, so they all should have assumed she was a wolf. On top of that, I was thinking about what she'd do, and what I'd do with her tomorrow. Enjoying the simple sweetness, I continued to think all by myself. Time passed. We weren't too hungry, but we had dinner. Rice gruel. At 5 p.m., then split up. Takumi-san had yet to return.
てめえは、もう帰れよ。
手伝ってくれるのは助かるけど、一応これ僕の仕事なんだよね。
てめえは、もう、帰れよ。
Crap. The bluff from yesterday was too strong. I had absolutely no intention of laying a hand on a widow with teenage sons, but Yoshitsugu-kun was acting like a real knight protecting a princess.
まあ、この子もこう言ってるから。昨日からよくやってくれているし、今日は早めに休んでちょうだい。
それではお言葉に甘えて。
転んで田んぼに落っこちやがれ。
あんたはまた何を失礼なことを。
それではまた。
ええ、また明日。
じゃあな。
See ya. Huh? That made it seem like he didn't see me as a complete enemy. I had no idea what he was thinking. What had they talked about back there? I was a bit curious. I'd probably have to ask Yasunaga-kun to find out. As I walked to my hut through the dark mist, I ran into the students.
あ、ハッサンだ。今日は早いぞ。
早く済ませて帰ろうよ。
すみません。待たせてもらってました。
何の用かな？
I couldn't sense anyone else hiding in this dense mist, but that didn't mean that there was no one there. Also, the only one out of these three I could trust was Yasunaga-kun. I hoped he wasn't about to reveal something dangerous.
一言、お礼を言いたかったんです。
お礼？
ええ。昨日、義継を止めてくださったんでしょ？さっきは
ははは、何のことかな、はははは。
I like that this is like, what? The second or third time he's pulled that out this route? I'm a big fan.
まあ、
言い方に
ついてはちょっと問題はあったと思いますが。
Yeah. Ha 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 ha. What do you mean? Ha 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 ha.
え、あの言い分まで伝わったの？
はあ。
え、岩に頭ぶつけて死ねばいい？
いや、いいですよ。あいつもそこまで言われて頭が冷えたって言ってましたし。
何言ったのよ、一体。
スケベの気配がするぞ。
Anyway, if he knew that much, I didn't have to hide it. Mochi held Haru-chan back while Yasunaga-kun and I continued talking.
なんていうか申し訳ない。とっさに彼が逆上しそうなセリフを他に思いつかなかったんだ。
なるほど。
彼は一本気なのはいいけど、その立ち位置を決めかねてるんだろうね。宴の前も後も。
はい。だからちゃんと考えて決めろって言いたかったんですけど、母さんが。
何かおっしゃったのかい？
まあ、縁起でもない、つまらないことを言ったんですけどね。これも義継が頭を冷やす効果はあったかな。
It didn't seem like he'd get any more detailed.
とりあえずあの時話してたのはそういう内容だと。
そういうことです。疑わないでくださいね。
そうよ、兄ちゃんが悪いことなんてするわけがないじゃない。むしろあなたの方が怪しいんだからね。
まあハッサンから見たら僕もハルちゃんも怪しいと思うよ。
というわけでここまでです。あとすみません、力不足で。
What a grim face. It was the same as the one he made when his efforts to prevent Tai-san and Mamiya-san from being lynch targets turned out to be in vain.
とんでもない。大人なのに無力なのは僕の方だ。
まあ今現在無力でないのはハルちゃんのじっちゃんくらいだろう。仕方ないさ。霧の中じゃ人は無力なんだ。
なんかまともっぽいこと言うね。
やっすんとハルちゃんの前だから自重だ。
That made sense.
じゃあ戻りますけど、夫妻師さんもお気をつけて。
明日死んでたら骨は拾うぞ
縁起でもない。
I sent them off with a simple goodbye. But one of them refused to leave.
ハルちゃん、
もうやったとは何？
What? I wondered what she meant by that, but then...
僕がもうやったから。
Did she mean the thing I told Yoshitsugu last night?
はるちゃん、何のこと？
Yasunaga didn't know? Did Yoshitsugu not mention that part?
ああ、もしかしてはるちゃんは昨日近くで話を聞いてたのかな。
That would explain everything. Rikako-san had done exactly that, and it wouldn't have surprised me if Haru-chan had done the same.
昨日は3人でとっとと戻ったよ。その後一人でなんか聞きに行ったの？
They had no idea what she was talking about. Mochi's words supported my assumption. There was no response. This talk wasn't that big of a deal, but the silence made it feel needlessly tense.
はるちゃん？
Did my voice contain a little too much irritation? I regretted speaking up. But then, all of that was blown away.
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
For a moment, it felt like her mouth displayed a frighteningly maniacal grin.
はるちゃん。
The next moment, her expression returned to the usual sullen face.
あれ、どうかした？
戻ります。行こう、二人とも。
うん。
待ってくれ。今のは一体。
ハッサン、
The one who stopped me from going after the other two was Mochi.
これはね僕らだけの秘密だ。多分宴とは全然関係ない話だから気にしない。
どういうこと？
I don't trust you as
今の
far as I
はるちゃ
can
んの
throw
様子
you,
が？
Chikamochi. Not this time.
そうだ。
昨日もはるちゃんは宴の最中におかしくなったよね。
Yeah, that happened when Rikako-san used the word God.
それ以上は立ち入り禁止。じゃあね、ハッサン。今夜も頑張ってね。
He also left with a bombshell. Do your best tonight could only mean that he knew I had a guardian. Who was I supposed to trust? Or rather, who was sane here?
複雑回帰でございます。
I like how she slid up.
あなたも大概複雑回帰かと。
ひどい。
That was my line. I almost screamed when she popped out.
なんでいるんですか？
昨日のことがあったので心配を。 しかし牧島春様はまだ治っておられなかったのですね。
まだ治ってない？
はい。かつて牧島春様はご両親が亡くなられた頃、心をお病みになったことがおありで、狼様に疲れたなどというものも
These mentally ill whores.
狼つき、狐に疲れるとかは聞いたことがありますが、とはいえなくもなさそうですね。
Mentally unwell.
狼様は人に取り付きません。
Chikamochi is a man whore.
そういう感覚なんです。僕にはちょっとよくわかりませんが。
He likes to play with everyone's feelings.
どう言いましょう。
And by feelings, I mean...
他のお守りは神に準ずる存在です。偉大なる神を下ろすのは、
If you think about it, a dick is just an antenna.
簡単に勝手に取りつかれるようなものではないと。
That was a decent explanation. I could understand that it would be weird for famous gods to just possess someone.
じゃあそれこそ狐や狸の仕業とか？
神内明神に仕えている私たちは五陸病の類から。
でも狼様は人と他の眷属の裏切りで殺されてしまって隙ができてしまってるんじゃ。
それは結局のところわからないのです。
I love stretching so hard that my vision goes black for a second. That's the good shit.
というと？
実のところ、狼様が死んでいると伝えているのは安水だけですし、上藤吉の長者家には安水のものの方が読み人に組みしていると。
Damn, girl, you just gonna come out and tell me
そう伝え
that?
る話すらございます。
Fucking hell.
それはそうなんですか？
Also, I love how every single time something major happens in the story, it gives me the sound of another day.
ご内密にしていただけますと。
それは聞いたらどうなるんですか？
それは普通に気分を害されるかと。
Yeah, of course they would. It wouldn't make sense for them to become murderers just because they heard something like that.
昔、ずーっと昔に、私が娘だった頃に、
神藤吉
の門が山祭りで酔って言うとったのよ。読み意味の宴についての本当の
I should go hang myself.
話をね。
Yeah, Tai-san herself said it last time. Just knowing the real story wasn't enough. That knowledge alone didn't motivate the wolves and badgers to kill. Back then, Chiemi was probably just dealing with her own problems. I'd badly misunderstood her situation. It really did seem like the wolves had a change of heart due to more than simply words. This was good. I can now see a bit more of the overall picture.
春秋様、春秋様。
軍帝様、軍帝様。
あ、すみません。何でしょうか？
ハック殿。
怖い顔をなさっているから。
いえいえ、そんな。すみません。はるちゃんの話でしたね。じゃあ、彼女は一体？
野里のお医者様は心の病だとおっしゃいました。
Yes, but what kind of mental illness?
しかし、上藤吉でも安水でも 狼付きだというささやきはなかなか絶えませんでした。
I see.
だから
A bit much even for me.
植松家が汚れ払いを行いまして、その後よくなられたのですが。
I like to imagine Rikako has like a massive fucking forehead. She's just covering it with the bangs. I could play tic-tac-toe on that.
それは家事祈祷のようなものですか？
まあそのようなものです。
That made sense. The four families ruled through the local faith, so cracks in their beliefs were serious trouble for them. I didn't quite relate to the idea that some beastly possessions couldn't happen. But since they'd brought in the Uematsu to deal with it, it could only mean they'd wanted to handle it from a religious standpoint. In a way, that was an admission that Haru-chan was an exception in their faith. The family heads had probably wanted to treat it as a problem that had nothing to do with the religion, but that hadn't worked out. Well, if they didn't allow healing her with a change of the environment, this didn't seem all that unusual. There were stories of beastly possession all over Japan. Mamiya-san probably had tons of them in her head. It did freak me out a bit that it had happened here of all places, but I felt like I had to consider it separate from all the other strange phenomena here.
ちなみに読み人付きという話は出なかったんですか？
読み人。
それもまた奇妙です。読み人は知性も人徳も備えないおぞましい牧島春様のご様子はそれとは少し違っていました。
That reminded me that last time, Rikako-san had been declared a Yomibito when something went wrong with her mind. Haru-chan wasn't like her at all.
でも他に思いつくものがないからよもつ狼が憑依したという話が生まれたと？
はい。上藤吉にも安水の伝承。話としては汚れても神は神。かつあのような少々気味の悪いところから
そして祈祷によって治った。
はい。しまいには軽い汚れによる面倒事であったとみなすこととなったのですが。
I didn't get it completely, but it didn't seem like a big deal, and ended a while ago. But now it had come back.
これはね、僕らだけの秘密だ。多分宴とは全然関係ない話だから気にしないで寝るといい。
This is our secret. No one else's.
子供たちは牧島春様の症状について心当たりがあるのでしょうか。
聞いても教えてはくれなさそうですね。
If Mochi wasn't lying, then this had nothing to do with the feast, and that was what I was thinking too. This was a Fujiyoshi problem, completely independent of the feast. However...
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
落ちというのはどういう意味なんでしょうか。
My cat's in my
今日の
lap,
宴
so I
で
am
もその
demanding
言葉を聞い
lap
た気がしま
tax.
す。
Which is to say I'm annoying the shit out of her.
落ちとは戻ってくる。特に
じゃあ 落ちなかれとは、生き返るなと
Rikako-san nodded. Well, that made sense. Yasumizu considered returning from Yomi to be ominous, so it served as a farewell to the dead here.
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
I see. So you came back from the dead. You have tried again several times, have you not? How? How did she know that? I was being subjected to some weird death loop, and I was the only one aware of it. This was the one thing that I couldn't justify in a purely logical manner. Had she noticed it when she was supposedly possessed? Was I just overthinking it? Maybe she'd been referring to something else, or was simply spouting random nonsense. Random bullshit go! Was it possible that something supernatural really had possessed her, and it could tell what situation I was in? I didn't want to believe that, but I would keep it in mind as a possibility. However, not even Rikako-san seemed to know anything about the supernatural identity. Was it completely unrelated to my situation, the feast, and Fujiyoshi's legends? I couldn't afford to overthink things. However, for all I knew, Haru-chan could be the key to unraveling this strange situation. I'd have to keep that in mind. I'd gotten lost in thought again, but this time Rikako-san just silently waited until I was done. She too was wearing a profound expression, hanging her head and lost in thought.
私たちは無知もうまいな山の民です。知恵は埋もれ、こうして無様に踊るしかない。
こんな状況なら誰だってそうですよ。
春明様はそれ以上は踏み込んでこられないのですね。
それはどういう意味です？前も言いましたが、残念ながら僕には特別な能力などありませんよ。
残念。
特別な境遇もありませんか？あるいは特別な過去は？いえ。
Japanese copying.
いいのです。私は
I am Japanese copying.
特別な方
Sexy medium violettoに。
きっかけはわかりません。あの日墓毛越しに春明様を私は夫妻子春明様のことばかりを考えております。置き場に頭を打ちつけた私を助けていただいたから、名前を呼んでいただいたから。
君の名前は？
理由は考えました。けれどもわかりません。おそらくは理由などないのでしょう。お慕いしております、夫妻子春明様。
So I made her say it.
リカコさん。
いいのです。おっしゃられずとも。私はそのようなことを望めるようなものではございません。それでもお伝えしたのはお伝えしたいことが
Oh, did you?
なんでしょ
う。Haruaki looks like he stepped in some shit. That is an expression.
逃げてください。
I can't. Every time I try, something bad happens.
逃げられない。 でしょ。
I knew that well. I'd believed that I could escape last time, and ended up failing to protect anyone.
僕にもわかりますよ。きっとこの霧からは逃れられない。宴を終わらせなければ霧は晴れない。だから僕は
言わないでください。私はあなた様から感謝だとか返礼としてのお慰みとかマロードのお帰りを見送るネアのはしための末裔として、そしてあなた様を慕う春秋様には無事に生きていただきたいと。
Even if I don't survive it this time, I'll survive it eventually.
あなた様にはここで死ぬ義理は本当はないはずです。きっとあなた様にも帰る場所は他にある。いいのです。たとえ嘘があっても借りがあっても、この山があなた様に求める犠牲に釣り合わない。だから私が逃がします。
How? What? That actually sounded like she knew of a way to escape this place. I wanted to ask about it. I had to even. Despite feeling that way, though.
言わないでください。
Based! I refused. And I knew full well what that meant for her.
命がないと知ってもですか？
命がないんですか、僕は。
いえ、ただこんなことを続けていればいつかはきっと。
リカコさん。
リカコさん。
他に後ろぐらい隠し事はありませんか？
Finally. My lap is free. This is a really good track, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time it's played. She stared at me in bewilderment.
あなたは自分の思いや自分自身を投げ打てばきっと誰かを逃がすことはできるということを最初から知っていた。だけどそれを行使するかどうか迷っていたのでしょう。植松家としての義務を放棄して誰か一人を逃がすか、それとも最後まで休みずに残って植松家として振る舞うか。迷った後、あなたなりに理論武装をして僕を逃がすことが立場的に正しく、なおかつ自分の望みであると定義した。僕が無事でありさえすればあなたがどうなっても構わないと僕に納得させるためにね。気に食わないんですよね、そういうのは。
Man, this was fun.
僕はルールは自分で決めたいんですよ。
It was fun, and she was just lovable.
すみま。
というわけでルールの変更を所望します。そうだな。もしあなたが他にもうこんな不愉快な秘密を溜め込まないでいいと言うならば、夫妻師春明は植松里香子を信じます。
Seriously lovable.
そして僕は植松里香子のために、あなたは夫妻師春明のために生き残る。それでもし生き残ったら、あなたは夫妻師春明に、僕は植松里香子に何でも好きなことを望んでよい。そんな賭けをしませんか？ ほら、こっちの方がずっと楽しそうじゃないですか。
Rikako-san was trembling. Her face was all red, her eyes were full of tears, and her shoulders were shivering.
私は愚かなので勘違いをしているかも。それはつまり
I wasn't rude enough to force her to say it. Instead of waiting, I just embraced her.
僕は、
あ
なたを見捨てて逃げることで、あなたみたいな美味しそうな人を逃す真似はしませんよ。もったいない。
Cute. Cute CG. Holy shit, his hand is massive.
だから、
Compared to her.
あなたもしっかり生きてください。さあ、どうします？賭けに乗りますか？
I felt her heated breath on me. It seemed to penetrate my shirt.
ダメです。あなたは逃げなくては。
かわいいですね、リカコさん。
So much that I wanted to take her right then. Oh. Oh. Alright. Alright. I see what you're putting down.
でも、この先は後の楽しみにとっておこうかな。
I can smell what you're cooking, Haruaki.
やっぱり、賭けに勝った時に、リカコさんに望んでもらうことにしましょう。ね、リカコさん。
I tightened my embrace a little. Eventually, she nodded, sealing the wager.
おやすみ。
ええ、おやすみなさい。
It's a battle, I shouted, and she responded with a "Whoa." The flirting continued for a bit, and then we parted ways. Alright. With that out of the way, I had to make sure she kept up her side of things this time. Now, who to choose today? This situation was completely unlike yesterday. Takumi-san was in an even more critical position than before. It reminded me of Kaori-san's situation from last time. If he went out of control, the only one who could stop him was probably Kanzo-san, but even then someone could die. Hyonosuke-shi was, as Mochi had pointed out in the feast, a convenient dumping ground for ghosts. Knowing Kanzo-san's influence, Mamiya-san would definitely become a candidate for a hanging. In fact, it was more or less obvious that she was an enemy by now. On the other hand, we had people in important positions in completely different ways than yesterday. Mochi had good intuition and used it on me a lot, and Haru-chan, she had little to do with the feast, but she might have had a hint or two regarding my looping phenomenon. Investigating her would be completely personal, but I'd already let Tai-san die because of my selfishness, so that wouldn't be special. It was pretty messed up, clearly, but so was the situation where a selfless act could prove fatal. Besides them, Kaori-san, the old wolf guy, and Yoshitsugu-kun were still total blanks. Whether Kaori-san was a wolf or a human, she'd be a real danger if her sons died. She wasn't a good target for the snake. Yoshitsugu-kun had a tendency to go wild, but he had little influence over the feast. The old wolf guy was the same as always, an unpredictable vote. I wouldn't pick them this time. Come to think of it, could I investigate the same person I checked yesterday? It'd probably be pointless, but I was curious. Who did I have to go for? Finally. Fuck this little shit. I wrote down the name, left it near my pillow, and went to sleep. This is what you get for breaking my... Huh. Okay. No, I didn't investigate Takumi, I investigated Kyunosuke. It's definitely was different from what just popped up. I don't remember what it said. Reading Not good at that yet. I woke up to yet another day, and got the info I wanted as the snake. You could also say the wolves had let me live. Could I trust that Yasunaga-kun and Mochi were the only ones who suspected me? I could contribute to the human's survival by hiding my identity as the snake and gathering information about the others. However, that had me worried. Would everyone believe the snake who'd survived by hiding his identity and revealing himself late into the game? I was particularly worried about Kanzo-san. He hadn't said anything completely wrong so far, but there was a tendency for anyone he cast suspicion on to be dogpiled by the others. That seemed intentional on his part, but it seemed like a mistake to me. Yasunaga-kun's attempts at resistance hadn't gone well so far. He didn't have many cards to play yet. Perhaps he believed that I could be one of those cards. Would I be able to act today? Weighing my options, I opened the door and saw Takumi-san. My surprised gasp quickly became a cry of pain. Knocked backwards, I was quickly thrown back into the hut. Sitting on the floor, I looked up at him. He wasn't saying a thing. His expression was stern, and his eyes seemed to be boiling over with hatred. In his left hand, he held a hoe. Even that seemed like a lethal weapon when held by a man with such a threatening visage. He was out of control, and I was clearly in danger. He still wasn't saying anything, not because of hesitation, but because he was waiting for my reaction. He would decide what to do based on what I did. Still on the floor, I asked him that. Huh? His response wasn't an answer to my question, but it was an important thing nonetheless. We had a death that broke the rule of 1 per day, 1 per night, something commonplace during the previous loop. It had happened again. I was more or less certain that one of them was Yoshitsugu Oribe. The boy went wild during the first night last time, and he tried the same this time, so I assumed that another night was all he needed to gather the resolve to go wolf hunting. Instead of answering, though, Takumi-san just took a step forward and closed the door behind him. He crouched down and looked me in the eyes, but even from that position, he loomed over me. His voice was quiet, but I hear barely concealed rage in it. He then rested his right hand on the hoe. I couldn't read his true intentions. However, he was definitely in charge here, and a wrong answer would be punished harshly. This would be a tough one. I had to consider what was on his mind. He was probably planning to beat me up no matter how I responded. However, he did seem to leave some space for consideration in case I gave him a good answer. I was now being tested. In this situation, he'd only understand if I provided him with something unexpected. If I could do that, I could get him to agree with me. I had already planned a response to this. It was both well-rounded and difficult to pull off.
あなたは昨日、自らの考え方を大きく変える分岐点に立った。安水住人は安水住人を殺さない。世代を超えた安水の結束を重視するあなたは、その考えを持ち続けていた。ただし、各世代、各人の言い分を重視するあまり、あなたは確たる方向性を持てずにいた。
I paused for a second. He prodded me with the hoe. It didn't hurt, but it seemed antagonistic. However, he was still giving me a chance to talk.
特に山脇大さんの言い分を取るなら、読み意味の宴という怪奇事件の支配性は絶対で、死者は必ず出る。彼女の語った伝説は、安水という集落が藤吉村の中で孤立した原因でもあるが、同時にアイデンティティでもある。
わかりやすく言
おう。狼殺しと復讐の物語のせいで、安水には黄泉への防壁という理不尽な役割が与えられた。しかし、安水に住むことを受け入れ、前向きにそれを捉えるならば、物語はむしろ誇りになる。だから、安水を重視するあなたは、伝承のバカバカしさを指摘しつつも、それを本心では軽視しきれない。
He seemed to understand me so far.
一方で、あなたは自分の頭で断りを考えて、何がありそうで、何がなさそうか考えることには、他の方より長けている。 だから、都会帰りのちえみちゃんや、頭脳明晰な安永くんの理性的かつ現代的な考え方というものも理解できる。ただし、彼らの中でも考えは分かれる。冷静に考えて殺人などするわけない。冷静に考えて殺人を避けられるわけない。あなたはそれら全てに共感している。だからその中間を取りたいと思うが、それじゃあ前にも後ろにも進めない。安水のリーダーとして、世代の仲介役として、向けられている期待に応えられない。そこであなたが取ったのが、安水に対する敵を想定して、優先的に攻撃するという方策だ。幸いにして、敵の候補は複数いた。その筆頭が、不吉な存在である名子、安水の敵対者である四長者の理香子さん、そして素性不明の僕だ。時点で、素性が明らかながら、よそ者の間宮さんや、長者でありながら、次男坊で何も知らなそうな野里さんを設定して、もちろん、ご自分と関係の深い山脇さんや織部香織さんは優先度を最低に設定している。あなたは要するに、この優先度に従って順番に攻撃しようというだけだ。共感。それが断りに沿ってないとは言いませんよ。隣人が殺人鬼に表変したというより、外的侵入の方がありそうだ。で、昨日の朝まではあなたはその主張を続けていられた。前の晩に誰も死にませんでしたからね。しかし、昼に、それは根底から崩れた。安水の住人が、よそ者より優先して、安水の重鎮である山脇さんを殺したから。だからあなたは一人閉じこもった。早急に、自分の行動指針を立て直す必要があったから。そこであなたは考えたはず。どうやって新たな敵を設定するか。山脇大さんの仇をどう判別するか。
My words were cut off when he threw away the hoe and grabbed me by my collar. Being shaken by his powerful fists made it hard to breathe, but it wasn't violence just yet.
本当に違うと思っているなら、手を出さずに反論すればいい。あなたは本来、そういう人のはずだ。しかし、あなたは敵を作ることにした。そうなれば、出る答えなんて一つです。タエさんを殺した連中を敵にする。そして、仇とみなして攻撃する。違わないね。いくらカゴ車を名乗っても、間宮さんの態度が怪しいことは明白だ。なのにくくられたのはタエさんだった。だから狼全員がタエさんに投票して票を寄せたに違いない。狼はタエさんへの投票者の中にいるはずだ。あなたはそう考えたはずだ。そして、僕はこう考えた。この時点で、あなたはタエさんを救えなかった罪悪感から、自己犠牲的かつ捨て身の行動に出かねない。汚れ覚悟で、容疑者を皆殺しにするとかね。では僕はどうすべきか。僕は考えた。もし僕が山脇さんに投票していれば、僕は一気に、仇中の仇だ。芽子は幼い。理香子さんは山脇さんに投票こそしたが、山脇さんはそれを受け入れてしまった。あなたが暴走して殺しに来るとすれば、僕が一番先だ。だから僕は山脇さんに投票することはできなかった。
それが理由だとでも言う気か。てめえにはもう一つ選択肢があっただろうが。
He was right. Though Tai-san had already had more votes, I saw the difference clearly, and could use my vote to take it to the final vote.
それでも、間宮久子に投票することはできなかった。
なぜだ！てめえもあいつを疑ってるんだろうが！なのに！
What was I to do here? There was no guarantee that no one else was listening. It was probably best to assume that someone was. Even if there wasn't, was it a good idea to tell him about my guardian? I didn't have much time to think about this. Takumi-san grabbed the hoe again. God fucking damn it. I was rotten to the core. I was the type who balked at trusting others. Loved ones made the right decisions in times of hardship. Help would come when you were in danger, genuinely meaning the sweet nothings you whispered for life. If I asked people how they could be so sure about any of those, I'd be treated as cold-hearted for the most part. But trusting others meant taking risks, and the responsibilities of those risks would fall on me, not the person I put my trust in. Of course, there were some situations where I had to take risks. Situations where I didn't know if I'd succeed or not, and got conflicting advice from others. I wanted to avoid situations like that, but if I had no choice, how would I choose whose opinion to go with? That was obvious. By viewing them with an objective level of trust, by ignoring subjective impressions and basing it on past data and the advice with a valid chance of success. Wasn't it crazier to trust others based on character or blood ties? Those who made choices based on how long they'd known someone or familial bonds could do what they pleased. I'll be damned if I fell for those scams. I wouldn't trust them if they wouldn't take responsibility for those risks on their own. No, I couldn't trust them. For the first time in my life, I felt that working against me. Takumi-san was probably a human. There was almost no chance he was a wolf. But I could feel my distrustful nature scolding me for thinking I could trust him later once I investigated him with the snake. There was a non-zero chance his anger was all an act, and he was just trying to intimidate me into confessing I was the snake. It was nearly zero, but not entirely. Swindlers and tricksters all took advantage of that risk to use others. If this were a malicious trap, the cost of this risk would be my death and defeat for the humans. In the end, I just repeated that. My inability to trust him was probably based on abnormal levels of caution, that or my distrustful nature. Takumi-san released his grip on me, and I lost balance and fell to the floor. I groaned in pain as I hit my backside. I looked up and saw Takumi-san holding the hoe aloft. He swung it down. Maybe it was fortunate that this death had taught me a lesson. Distrust was not a perfect defense strategy, especially when faced with great physical danger. I'd learned that at the cost of my life, though maybe I could put that to good use next time. More importantly, perhaps it would be best to gain some proof ahead of time that I could trust him. Game over. God fucking damn it. I didn't get a key from this, which means I'm gonna have to rewind quite a bit. No, I don't think so. Maybe they show up when I rewind? Generally, I get the key beforehand, though. Yeah, I didn't get the key for Trust Takumi. Oh, boy. How much of a rewind am I gonna have to do for this? This work? Hold on. Yeah. Fuck. I have to do quite a bit of re-navigating. Oh boy. So it's probably gonna want me to vote something else, I guess. Instead of voting for Takumi, I'm going to have to vote for Mamiya. But where is that? Ah, here we go. At least it gives me the question mark box to let me know. Alright, well, I already voted for Takumi, and because I didn't have my proof, he ended up bludgeoning me to death with a hoe. I should leave this up to a final vote. Though I wanted to see what Mamiya-san would do if it was between someone I knew as a human and a wolf, it was the wolf who should die. I explained my reasons to Mamiya-san. As expected, Mamiya-san threw a fit, practically foaming at the mouth, and voted for Tai-san. Now we were in the final vote. Baba.
記者の女に。
ああ、変わらず。
お二人から選ぶなら、ええ、間宮さんに投票します。
そうだな。どちらが怪しいというならば、間宮女子の
Based Kiyunosuke.
ここはあえて泳がせる意味で、山脇さんに一票。
This is a vote you don't want to win. It was 2-3, with Mamiya-san in the lead. Now it was up to the village youth.
野里さんがかばうような動きをしたのがひどく気になります。間宮さんに一票。
やっすんそうするのか。僕はタエバーに入れとこ。お姉ちゃんが明日なんて言うのか気になるから。
ババアより怪しい記者の女に。
Fisher.
タエばあちゃんにブチギレたってだけならどっちも怪しいってば。
I'm half tempted to rewind to right before I go to bed, and then just pick everybody and see what I get. Because that gets me more keys anyway.
蛇の加護者を名乗る方を存在には扱えません。
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate. Because it's making me want to save Scum so I can grab keys. I know, but I'm saying save Scum as in saving right before the choice, so I have easy access to the choice, and then just picking, and then reloading, and then getting the other key, and just keep doing that. And then picking what I believe to be the best option. As soon as this ends... Oh wait, I just realized I was supposed to be reading all that out loud instead of talking. Did Meiko even have a clear target? Everyone's eyes were focused on me. My vote would decide it all. Being an outsider just like her, I could sympathize deeply with Mamiya-san. Her stories were very interesting. She was pretty, and if it weren't for all this, I could see myself getting on pretty well with her. Much more than Tai-san, sad as it was to say. However, the rationality of the Feast of the Yomi Purge did not allow me to choose her.
間宮さんに投票します。
And then it happened. Mamiya-san darted off with a scream as she made a break for the exit, nearly tripping on her own feet. How? Can I go back to killing the old lady? She was a bit more graceful about her death. How would I feel in Mamiya-san's shoes? She'd been bound and gagged, having her freedom and right to speech stolen from her. To her, she was a foreigner who'd been hunted down and cornered by a community rooted in strange traditions. An absurdly irrational ending where she'd been punished for rules she didn't agree with one bit. Were it not for the looping in my past knowledge, I'd probably be thinking along the same lines. But from the way she was acting, it didn't look like she'd come up with the idea to play a fake snake on her own. Had the other wolves pressured her into it? In that case, there were wolves amongst us who'd driven her to her death and were playing dumb. Shinai's guardians are... We pass through the mist and walk through the graveyard. 5. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. Everyone was singing prayer to Shinai. Shinai-san's guardians are... I couldn't tell who had started it, or when they did so. 8. Death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. The sobbing mixed in with singing... Why is there sobbing? Did they just reuse the same... Hold on. Yeah. Except for this part. Eventually we reached our destination. It was downhill, beyond the trees wet with dew, in a grass field covered with stones marking the lives of those who used to live here. Strangely enough, the aged pine tree right at the end could easily be seen despite the mist. As we stopped, so did the song and emotion. Mamiya-san struggled against her bonds to the bitter end, but was unable to escape them. And so Kanzo-san tied the rope around her neck and threw her down into the misty valley. Right after she landed, we heard a disturbing crunching noise instead of a death wail. Her cervical vertebrae had been damaged when she'd been hung, so her death had been practically instant. I hoped she hadn't suffered long, at least. All I felt was pity fringing on heartlessness towards a fellow outsider who'd been caught up in all this. Afterwards, we all returned to the dining hall where Kaori-san and I served a light lunch while time passed by. Everyone tried to act as normally as possible. They tried to convince themselves that Mamiya-san shouldn't have been in Yasumizu in the first place, so her absence was only natural. However, it was clear that they felt guilty for committing murder. Killing someone no one liked and talking as though none of it had ever happened was a horrible group mentality. But that was the truth of the Feast of the Yomi Perch. For a group brought together to kill the wolves, to not actually hunt them down and kill them was madness bordering on suicidal. So it was what it was. We'd had to kill her. Simple as that. Takumi-san comforted me. I must have looked guilty.
そうだね。春明さんはたまたま選ぶのが最後になっただけ。あの状況でどっちを選んでも
I wonder if I die tonight.
みんなで選んだんだから。
I also could have chosen to reveal that she was not the snake.
うん、ごめん。でも本当にどっちも選べなかったんだ。
There's so much shit to keep track of.
ちゃん、許してもらえなくても仕方ないけど。
よね。それが宴よ。
A reconciliation. Normally that'd be cause for celebration. But what would happen tomorrow? Anyway, I'd thrown away my chance to reveal I was the snake and chose to keep it hidden. So long as I was, I had to avoid fatal situations and keep hiding my identity until a more favorable opportunity presented itself. But when would that be? When would a better opportunity than this feast occur? Was there anyone I trusted who I could share my secrets, meet with, and take on the feast all in one day? That seems like my only option. I grappled with those unsatisfied thoughts as dinner ended and I returned to my hut. Murder really didn't pay. Even in this situation, even when I could loop. Actually, no, it was because I could loop that I could keep these memories of being a murderer and move on to the next time if I screwed up. Okay, so they are going to kill me in this pretty soon. I took her life. I would take this extremely reviling and terrifying taste of omnipotence with me to the grave. It didn't feel good to know that I had been bound by my experience. I remember those thoughts running through my head as I absent-mindedly wrote someone's name down and put it under my pillow. And then I lost consciousness. Killed in the sleep. In the end, I never woke up. Why had the wolves chosen this point to go after me? I couldn't understand it. I'd even refrained from revealing my guardian to avoid drawing suspicion. In that case, I must have already been pretty high on the wolves' hit list. And my actions today had crossed some line? Or maybe they'd already decided to kill me today, and that had nothing to do with it. I didn't know. It was pointless to think about. That was how the Feast of the Yomi Purge was, no matter how much logic I tried to apply to it. It could all come crashing down on a whim. No, perhaps logic wasn't even all that important in the feast. Though I'd already died, I felt like those bitter thoughts continued even after. I don't remember my last moments very well. Before long, my consciousness eroded away and faded, like the mist that covered all. Key? Nope, just a game over. Fine, I'll reveal. Do I actually get a key at the end of this? Okay. More choices. So where was... So investigation 2 tells me what keys I get. Interesting. Don't mind if I do. Alright, Takumi. Give me the key, bitch. Yep, I know. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna check something real quick. See if this influences outcomes. I don't believe it does. I think Takumi still... There's a skip button. Yeah, nothing changes. Okay. So in that case, let's go through the list. Alright, we did Takumi, we did Kiyonosuke. I don't think we've done Hisako, so... I think she's just a human / badger. That's a... I don't know what that says, actually. Did that say wolf? It wasn't the thing like before. I wish it would translate that. Here, I'll just redo it real quick. Oops, that's too far. So it's here, and then... Hisako. Alright, cool. That's Okami? Damn. Interesting. So, Hisako and Chikamochi. Our portal lady was a wolf. Chikamochi is a wolf. I don't think Haru's a wolf, though. She's just kind of crazy. And stupid. And crazy. Alright, cool. Now I have to go back, because this doesn't save me, unfortunately. And... vote, no, I need... Aha, here's Reveal Guardian. However... Did I... Okay, I already investigated all of these. Yeah, we're good. In that case... Oh, that reminds me of something. Does this matter? Huh? Ah, so I was right. Damn it. I did want to check. Yeah, but it'd be nice to see if she had different dialogue per. That was my main motivation. If she says the exact same thing. Yeah, she says the exact same thing. Okay. Fuck. Alright, in that case... Here we go. Decent amount of keys now from all this bullshit. Oh wait, this is new shit. Alright, now wasn't the time to rely on baseless intuition. If I kept my silence now and tried to come out as the snake leader, I couldn't expect my words to hold much weight. It was okay. Given the situation, I was sure I could get people to believe me over Mamiya-san. At that moment, I became the target of everyone's attention. I felt like they were boring holes in me.
なんですって？ 不妻子さんが蛇の加護者を名乗られました。 他にはいませんか？
Are there any more snakes that I should know about?
3人名乗り出る可能性はあるのかね？
ないと思いますが、念のためです。おられませんか？
As expected, no one stepped up.
あなたが狼ね。みんなわかってる？今狼が2人も明らかになってるのよ。
Mamiya-san's outburst was also expected. She spent some time ranting afterwards, but piped down after Kanzo-san told her to shut her mouth. Kuso onna.
どっちかが本物だってのは間違いないんだよな。
そう思うけど。ちなみに夫妻子さんは蛇として昨日誰を調べられたんですか？
野里さんを調べました。人でした。
確かに私は人だが、だから
狼なら本当のことも言える。
それは確かですが。
The reception to my claim was rather dicey. There were those who believed me, and those who doubted me from the start and still did. It didn't feel like I changed anyone's minds.
どうするのよ、これ。
さて
そんなに
とする。
悲観するところじゃない。少なくとも判断の材料は十分に出てる。差し当たっては。
記者と兄ちゃんとタエバーを順番にくくる。
I always forget how bloodthirsty this man is. Wait, what? A dumbfounded silence dominated the hall for a few seconds as everyone struggled to process the insanity he just suggested.
いや、なんでなんだよ、おやっさん。
狼はくくらねばならん。
Kanzo is that one guy whenever you fucking play Among Us and he listens to everything and he's just like, listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna vote this one out, and then we're gonna vote this one out next, and then we're gonna vote that guy out next. And that's why, after being in one meeting, he always finds an unfortunate end.
ちょっと待ってください。証拠はともかく、現状で誰が一番怪しいかは一目瞭然。
人となりで判じるとやられる。
He wasn't exactly wrong. On the other hand, my nature was suspicious, so it felt there was a strong, unbiased doubt towards me. It wasn't fair to base it on double standards, but the people of Yasumizu would just look at me the same way as Mamiya-san if I complained about that.
牧島勘三さん、質問です。あなたがおっしゃるのは、怪しいものはくくるであって、名乗り出たカゴ者は皆くくるではないわけですよね。さもないと、カゴ者は今後一切名乗り出なくなるはずだ。安全が証明された場合は、くくる必要はありませんよね。
うん。じゃが今は。
そうですね。今は皆怪しいというところかと思います。だからこそ、今怪しい3人はまだくくらなくてもいいはずです。
僕も賛成です。夫妻子さんと間宮さんは、あと何回かカゴを使ってもらうべきだ。
Yasunaga-kun sure was reliable. He jumped to the conclusion I was going to make ahead of time and told everyone, increasing its credibility more than I could have. Kanzo-san didn't look satisfied, but it didn't seem he could find solid grounds to argue.
おい、兄貴。結局どうすんだよ。ババアに票入れときゃいいのか？
むしろタイバーにも入れない。それで、今日以降、夫妻子さんと間宮さんには引き続き誰かを選んでもらう。
誰か？調べるものを皆で決めてしまう手もあるかと思うがね。
それも考えたんですが、誰を選ぶかも判断材料にすべきかと。
なるほど。合理的で全員の役に立つ選択をしているか、特定のものを不自然にかばう選択でないか。
そういうことです。皆さんにもう少しわかりやすく説明します。明日から夫妻子さんと間宮さんは自分だけで選んだカゴの対象の正体をそれぞれ発表してもらう。それでいつか互いに相矛盾する結果がまた出るはずです。 この時に改めて二人のどちらをくくるか決めればいい。例えばタイバーが本当に人だとすれば、タイバーは間宮さんが偽物だとわかるから、正しく間宮さんに投票できる。
そうよ。私は分かっておる。
逆にタイバーが狼でも、すでに敵対関係となった間宮さんとは投票でも敵対せざるを得ないわけで、行動を縛ることができる。あえて人側の投票をしてごまかすということができなくなる。
Fuck, I can't hold it anymore. I'll be back. I have to use the washroom. I was like, fuck it. I'll wait until this scene ends, but I couldn't. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Ah. Hey, hey!
そう考えると、
Yeah.
タイバーの行動はすでに縛られている。今急いでくくる必要はないんです。
それよりは他に行動を縛られてるやつを増やす方が先ってことか。
It's not something you want, period.
そう。それでその結果、
Not in a platform fighter.
間宮さん、どちらが怪しいか確定した時点で、それまでの結果を総ざらいして、
Yeah. Yep.
それで必要なら改めてくくればいいんじゃないでしょうか。
今の説明で分かったもんはおるか。
はい。
うん。私も分かっ。
このまま手がかりが増えるのを待つってことですよね。
俺はくくるのはやっぱり反対だ。しかしそれ。
そうですね。
そうですね。
加護者を名乗る方を。
What?
あまり存在に扱われない方が受け入れやすいと。
ね。しかし、早期に狼の数を減らせば。
Well, to be fair, he also does voice in Gintama, and he also does say that in Gintama. That's what I was referencing primarily. I wanted to point out how rude that was, but chose to keep quiet after realizing I wasn't in a position to just speak my mind. Kanzo-san probably hadn't changed his mind, but the fact that he was letting the vote start meant he wasn't denying that going with Yasunaga's plan was logical. He probably acknowledged that the plan made a certain amount of sense too. He was just too proud to admit it. It wasn't just the players' power relationships and the rationality/validity of their actions that held influence here, it was also their personalities, preferences, and standing. In that respect, politics were a game, and the Feast of the Yomi Purge was politics, meaning the feast was a game of sorts. What the fuck? That's really weird. So my cat was under my desk, and I was leaning down to pet her. And that's why I started sounding more and more strange, because I was stretching forward more and more to pet her. And now I look under my desk as soon as I stop, and she's not there. So she just bolted off right afterwards, I imagine. No, I mean, like, she was happy to be petted, but as soon as I stopped, she ran away. She's like, fuck this. Anyway, I wouldn't be gathering any votes for this round, and neither would Mamiya-san. No. Wait. Wasn't this bad?
票を取らないことを希望するやつは。
Takumi-san raised his own hand. Chiemi hesitated, but didn't go for it in the end, leaving him all alone.
わかった。もういい。
神座からくくるもんを言ってけ。
The voting began with no regard for my concerns. Me again? What a messed up old timer.
わしは記者の女に入れる。
Based. Always vote for the journalist lady. We do hate journalists, especially game journalists. God knows if she continued her career, she would end up becoming one of those. As expected, he voted for the most suspicious one there.
私はやっぱりあんたに入れる。 他のもんはわからんが、あんただけは狼じゃとわかるからね。
狼。
ええ、どうぞご勝手に。
Mamiya-san seemed to have regained some of her cool. Though she already had 2 votes, she could probably tell she wouldn't get much more after this.
俺は昨日と同様、メイコに入れる。
ムロ様、どうかメイコに入れるなら。
Sometimes I really just want to bash Takumi's brains in.
あんたも怪しいが、そうやってかばうのがもっと怪しく見えんだよ。
Ah! If Meiko got one more vote, perhaps it would be best to try and lead things in another direction. After all, I knew she was the only one reliable.
私はリカコさんかしら。
Okay, that's fine, I guess.
また長者への逆びいきかね。その態度は安水のあなた方の身を滅ぼすと、この際忠告させていただこ
う。野里様、いいのです。それより、あなた様は誰を？
あなた様。
私は久石君が怪しいという思いはまだ捨てておらんがね。材料が欲しいのは確かだ。そんなわけで芹沢千恵美に一票だ。
Nosato, why?
なんで私が？
誰の味方かはっきりしないからだ。くくるべきでないと言ってみたり、かと思えば室を突き放してみたり。
そうですね。私は当たり前に迷ってるつもりだったけど、みんなもう当たり前に殺すことを決めてるみたいだ。やっぱ嫌いですわ、こんな狂った村。
Chiemi's cold expression. Chiemi's cold words filled the hall with an awkward silence. There was proof there were some people out there who knew they couldn't exactly deny what she said. But just as I was wondering how things came to this,
僕は植松さんに理由は昨日自分に投票するなんて派手なパフォーマンスをされたから。
Yasunaga, I was starting to warm up to you.
あれは知恵ねえの後追いだし、考えなしの失
Stop
策だと
being
思
a
います。
fucking asshole for 1 minute.
不自然というだけで。
いいのです。
よくはない。あなたは少し自分の命に対して無責任すぎますぞ、リカコさん。
いいではないですか。
That's not true.
植松は私。
I would miss you. He says sadly, with his brightly dyed red hair and his fucking clown marks on his cheeks.
命くらい無責任に。
Chubb's got that reference.
欲しいのです。
Oh. But you did get that reference, right?
りっちゃんかっけー。僕はそこまでは言えないや。さて僕の番だけど。
I said, but I would miss. That's not true. I would miss you, he said with his brightly dyed red hair and clown marks.
おっちゃん、出番だよ。かっこよく飛んでくれい。
I love referencing 358 days.
出番だ貴様。
The vote was all over the place. Currently, Mamiya-san and Rikako-san were sitting at the top with 2 votes each, while Meiko, Chiemi, Kiyonosuke-shi, and I had 1 each. But just when it came to me, it was the youth's turn to vote.
鴨志田に乗っかるわけじゃねえが、野里のボンクラに1票だ。長者はもうこの場にはいらね
え。私はそこまで言わないけど、投票されたからには逆に入れられても文句は言いませんよね、野里さん。というわけで、千恵美の1票もどうぞ。
Fucking another route filled with failure.
私も野里さんでいい。
Stop it! He's human!
もういらない。
No! With a surge of 4 consecutive votes, Kiyonosuke Shi had taken the lead. There were just 4 left, including me.
私に
You fucking stupid bitch!
あくまでそのスタンスですか。今日は死にかねませんよ。
それでも野里様が
I hate it here.
死んでも良いとは。
リカコさん。しかし、リカコさんの方がよほど死んで良いわけがあるか。
おじいちゃん。
あ？
牧島様は狼ではないわよ。
じゃあ、おじいちゃん。
Oh. I mean, yeah, fuck him.
おじいちゃん。
What was up with this vote? Kiyonosuke Shi had 4 votes, while Rikako-san had 3. My options were to either consign Kiyonosuke Shi to his fate, throw Rikako-san into danger, or vote for someone else entirely and leave Mamiya-san to deal with that dilemma. In other words, leaving it up to a confirmed liar. No, I couldn't. I was confident that I had interpreted Rikako-san's actions correctly, so I...
野里清之助さんに。すみません。僕はあなたが狼だとは思わない。しかし。
Mamiya-san was the only other one with 2 votes. Even if I voted for her, there was no way she'd vote for herself, so trying to pit Kiyonosuke Shi against her would be pointless. Genuine question, does Skullgirls have a Japanese dub? Okay, good. However, I knew telling him that wouldn't do him any good.
リカコさんを失うわけにはいかなかった。
I knew those words were probably the last thing he wanted to hear. Still, I couldn't let that reason, go unsaid. Not when he could understand it, too.
そうか。
This made 5 votes. Morally, everyone understood it was the humans who deserved to survive, not the wolves. But in the end, Kiyonosuke Shi had been unable to prove his life held more meaning than a wolf who'd reveal useful information while still alive.
一応、私は植松さんに。理由は行動が不自然だから。
縄持ってこい。
He doesn't even get, like, a scene, really. Okay. I am not reading this again and again. I will go mad. Yep. Yep. Here we go.
申し訳ありません。
リカコさん、いいのですよ。
He gave me a glance.
言ったからには、リカコさんは貴様が守れ。
That was all he said.
わかりました。
I didn't actually want to say that. It didn't sound like he simply meant to protect her for the rest of the feast when he said that. But the survivors had the obligations to honor the dead's last wishes.
よろしい。
ああ。あなたに背を押されるならば、それもまた本望です。
I hate it here.
落ちなかれ。
落ちなかれ。
And then Kiyonosuke no Sato's body fell to the bottom of the misty cliff, and the hanging rope stopped due to the fatal impact. He let out a horrifying death wail. Afterwards, we all returned to the dining hall, where Kaori-san and I served a light lunch while time passed by. Everyone tried to act as normal as possible. They tried to convince themselves that Kiyonosuke-shi shouldn't have been in Yasumizu in the first... Okay. Same... I know. It's just the irony. The fucking irony. Same fucking thing. Same fucking thing! Yep. That's fair. Uh-huh. As much as I felt bad about it, I didn't kill Kiyonosuke-shi. Had I made the wrong move in the end? Hadn't I let someone who should have been purged live so I could save myself? No. That didn't mean this was a failure. There was a high chance my fears were unfounded. I was overthinking things. I knew I was, but for some reason, I felt the presence of beasts. I couldn't help but feel that.
さあ、なんでとかは僕にはわからん。匠兄がヘビだって言った時、嫌な感じがしたんだ。ああ、今、狼様が笑ったなーって。
I felt like I now understood that feeling. Had I fallen right into their trap? Whatever, as long as I get a key. That worry plagued me all the way through dinner and bedtime. I'm dying tonight again. If Hisako Mamiya's false declaration was a suicidal attack meant to weed out the real snake, then there was a chance she'd be coming for me, despite knowing she'd be the prime suspect for sure the next day. In that case, which of the two snakes would the spider protect? Right now, there were two self-proclaimed snakes. Should I have tried to crush Hisako Mamiya, even if it meant getting a little too desperate and being suspected by the others as a result? No, it was okay. If I was right about Meiko being the spider, and Rikako-san controlling her, then Rikako-san would surely protect me. If it was between Mamiya-san and I, she'd definitely choose me. Those thoughts bounced back and forth from lunch, all the way until I drowsily wrote someone's name down and put it under my pillow. And then I lost consciousness. And surprise, surprise, she didn't protect me. In the end, I never woke up. Guess that figures. After all, only the spider themselves knew what they were thinking. The wolves must have aimed their claws at me, taking the risk that the spider hadn't chose me. And they'd won their bet? So that was that? I couldn't even tell if that was what I thought when I died. It was all so vague. I lay there in a comatose slumber, and it was there my life met its end and faded into the mist that covered all. Game over. Please give me a key. Please give me a fucking key. You degenerate. No key. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna have to use some of the keys that I've obtained then. Okay. Oh. Have I not done this one? No, I have. Does it tell me what keys I have? Go away. Don't care.
選択肢が出るまでは大丈夫だから、ぼちぼち挨拶やら何やらの。
ようやくか。
Aha! Wait. I already done that. Log. This give me my keys. Menu. Keys, keys. Ah, here we go. Alright, so I have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have a decent number of keys. Time to do some looking around, I guess. 4. Do I have 4? Have I? I've already done that. Yeah, I've already done that. No? These are kind of hard to read sometimes. Yeah, I've done that, I think. Yeah, I've done that, okay. That tiny little centimeter is what I have to pay attention to then. Okay. So I haven't done 20, but I don't have 20. I know that for sure. I definitely don't have 20. Okay, I've done that one. Yep. God, the amount of keys I need. There's gotta be something somewhere. Five and 6, that's done. That was Berserk, yeah. 23, don't have 20. 16. I don't have 16 because I capped at 15. Don't have 20. 12. Reveal Guardian, did that. Did that. Vote, did that. Died. 2. 10. Do I have? I have 10. Well, there we fucking go. But it's already been unlocked. But the non-key choice was doubting him. Oh dear. Okay, that's gonna be a lot of... I'll do that real quick, actually. Okay, yeah, I've definitely done this one. Branches, and, you know, there's that. And that's how this tracks, I think. But just to make sure. Remember incident, and this is the same thing as before, right? Yeah, it is, okay. So how many of these do I have? Me when spreading misinformation. Lamal. Fool. Alright, time to trust him. Time to spill my guts. Hopefully he won't spill mine. My decision wasn't due to trusting him personally. I did it solely because I knew he wasn't a wolf. I am Kiran. Still, that was enough info to allow me to reveal it to him. His grip relaxed for a second, but then... In my defense, I thought it would be funny. Unlocked third route. Bad end. Torn apart by Takumi's bare hands.
昨日僕は狼が能動的に勝つには必ずカゴ者を語るはずだと言いましたが、あくまで狼陣営全体の話です。いくら演技が上手くたってカゴ者を名乗り出れば相応の疑いを受け、くくられる危険を負うことになる。結果いずれ語ったものはくくられるが、残った狼陣営にとって得難い時間稼ぎができるわけです。しかし誰も死んでいないあのタイミングで語るのはリスクが大きすぎる。確実に本物の蛇は生きているんですから。となれば目的は一つ。名乗り出てきた本物の蛇をその晩に殺すというのが狼側の狙いです。
狼。There was also the possibility that she was a badger, but that would have only made it more confusing, so I omitted it.
僕は黙って山脇さんを見殺しにした。それは間違いない。ただ、それでも生き残って狼に報いを与える必要があると考えた。そして間宮さんに票を入れることもできなかった。僕が彼女の正体を知っていることを少しでも想像させないために。だから間宮さんでも山脇さんでもなく、あなたに対してメッセージを発信できるような投票をする必要があった。正直策としてはかなりダメですよ。あなたにメッセージが伝わるかどうかは微妙だったし。
Please don't kill me again.
しかし事実、あなたは僕にこうしてギリギリのコンタクトを取ってきた。僕の意図を確認するという形でね。このチャンスが僕には必要だった。
どういうことだ一体。
一旦話してもらえますか。
He did as I asked.
多数派工作により狼を根絶やしにしてタイさんの仇を取ります。ただそのためにはあなたが僕を信じてくれることが必要だ。僕はあなたを信じる。なぜなら僕は蛇の加護によってあなたが人だと知ってるから。あなたは信じてくれますか。
This was very one-sided. However, it was in line with his desire. He was conflicted between three things: sympathy for me as an unfortunate outsider, the unfairness of the final vote yesterday, and my suggestion. This was especially hard for him because he wanted to be impartial.
いきなりは決められねえ。無理だ。
ええ。
ただ、お前が蛇だってことはある程度信じた。
いいんですか。
結局は信じるか信じないかだろう。4人身の宴ってやつは。
He had a point.
それとな、お前の推論当たってる。
どの部分でしょうか。
俺は昨日お前を殺そうかどうか迷ってた。
Bitch, please, you were thinking of killing me today too. Whoa.
昨日の段階でここに来てたら、多分お前の話を聞く前にやっていただろう。だが思い切れなかった。お前に言われたことが気になったからかもな。
ああ。So I'd worked some word magic there, huh?
ただ、本気で信じるかは別だし、お前の提案に乗るかは詳しい話を聞いてからだ。
十分です。が、その前に、二人死んだって一体誰が。
ああ、そのことを今話そうと思ってた。一緒に来い。おやっさんを探さねえと。
The ones who died today were Haru Makishima and Hisako Mamiya. Interesting. So this route's a failure too! When Takumi-san told me that, I was more confused than shocked. Why? Why them, of all people? However, I couldn't spend a lot of time thinking. Takumi-san predicted that Kanzo-san would go on a frenzy if he saw Haru-chan's corpse. That reminded me of the time he'd ran up to her when she was acting weird. Mochi had told me that he loved his granddaughter a lot, and that was undoubtedly true. Takumi-san had walked around Yasumizu before coming to me, but he couldn't find Kanzo-san anywhere. It would have been fine if they'd just missed each other, but Kanzo-san always woke up and walked around before anyone else, so he must have already seen Haru-chan's body. Considering the situation, I couldn't help but feel that something bad was happening with him right now. Even Takumi-san, who almost killed me himself, deemed him a huge threat. At the plaza, we met Chiemi. Her eyes were all red.
兄ちゃん、春秋さん。
おやっさん見たか？
私、匠兄ちゃんが春秋さん投稿するんじゃないかって。
Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell! Is nothing Okay, to be fair, that was pretty funny.
その話は後だ。春の部屋の戸は開いてたんだろう。間違いなくおやっさんは見たはずだ。全員固まって移動しながら探す。
Nothing is sacred, except that water and this edge.
まだ起きてないかも。
ならこの辺の全員叩き起こしてから寮に行くぞ。
Yo, let's go! Pits play plus R! Yeah!
あ、わかりました。
春秋さん、大丈夫だった？
Go ahead, by the way.
何が？
その
指一本触れちゃいないとは言わねえが、何もしてねえよ。いいから今は急ぐぞ。
Yeah, that's fair. His words in large frame made it seem like his usual strength and confidence had returned. Rikako-san, Meiko, Kaori-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, everyone from the nearby homes were still with us. We told them what happened, but since we couldn't wait for the women to get dressed, we left this place in Yoshitsugu-kun's hands.
よし、おやっさん見たらとにかく押しとどめろ。女子供はお前が守れ。お前は昨日、タエばあちゃんに投票してる。おやっさんは問答無用で仕掛けてくるかもしれねえ。だけど、お前ならなんとかなるかもしれねえ。逃げずにやれるか？
大丈夫だ。任せろ、匠に。
ちょっと待って、匠さん。タエさんに投票したら。
はい。牧島様は昨日、山脇様と間宮様の両方をくくるとおっしゃり、自ら縄をかけられもしました。
ねえ。
ああ。俺と違っておやっさんはタエばあちゃんのことでは取り乱さねえだろうよ。だが、記者の女は狼だった。そのことでおやっさんは、あいつじゃなくタエばあちゃんに投票したやつ全員を疑う可能性がある。
Oh. That doesn't make sense.
何断言してんだよ。なんか分かったのかよ。あの女について。
I was tense. It was entirely possible that Takumi-san was about to reveal what I was. However, I got a different response than what I was expecting. Oh. Corruption. As the three of us went uphill, an unpleasant reek tickled our noses. We arrived at the concrete stairs near the dorm. I thought there was no deeper meaning behind those words, but then I saw the blood near my feet. A corpse. If I hadn't recognized it as such, I would have assumed it was a piece of modern art. Not because it was beautiful, but because it seemed so artificial. Let's go! Let's go! Even the game is taking the piss out of modern art. She was spread out. A little bit here, a little bit there. A little bit everywhere, really. Yeah, they were about 50 feet apart. Theoretically, he could, but then that would cause issues. He'd probably end up dead again. Honestly. What do you mean? He literally talks about just because I can come back doesn't mean I want to die. It still hurts like a bitch. Haruaki is based. She was whittled down. All parts of her were torn, pulled, stretched in all directions. She actually covered the entire staircase. Muscle, fat, skin, tendons, hair, keratin, enamel, mucus parts, cartilage, eye lenses. Oh shit. Damn, they tore that up. Okay. Clotted blood, excrement. All that had comprised this adult lady yesterday had been spread out over a large surface. It felt like I was looking at an anatomical drawing. It felt so artificial you could barely tell it was a dead human, but I didn't really know what to make of it. One thing was clear though, there was no special knowledge or intent behind this. It was pure, unadulterated violence that simply departed once it was complete. At the center of it all, you could find half the bones needed to complete a human being, but a part of the face was still intact, which clearly revealed that the corpse belonged to Hisako Mamiya. She died outside her room. And that was why he'd said that. But she's a wolf. What the fuck? Chiemi covered her mouth. I told her she could vomit if she wanted, but she said she had nothing left in her stomach. She must have seen this when leaving the dorm and passing through here. We ended up avoiding the stairs and went up the steep slope instead. The grass below was wet. Thinking that some of it was caused by her fluids, I became somewhat disturbed. Haru-chan would have fainted if she saw this. That thought reminded me that she too was no longer with us, casting an even deeper pall over the scene. We arrived at the dorm without anything else happening. Mochi was sitting on the stairs. It was the first time I'd ever seen him sad. Yeah, and I bet you did it. I thought he was unique enough to treasure something regardless if it was dead or alive. However, Haru-chan seemed to be an exception for him. Last time I'd found out that he liked her, but I wasn't sure if that was that simple, nor did I see the point of thinking about it.
Yasu! Yasu!
After getting no response, we walked past Mochi up to the second floor. The door closest to the stairs was open.
Yasu, Iruka.
He was on his knees, spacing out, looking utterly powerless. Takumi-san rather violently shook him, and Yasunaga-kun made his first sound, a whimper. He didn't want to accept the despair before his eyes, and kept his emotions from blowing up. I could see that in his face. The first thing he blamed was himself. Ore no seida.
3日目になっても一人の狼を見つけらんないで。違う。
Takumi-san shook him again. It's a good thing I don't have Japanese friends and I don't know how to speak Japanese properly, because every time someone used a boku to refer to themselves, I'd probably go ore. Just to be a dick.
これは狼のせいだ。でなきゃ、おやっさんの進行を止めるべきだった。俺のせいだ。
You just have bad RNG. I don't know what to tell you, mate.
お前の仕事はこれからだ。しっかりしてくれ、ヤス。チエミ、頼む。
Wait, Red Envelope is good though.
ヤスくん。
Because it's a gacha, you know, you got like a 50% chance of getting something good, you got a 50% chance of getting something shit, and a 0% chance of getting something excellent. She opened her arms. True. Yasunaga-kun refused the embrace, lightly pushed her aside and left. She glanced back at me for a moment. Her expression felt hesitant to me. Or was I being too conceited?
下にいるから。待って、ヤスくん。
Chiemi chased after him, and tried to take his hand, and then I lost sight of them.
しかし、ひどいな。チエミから聞いちゃいたが。
Takumi-san looked back into the room.
ひどすぎる。
I felt the same way. This was nothing like the work of the wolves from last time. Kanzo-san had his face crushed, and Takumi-san had been shot in the head. Last time Yasunaga-kun and Tai-san had both prioritized the head. It was a brutal yet efficient way of quickly taking their targets' lives. This, however, was the reverse. Haru-chan's empty, somewhat sad expression was preserved perfectly. Though stinged by blood from her mouth, her deathly visage was even beautiful, in a sense. The rest of the body, though, was a complete mess. She was lying on a futon, covered in aged casual clothes. For some reason, it didn't seem like she bled much. It was clear that she was beat up with a blunt instrument. Everything besides her head had been thoroughly crushed by something heavy. She was like a pancake from the neck down. Her limbs were bent in unnatural ways that made it seem like she had no bones. It was an excessive way to kill someone, and her face was clearly left untouched on purpose. It was openly malicious, like the killer was toying with their victim. Profiling wasn't my area of expertise, nor was I particularly good at it. However, I couldn't help drawing a certain conclusion. The wet, bloody footprints made it clear that this was, like last time, the work of the wolves. However, these wolves were far crueler than the previous bunch. Prioritizing the search for Kanzo-san, we left the cleanup for later, and quickly returned to gather the others. Mochi and Yasunaga-kun joined us, and the five of us went to the Nosato mansion next to meet up with Kiyonosuke-shi, who was just passing through the gate. So I was drinking some milk tea just now, and Chiemi came up on screen, and suddenly I was wondering to myself, what does breast milk taste like according to people that describe it? And apparently, breast milk, the most popular description for it, is heavily sweetened almond milk, and the flavor is affected by what each mother eats and the time of day. And some people say that it tastes like cucumbers. Anyways, I just thought I should share that. He was surprised that two people had died, but he was more bothered by the fact Kanzo-shi was nowhere to be found. It seemed to scare him. One thing I'm definitely trying before I die is my wife's breast milk.
いつものおやっさんなら銃を人に向けることは絶対しねえ。
He's like a different person with the mist around, though, he added. I wonder if pineapple changes how it tastes, kind of like how pineapple changes... kind of like how pineapple changes how, cum and female juices taste. Yeah, it does take a bit more than a day. It's something that you do steadily over the course of months. Weeks at the very least. It takes a while. Kanzo-san had already pointed his gun at people. Takumi-san didn't want to see Kanzo-san as a threat, but it was clear he didn't trust him completely. His blind faith in the locals had vanished overnight. It probably wasn't virtuous in the general sense, but in the current situation, that naivete had been his only weakness. We then went to Tai-san's house, passing the, supposedly, empty construction site along the way. We still couldn't find Kanzo-san or anyone out of the ordinary. After that, we went back to the plaza. In the dining hall, we found Yoshitsugu-kun and the women, who were now dressed. They looked worried, but aside from that, everything else was normal here too. We left Kiyonosuke-shi and Yasunaga-kun there as some extra defense. Yasunaga-kun was still in a state of shock, and everyone wordlessly agreed that he should be with his family right now. Then, we went to the north, downhill, but we still couldn't find anything. Takumi-san then parted some bushes for some reason, and as it turned out, the old wolf guy lurked around here. This made me realize that I hadn't seen his place yet. Once we arrived there, my first impression was that it didn't even look like a house. It was more like a wooden shed, or storage room with frames that were barely stable and a door that didn't seem to fit properly. It honestly didn't seem like it would qualify as shelter. It wasn't all that much better than that outhouse I'd hidden in. Around it, there were lots of useless things, like small pieces of cloth and rusty farming tools. Apparently, he had a tendency to go around Yasumizu and collect, or steal, these sorts of things. He wasn't in the hut. The open door made us nervous. But there was no dead body inside. After some more searching, we found the old wolf guy laughing around the pine, and he joined us. We now knew the whereabouts of everyone except Kanzo-san, and the body count remained at 2. We then checked Kanzo-san's house again, and it was still empty. And so we returned to the dining hall. Despite the tension, Kaori-san began making food. Well, it was important to stay fed, so no one grumbled. It was rice gruel again, but no one complained about that either, and just ate up. The students in Chiemi didn't seem to have an appetite though. We then talked about what we'd do next. It was about 7 o'clock. The fact that none of us had seen Kanzo-san yet was unnerving. Takumi-san insisted we go searching again, but the others began to think that it was a waste of time. Some assumed that he either left the settlement, got stuck in some pond, or field, or was taken by the corruption. Though those were all major problems that would require us to find him ASAP, most just didn't want to continue this. It seemed to me that while Kanzo-san may have had a lot of influence here and many depended on him, a lot of the villagers had a latent aversion to him. In the end, though, we just couldn't ignore the possibility that he might have been lurking somewhere with his gun in hand. Once again, for the first time this loop anyway, a search party was sent out. Takumi-san, Chiemi, Mochi, and I all went around the misty settlement, but we couldn't find him.
わからねえ。
なんか無駄なことしてる気がしてきた。
I had no evidence, but I felt the same way. Soon enough, we just went back to the plaza.
Meiko-chan.
Non. It was a while since I'd last spoken to her. We hadn't talked once yesterday, and it seemed like it'd be a while until she found out my name.
どうしたの？リカコさんは？
お姉ちゃん、難しいお話してるから、お外で遊んでた。
何やってるのよ、食堂は。この子外に出して何かあったらどうする気なの？
メイコちゃんもタエバー投票組だしね。
ねえ。
それで、どうしたの？
おじいちゃん、いたよ。
Uh-oh. What? What?
おやっさん、何やってんだ。
He'd been right under our noses. Specifically, the hall where we held the feasts. He was exactly where he would be during the feast. Right next to him, there was an empty bottle of divine sake.
カンゾおじいちゃん、ハルちゃんのこと。
言うな。
He pushed away the bottle and stood up. He didn't seem the least bit drunk. In fact, his eyes were even sharper than usual.
春はもうおらん。あとは宴を終わらせる。もうそれだけよ。
In other words, the daily morning patrols he was always doing were for Haru-chan's sake. So now that she was gone, this was the only place for him.
それで待ってるっていうのかよ。
He replied with silence and sat down again, bringing his hunting rifle closer to
今
him.
から全員呼んでくる。
まだ時間あろうが。
あんたをここで待たせてると全員不安があるんだよ。
知らん。
銃よこせよ。戻してくっから。
戻れ。
銃をよこせ。
Instead of replying, Kanzo-san took his gun and aimed at Takumi-san.
食堂に戻って昼まで待て。
This scene seemed symbolic to me. Kanzo-san wanted to lead by force and demonstrated it with his killing instrument. At this point, no one could get in the way of him leading the feast. But then, something I didn't expect happened. It was right when Kanzo-san seemed to have finished talking. Takumi-san grabbed the front of the gun with his hand, pushed it aside, took a step forward, and punched Kanzo-san right in the face. I also didn't expect the old man to instantly retaliate. In less than a second, Kanzo-san let go of the gun and threw a punch into Takumi-san's face. Blood gushed out as Takumi-san's face was distorted in pain. However, that wasn't enough to take him out. A slap from the left hand, the base of the palm cleanly hit Kanzo-san's face as the old man was thrown backwards. He hit the wall behind him with a loud crunch, but even then, Kanzo-san stood up, clearly ready for more. It was an opening. I grabbed the hunting rifle and gave it to Chiemi. Things were going so fast that I forgot that I wasn't supposed to know that she knew her way around guns yet. But Takumi-san understood my intention. Chiemi turned around. Kanzo-san tried to chase after her, but Takumi-san, Mochi, and I held him back.
気持ちはわかるが、猟銃は卑怯だぜ、おやっさん。
卑怯で何が悪い。誰も信じられん。安水は守らねばならん。他に何のしようがある。
誰も信じられねえことはねえ。
Takumi-san glanced at me, but I couldn't agree with him in this situation. I could reveal myself to Kanzo-san, but not in front of Mochi. Even if someone had been eavesdropping on us when I told Takumi-san, it still wasn't the time to reveal it.
一つだけ確実なことがあります。ハルちゃんが狙われた理由は、明らかにあなたを突き崩すためです。牧島さん、あなたもそれは重々ご承知でしょうが、だからってこんな形で締め付けを強めれば、狼の思うツボだ。
狼。
断言するな。
断言しますよ。事実として、みんなあなたを怖がり始めている。
そそのかしたのはお前らじゃろうが。
あんたが銃さえ持ち込んでなきゃ、疑って悪かったって謝る気だった。
They then fell silent and glared at each other.
モッチ、みんなを呼んできてくれ。もう宴を始めてしまうべきだ。
そうかもね。じっちゃん一人で置いとくのもなんだし。
Kanzo-san grunted, displeased, but offered no more protest towards starting the feast. Honestly, there was no real reason why the time for when the feast started had been decided when it was. Kanzo-san was only doing it on the same time as the first day. The fact that he insisted on the usual time so strongly that he brandished his gun over it made me feel like he was more obsessed with control over the situation than actually thinking things through. At the base of it all, there was mistrust. He couldn't trust anyone, so he simply repeated whatever had brought him success so far. It'd be good if that led to our victory. But the feast really had to be approached like a game. There was no single way to win, and there was competition. If you could read the enemy's strategy, you could also outplay them. That was significantly easier for the wolves. It was best to assume they'd understood exactly how Kanzo-san thought. That was why they'd targeted Haru-chan. It was necessary to rethink our own strategy. It would all depend on how today's feast went. Especially for myself, since I was the snake, and had to survive no matter what.
全員に杯は回ったな。
はい。
よし。じゃあ今日の宴を開始するが、その昨晩は春のやつが狼にやられた。しかもまだ手つかずで部屋にいる。あいつの犠牲は無駄にしねえ。俺たちは今日にでも狼を見つけてこの地獄を止める。
There was whispering. The people wondered if that was really possible.
僕だってそうしたい。でも一体どうするつもりなんだ。
さてどうする? Good move. I hadn't explained my intentions to him yet, but he had a vague idea of what I was planning. The key word was fixed majority. If he understood that clearly, we would have a chance at winning.
言わずに信じると思うか、匠。
After all that happened today, I kinda worried Kanzo-san wouldn't say anything. But that wasn't what happened. He also wanted to give his all to end this feast with a victory. That was why he couldn't just stay quiet and let us all die, and continued pushing his strong approach to the feast, denying other ideas.
ああ、言えない。ただ、場合によっては言えるようになるかもしれねえ。ちなみに、おやつさんは今日どうするつもりだったんだ？
昨日タエバーに投票したもんから順にくくっていく。
I knew it. I could hear whispers of perplexion and fear. His targets today would be the 4 who voted for Tai-san yesterday and didn't die last night. Basically, the old wolf guy, Yoshitsugu-kun, Rikako-san, and Meiko.
待てよ、なんでそうなるんだよ。
記者の女が狼だった。
なんでわかんだ？あ？
彼女の遺体が外にあったから。
Yasunaga-kun seemed to have recovered a little, and was now doing what he had to again.
一昼に一人、一晩に一人死ぬのが読み意味の宴だ。一晩に二人死んだのは何か例外が起きたからに違いない。春ちゃんは部屋の中で死んでいた。狼の訪問を受けたからだ。間宮さんの死体は部屋の外で、しかもあんなめちゃくちゃになっていた。汚れだと考えるべきだろう。
春ちゃんもひどい様子だったよ。
知ってるさ。だけどあれは人間が作れる傷だと僕は思った。間宮さんの方はそんなレベルじゃない。
だから待てっつの。そんなのあいつが夜出歩いたってだけだろうが。
ああ、その通りだ。
だったらなんであいつが狼だって断言できんだよ。クソババアの方が狼かもしれねえじゃねえか。
それは。
待てヤス、俺の考えを言っていいか？
いいけど。
あの女は昨日一日態度がおかしかった。おやつさんがあいつもくくるって宣言してたしな。気持ちはわかる。確実に死ぬとなったらどうする？外の人間なら安水から逃げ出そう、逃げられると考えるのが普通だろう。しかし記者の姉ちゃんはそうじゃなかった。
Yeah, she hadn't even tried to run.
だからなんでだよ。
逃げるなら日中に逃げるべきだからだ。霧だっつっても昼の方が視野がある。夜は本当に何にも見えねえんだぞ。逆に日中に逃げない理由がない。霧が助けて逃げたことは俺らに悟られずに済むからな。もし昨日夕方に解散してそのまま逃げたなら安水のどの端にだってつける。あの場所で汚れを受けることはない。
なんか他の理由で夜に起きて抜け出したのかもしれねえだろうが。
それについて聞きてえんだが、誰か夜起きていようとしたやつは俺の他にいねえか？
That question came out of left field, but Yasunaga-kun, Chiemi, Yoshitsugu-kun, and I raised our hands.
お前、それはやめたって。
外に出ようとはしてねえよ。でも 何か来たら返り討ちにしてやろうと思って棒切れ持って布団に入ってた。
夢枕の金に挑まれたのですか？
ああ、おとといの晩は俺もヨシと同じように獲物持って待ち構えてた。だが実際は眠っちまった。考えられるか？こんな非常時眠れない方が自然だろうに、気づいたら朝までぐっすりだ。夜更かししちゃならないんじゃねえ。夜更かしはできねえんだ。これも宴の気味悪いところだと俺は考えてる。お前も起きようとしたならわかるだろう。夜は絶対狼しか動けねえんだよ。
それはあの女がよそもんだから。
よそもんだって宴は従わせてる。よそもんだと免除されるなら記者は二人とも汚れを受けてないはずだ。
I had the mysterious experience of being spared by hiding in a toilet, but I had no choice but to stay quiet this time.
橋本さん、大きいカメラマンの人は夜に外に出て亡くなったよね。
そこははっきりはわからねえ。ただ考えられるのは、そもそも物意味もしてなかったんじゃねえか。みそぎ、物意味、二つを守る限り必ず眠れる。しかし最初から外にいれば。
I'm sorry to hear that.
ただあくまで想像だよ。
ああ、そうだな。じゃあこの話は使わなくたっていい。あの女にはそもそも人として危険を冒して外を出歩く理由がない。あいつが狼で夜に外出して何かヘマをやって罰
Yeah,
を
but how did she mess up?
それしかねえんだよ。
Yasunaga-kun and Yoshitsugu-kun both fell silent. They couldn't argue against that anymore. Sure, it was strange how we just somehow fell asleep, but there were cases of people going out at night. Both this time and last time. I'd have to think about it some more later.
牧島さんもそれを知ってらしたのですか？
夜外に出るもんは2種類だけよ。狼か、狼殺そうとして犬死にする人か。
With how important the dreaming law was to the locals, it was natural for them to assume that anyone who went out at night was a wolf. When you looked at it like that, Yoshitsugu-kun, who insisted on going out, was extremely reckless.
だから間宮久子は狼だ。つまり奴が狼に仕立て上げようとしたばあちゃんは人だ。
じゃあどっちも狼だったって可能性はないのかよ。
I felt for him. It was his vote that killed Tai-san. Even if he was prepared for it, it was hard to justify.
そんな可能性は
Not impossible, but extremely unlikely.
それはないわ。
Hmm?
昨日くくられた山脇さんは人でした。
Fake.
皆さん黙っていましたが、私は
Oh, neat.
カラスのカゴ車です。
She's Crow. What?
はあ？パパ、本当かよ。
Oh, that sucks, because that means she has to go, like, investigate the bodies every single time. And they don't really collect the bodies, they just let them swing down there.
バカな息子が無礼な口を閉じないこと。
Oh.
山脇さんを死に追いやる票を投じたこと。
Okay, okay.
すべて私が責任を取ります。
I thought they had to investigate the bodies the next day.
皆様の、特に 山脇さんを親のように大事に思われていた匠さん
That's
から
true.
のそれ
Yeah, that's true.
すべて私が負います。だからどうかこの子は見逃してやってください。
Her voice was sincere and sorrowful. She put her hands in front of her and placed her forehead on the floor. I'm into that. Anyway.
やめろよ。やめろって。おい。
ああ、俺も昨日まではこんなノリだったのか。
Ultimate subjugate.
匠に
心配すんな。わかってる。香織さん、よし。今はばあちゃんをくくったことの前
ばあ
じゃない。
ちゃん。
でもじゃない。あの場じゃ誰も間違いを指摘しなかったんだから、俺たち全員に罪はあるんだ。ばあちゃんに投票したかどうかは、あくまで判断材料の一つと考えるべきで、罰の理由になっちゃいけねえ。
罰。
それで合ってるか、安永。
うん。僕が考えてたことと同じだ。
僕。
けど匠
俺
いいの？
俺は狼を許さねえ。狼に殺しをさせた奴も許さねえ。その一点でおやっさんとも気持ちは同じだからな。
Hanzo-san slightly opened his eyes, looking surprised he'd come up, but then looked away with,
気になることがあるんだけど、発言していいかな、匠に。
ああ、もちろんだ。
他に、ご自分がカラスだという人はいませんか？
Oh yeah, that's true.
安永。
ああ、僕だって信じたい。でも、これが今僕に求められてることだ。織部香織以外に、自分がカラスだという人はいませんか？
兄貴てめえ。
義継、いいから安永のことをしっかり見ておきなさい。
安くん。
That is, in fact, a VTuber. I felt like the power balance here in Yasumizu was shifting. Kanzo-san was losing his influence, and Takumi-san's authority bridged the generations. That amplified Yasunaga-kun's voice, putting him back at the front. However, this was a temporary thing that could only last when Kanzo-san's high-handedness was failing. It could be turned around if someone messed up, or was hanged today and drove someone else over the edge.
念のために言いますが、黙っていることはこの際害悪でしかありません。織部香織を偽物と知りながら黙っている人がいたら、後で認められることはほぼないはずです。いいんですね。
そうですね。Those words felt like they were directed at me too. Scary.
いないみたいですね。
待ちたまえ。間宮女子の蛇名乗りに対抗しての名乗りはなかったが、結局は狼だったのだろう。その上、昨日と違って3人も減っている。他に名乗りがなければ本物だというのはいささか早計ではないかね。
ええ、おっしゃる通りです。ただ、タイバーと間宮さんがカラスだった可能性はとても低い。
What do you mean their plan is clearly to combine the two? True. Exactly, Tai-san would have revealed that before she was hanged, while Mamiya-san wouldn't have had a reason to pretend she was the snake to begin with.
はるちゃんは確かに証明不能です。だけど僕は彼女が嘘や隠し事が苦手だったのを知ってる。彼女はカゴ持ちなんていう秘密を隠してる素振りは見せなかったし、僕は彼女とほとんど一緒にいたんだ。彼女がカラスだという兆候を漏らすようなことがあったなら、 僕は真っ先に気づいた自信がある。織部香織が狼で、僕に悟られずハルちゃんの正体を暴いて殺し、こうして名乗ったという可能性はゼロに等しい。ハルちゃんが正体を完全に隠しきり、その上で狼が殺した彼女がたまたまカラスだった可能性はこれも低い。死人の中にはカラスはいない。これで納得してもらえませんか？
牧島春がカラスではないという根拠が特に薄弱ではないかね。牧島春の近くにいたのは君だけじゃあるまい。彼女の近くにいた狼が彼女の過去に気づき、織部香織に教えた可能性は否定できんだろう。
Yasunaga-kun kept his eyes straight. To me, it seemed like it was a way of preventing those doubts from taking root.
もしかして今の僕が疑われたのか。
There's nothing that I want more than to truss you up
そんなのないって。モッチーがハルちゃんを殺すわけ
and
ないじゃん。
kick you down that cliff.
僕は断定はしないよ。
Where Pit Viper is waiting.
ただ僕も違うと思ってる。
And that's why we don't hear them hit the bottom.
根拠は何かね。
What a strange silence. It didn't look like he had nothing to say. More that it was hard for him to say it.
やだな。おっちゃんも言ってたじゃん。僕は帰郷の振る舞い、他人の気持ちなんてわからないのだ。はるちゃんとやっすんはね、僕が好き放題しても許してくれるから一緒だったんだ。
Yeah.
僕は二人がいいやつだってこと以外全然やっすんも言っていいんだよ。僕がそういうやつだって。
I would trade your soul for exactly one pumperum, you little shit.
そんなことはないけどね。とにかくハルちゃんがカラスだってバレて殺されたとは考えづらいから、カラスはまだ生きてて、それはこの人だと思う。
はい、私はカラスです。
なるほど。まあよかろう。私とてこれが難癖に過ぎないことは分かっているが、もう少し食い下がろう。しかし同じことが言えるだろうから、つまり蛇のカゴ車もまだ死んではいないわけだね。
He was right. That was the right way to look at it, and it was true.
彼または彼女が偽物の名乗りに対して沈黙を守る理由は、後に回すと。
I thought I heard something like a woman whispering or breathing or panting. One of those three. I have no idea how that happened. IRL, yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that my ears are playing tricks on me. I'm just that down bad, that's all. That's all. I'm just that down bad, that's all.
という可能性は？
やっぱ難癖つけてるだけじゃねえか。ババアの言ってることは絶対間違ってねえから。
You know, it kind of sounds like there's breathing in the OST, actually. Maybe that's what it was.
記者のやつが狼なら、クソババは人間で間違いねえだろ。
偽物だからといって嘘をつ
That's more
く
likely.
必要はない。信頼を得るのが目的ならば、むしろ本当のことを言うべきだろう。この瞬間、本物のカラスが名乗り出たとしても、彼または彼女が言えるのは、山脇妙が人だという真実のみ。
I love stretching my legs.
それと
I love having a recliner chair.
我々には見分ける術がないのだよ。
His assertion was a bit cynical, but accurate. Yo, you know what I need? I need a stretching rack IRL. If he was the modest and cautious one, he would be way more valuable to the humans.
それについても 僕は反対意見です。なぜなら狼として間宮さんはカゴ持ちを理由に除名を願った。しかし織部香織はカゴ持ちの開示をしながら織部義継の身代わりになることを提案しています。彼女は賢明でも正しくもないことを言っています。しかし僕は本心だと思うし、狼の狡猾さはないと思う。
愚かゆえにか。
これが僕が織部香織を信じる理由です。
よしが狼なら織部の神さんはかばおうが。
My heart skipped a beat. Kanzo-san's voice was like a rumble, and just like before, it was dense with gloominess and anger. He had a point too. If it were for her son, Kaori-san was capable of breaking the feast's mental shackles.
くそじじいてめえ。
こいつはそんなやつじゃない。
He spoke forcefully.
こいつが狼なら自分から名乗った上で全員直に殺して回る。父さんと母さんに似て、こいつは一本気で頑固で、きっと認められないものは神様だって認めないでしょう。きっと織部香織の無実を証明するために死ぬ必要があれば、義継は死んでみせるでしょう。家族の中で唯一ずるいばかりの卑怯者である僕には真似ができない。義継は人ですよ。
てめえ。
Yoshitsugu-kun rose to his feet and howled at his brother.
勝手に分かったような口聞いてんじゃねえよ。てめえがな、もっとな、お袋のそばにいてやれよな。
分かっているさ。狡猾さは樋口の血。母さんが好いてくれる理由はない。好いてるのはお前の方だって。だから僕は努力して勉強して産んでくれた母さんにお金や物の形で恩を返す。お前はまっすぐに生まれたってだけで母さんに好いてもらえることをもっと感謝すべきなんだ、義継。
なんでそんな自分低く見てんだよ。ほんとてめえバカ兄貴が。
黙れ、二人とも。
The mother's voice quickly silenced her sons.
この大事な時に何をくだらないことで言い争ってるのか。牧島勘三さん。
The old man grunted in response to the mention of his name.
私の母父樋口貞義が亡くなったと聞かされた前後、安水に霧が出ていたと聞いております。夫は読み意味の宴で死にましたか。
Oh boy.
あなたが殺したのですか。
Oh boy.
奴は最初の日に狼にやられた。
Oh no.
おやっさん。
The
わ
first
しはこ
day.
れまで2度宴に出てきた。
ああ、昔か。
Why does this guy always survive? What the fuck?
で、それがなんじゃ。
There had to have been a wolf that found him
いい
annoying.
のです。たとえあなたが夫を殺していたとしても、それが読み意味の宴というものなのでしょう。ただ安永、義継、私はもう家族を宴に奪われたくないの。だからお願いだから力を合わせなさい。たった二人しかいない。
僕はそうしないなんて言ってない。
俺だって。
あのな、口出ししにくいんだが、実際親子で揉めてる場合じゃねえ。おやっさんが宴の経験者だっつうことも今は大したことじゃねえ。
Hanzo-san clicked his tongue.
俺はこの親子を信じた。ヤスは猿のカゴ車だし、ヨシもカオリさんも言う通り嘘がつける性格じゃねえ。だから今ほとんどはっきりしたのは、タエばあちゃんと春は人、記者の姉ちゃんが狼。この場には狼が2人残ってて、残り10人は人だってことだ。その中でおやっさんとヤスが猿で確定。さらに 香織さんがカラスだって可能性はかなり高い。俺はヨシのことも信じてるが、カゴが明かされたわけじゃねえから、この中には入れねえでおくと。
構わねえよ。
で、どう進めるか。
もし生きてるはずの蛇のカゴ車が適切な情報をつかんでいれば、すでに勝負はついているかも。
I don't want Chiemi to be the wolf! No! My options here are Chiemi, Rikako, and Yoshitsugu. Maybe Kaori. But that's like a lot of distrust there. And the most likely option is Chiemi, and I don't want her to be the wolf. This is a fucked up route. No matter what, I can't save her. No! There it was.
どういうこと、ヤス君。
もし今蛇が名乗り出て自分とあと2人人を確定できれば、人で6人半数票を得られるんだ。この6人で票を揃えれば、残り6人全員が1人に投票する可能性は低いから、宴ではほぼ確実に勝てる。
多数派工作。
そういうこと。そして残り6人の不確定者から1人くくる。狼はおそらく確定者から1人殺す。一番狙われやすいのは名乗り出た蛇のカゴ車でしょう。しかし雲がまだ残ってる可能性は高い。今日一日蛇が守れれば、確定者と不確定者が1人ずつ減った上で、明日は確定者が狼が1人見つかる。確定6人と不確定4人になるか、
Soul has a pet
確定5
snake.
人と不確定4人、
Ebi does
狼
it.
1人。どうにせよ確定側が多数派になれる。
That
この
made
人数
me
比は覆せない。
snicker.
だから勝てるってわけです。
むむ
蛇が見つけんのは人2人じゃねえとなんねえのか。
もし狼を1人見つけてたとしても、確定は5人までしか決まらない。そうなると狼をくくっても明日は確定4人不確定6人になり、人の勝利はまだ確定しない。もちろん狼をくくれれば大きく有利にはなりますし、きっと蛇が名乗り出れば狼も黙ってない。僕なら名乗り出た者を絶対に殺すとは約束しません。蛇の名乗りはあぶり出すための大きなヒントになる。
That was the opposite of Kanzo-san's approach. The old man clicked his tongue, and some squirmed uncomfortably.
すでに亡くなっているハルちゃんや山脇さん、間宮さんを調べてしまってたら黙ってた方がいいかもしれない。そうでなければぜひ蛇のカゴ車には名乗り出てほしいです。
I had to think. Was the info I had enough? I couldn't tell them that I used my looping together info. That was why I could only reveal 2 results, one for yesterday and one for today. I'd already told Takumi that I had checked and confirmed that he was a human. Thus, it was important for me to reveal that along with someone whose identity would help us, if I continued my silence, they might begin to believe that the snake wasn't fulfilling his duties properly. This was a do or die situation. Interesting. Well, I suppose I'll be choosing all of these at some point, so let's reveal nothing, die, and then come back. No, not yet. I didn't have enough evidence to secure the fixed majority. All I'd confirmed through my investigations as the snake up to today was that Takumi-san was a human. That was all the information I could offer. Like Yasunaga-kun had said, this was a situation where the reward for revealing you had a guardian that didn't match the risk. I hadn't even predicted Kaori-san would reveal she had a guardian. I thought it'd happen a little bit after we secured the fixed majority.
どうやら蛇のカゴ車は まだ決定的な証拠をつかんでいないようですね。
Takumi-san shot me a glance. At first, he looked confused or somewhat annoyed that I wasn't saying anything, but it seemed he soon caught on. It's still too early.
やっぱり死んでいるんじゃないかね。蛇。
そんなことはないはず。ですが、絶対はありえない。考えておきましょ
う。In the end, no one else revealed themselves to have a guardian, and we reached a stalemate. With Kaori-san's reveal, we now had 3 confirmed humans. Then again, I couldn't be completely sure she was telling the truth. I knew that Takumi-san and I were humans, but even when you included us, damn it, it wasn't enough, and I didn't have any more clues.
もう、票を取れ。
他にできることがあるやつは。
Though Kanzo-san's word wasn't final without a valid plan hammered out, a melee couldn't be avoided in the end.
お前、やっぱりお前。
Just like the first day, the old wolf guy voted for me. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I forgot he exists. You know what? Shimmy could be fine. It could just be the asshole wolf guy over there.
わしもてめえに入れる。
2 votes. Oh hey, am I getting hung? Guess that wasn't surprising. The clash between Mamiya-san and Tai-san may have temporarily distracted him, but he'd always been suspicious of me. Still not as hung as Haku. Though I'd managed to change things by cooperating with Takumi-san, this wasn't good. One of the first soft NSFW comics I'm going to make for Utawara Mono is going to be the infamous dick swinging scene. Meiko and I now had 2 votes each.
狼じじい。
発散かな。
Crap. Now I was in the lead.
臭いしだ、俺も。初日適当なこと言って逃げといて、何もなかったことを忘れちゃい
Yeah, I guess I die by hanging. Okie dokie. 4 votes. Not good.
メイコちゃんに入れる。
休みず。
4 votes. Yabai. Meiko had 3 votes, while the old wolf guy had 2. At this rate, all I could do was...
メイコちゃん。
ね。
僕も君ももうすぐ死にそうだよ。メイコちゃんの意見にかかってる。
何教えてんだよ。ルール違反だろ。
そんなルールないよ。メイコちゃん、まずは死なない方法を考えて、次に誰を生かしたいか考えるんだ。
ルールがなくても褒められたことではなさそうだがね。子供の意見を無理やり操作するというのは。
それはだけど。
待てよ。ガキの気まぐれで命握られる方もたまったもんじゃねえぞ。
メイコ、あなたが休みずのご老人に入れなければ、あの方は亡くなります。
てめえ。
ねえ、じゃあいい。入れる。
よしくん、いくらなんでも仕方ないよ。メイコちゃんもほっといたら死にそうな局面じゃん。
知恵ねえ。だけどよ。
狼じじいしで。
決選投票だな。
Thus, everyone else voted on whether to hang the old wolf guy or I. In the end, the vote was 4-6. I was chosen. I knew it. I knew I'd be the one to die. I was in the funeral procession of the prayer to Shinai, as the hapless lynch victim this time. I couldn't say this scenario had never crossed my mind, but it was still unexpected. The final vote should have been in my favor. I'd thought I could count on Takumi-san, Kaori-san, Kyonosuke-shi, and Chiemi, the 4 who'd voted for Meiko and Rikako-san. But when the results came in, all of them except for Takumi-san had voted. Damn, even Chiemi voted for me? Bro, I feel betrayed. That hurts. Fucking hell. That hurts, man. None of them even looked me in the eye. I didn't bother snapping back at them either. Now I understood. If I kept quiet, even those I was close to would doubt me. That was just how suspect my conduct on the first day had been. That was just how impossible a hurdle Kanzo-san's request for me to die had been. I didn't like it, but all I could think about was how to survive next time.
申し訳ありません。本当に申し訳ありません。春秋様。
嫌だな。なんであなたが謝るんです？宴でくくられれば救われるんでしょ？それなら僕はハッピーです。思い出してくださいよ。僕はもともと死ぬ気で来たんだ。
あなたはここで死ぬべき方じゃない。どうして逃げてくれなかったの？
The way she said that in a voice only I could hear was so different from her normal self that I was startled.
リカコさん。
すみません。
リカコさん、あなたはこちらへ。
いいえ。私が背を押します。
光栄です。植松リカコさん。
春秋さん。
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You voted for me. Chiemi looked at me with a teary visage. Save your crocodile tears, you backstabbing harlot.
ごめん。ごめん。最後まで信じられなくて。
知恵ねえ。そんな無意味な謝罪。
It's alright, you dumb bitch. I'll come back and I'll save you. And I'll remind you of this later. When you're senile.
ごめん。だけど。ごめん。
いいんだ、ちえみちゃん。僕は誰も恨んでないさ。
God, could you imagine if they animated this and they decided, we're gonna animate all the bad ends too? Every loop, including the berserk. Honestly, I'd definitely be irritated about having to return to the start all over again, and that's why we have saves. Still, I decided to play the good guy this time around.
こうしてくくられることで、僕はようやく休みずの一員になれるような気がする。
バカなこと言ってんじゃねえ。
I could hear guilt in his voice.
てめえ、本当にこれでよかったのかよ。黙って納得して消える気か。
ええ、もういいんです。きっと無駄でしょ
う。No one would believe me if I revealed my guardian now. Besides, if I died, none of this would have ever happened. The lynching would have terrified me if I didn't think of it that way. Death abruptly handed to you was slightly different from death in a fight you'd accepted. Multiple people's malice and apathy denied my existence by judging me less important than others, and so a consensus of those emotions sentenced me to death. To the creatures known as humans, who survived through their bonds, that despair surpassed that of simply being killed. I was experiencing such an easily imaginable scenario myself at that moment.
発散、思い切りよくジャンプだ。
お前ら。
Rikako-san lowered her head and muttered feebly,
落ちなかれ。
Don't come back. As a Yomibito and our enemy, don't come back. She pushed me weakly with the force of a gentle breeze. I fell backwards, soared through the air, and fell. And with a sudden impact, my consciousness faded into a void not unlike the dense mist surrounding me. Oh, that's a different game over screen. This time I get the noose. Game over. True. Instead of game over, it should just say huh. Alright. So instead of revealing Chikamochi as a wolf, I'm gonna go ahead and reveal Takumi and Kiyanosuke are humans, because that seems like more of the wrong. From the ones still alive, I could declare that Kiyanosuke no Satoshi was a human. With me, him, and Takumi-san, we'd have 3 more confirmed humans, completing the fixed majority Yasunaga-kun had talked about. For that, I had to believe that Kaori-san was the crow, but that seemed reasonable to me. After a bit of hesitation, I made my decision. I had to hurry. The wolves must have been conflicted right now. They had been considering whether they could start faking before I spoke up. I had to declare it.
Hi.
My voice sounded stupid. I raised my hand. Everyone looked at me. I was even more tense than I imagined. However, now that I'd spoken up, my hesitation was gone.
僕、久石春明が蛇です。
Yes. It could mean the hatch spawn things. Well, whatever it is, survivors don't get very good offerings, so I made that as clear as possible.
野里清之介さん、そして室匠さん、この2人を過去により調べ、そしてお二人とも人でした。
Their reaction was strangely calm.
だそうだ。当たり前だが、俺も自分が人だってことを認める。
私もだ。さて、久石君はなぜこの瞬間まで黙っていたのかね。
In my defense, I thought it would be funny.
安永君が言った通り、多数派を形成するには6人の確定者が必要でしょう。本来あと1回、加護を使う必要があった。
だけど、
Yes.
母さんが急遽ほとんど確定の人として現れたから予定を早めたってことですか。
ああ、ここまで黙ってたことは皆さんにも亡くなった方々にも悪いと思ってる。ただ間宮さんがあからさまなおとりとして出てきたことで逆に出ていくわけには
Oh shit.
いか
Oh
なく
shit.
なりました。
Cat, no! Oh, okay. That's not too bad. She fell onto my fight stick. I then gave them a mostly accurate summary of my... Oh. Yeah, she fell on my fight stick and forced me to skip. I then gave them a mostly accurate summary of my intentions, similar to the one I gave to Takumi-san.
初日からそれっぽいことを言ってたのはやっぱり本当だったんだね。
ああ、タイミングを逸したおかげで一貫しない言動になってしまったけどね。とにかく僕が主張すべきは以上です。認めていただけるでしょうか、関蔵さん。
Kanzo-san? We still left the final call to Kanzo Makishimashi, and he was actually a good thing it was still like that. Though some people resisted him, he was well respected here. A split here could destroy the fixed majority.
昨日言ったな。特別な力なんてねえって。
嘘だよ. I knew he would go there.
今言ったように、僕は今まで自分の正体を明かせなかったんです。
どうして？
どうしてって、だから。
てめえ、死ぬ気はねえだろ。
それも僕は申し上げたはずです。今は死ねないと。蛇の加護者としてやるべきことがあるからです。
嘘つきはくくるのが宴の鉄則じゃ。
嘘は言ってない。
やっすん、なんで嘘つきはダメなの？
人は嘘をつかないことを前提に狼を探す。狼は必ず嘘をつくから。
さよう。嘘を暴くことが即狼発見につながる状況を作るべきであって、 その足を引っ張る嘘つきの人は有害である。
だから僕は加護者じゃないとは言わずに特別な力はないと言ったんですが、事実超能力なんてありませんからね。
ええ、僕も思いましたよ。持って回った言い方で何かを伝えたいんだろうなって。
There's a 40-pound figure of the Bloodborne doll. It costs $1,200.
信じられるか。そもそもがよそもんで。
I don't think you can.
嘘もついとった。
19 inches in height. 19 inches in height, 40 pounds. Ha!
やつは俺とキヨのことを人だと。
Probably metal.
狼だろうが。
I was kind of hoping it was just like a replica. Yeah, like a to size replica. He wasn't wrong there. If I was a wolf and got comfortable in the human side like I was trying to do now, the humans would be as good as said. You know, if you think about it, you could probably find someone out there that's selling, like, Bloodborne dolls, but sex dolls. After all, I could investigate the other wolf and just say they were human, adding them to the confirmed human count. If I did that in a few days, we'd get in a situation where all the suspicious people were gone, while the feast was still going on. Yo, when they make, like, android sex dolls, the most popular designs are going to be from Soft Ladies and 2B. Calling it right now. This was a waste of time difficult to recover from. In a sense, the fate of the humans depended on whether they believed me or not. It was a huge gamble for them. But why? Why wasn't any wolf taking this chance?
マキシマのご老人は彼が狼で私とムロを出しに生き残ろうと考えていると。うん。それは否定できないが。
私は久石さんを信じますよ。隠し事はしても本当に害のあることは考えない方だと思いますから。
She was overestimating me, but at this moment I appreciated it.
僕もです。理由は久石さんが僕とほぼ同じ理屈で宴を分析し、人の勝利に向けて合理的に手を進めてるから。
I appreciated that. It made me want to buy him a drink when he was old enough.
俺も久石を信頼してる。
You'll be waiting quite a while on that one.
なぜじゃ。
こいつに死ぬ気なんてねえってことを。
Have a good night, Pit.
おやっさんはこいつに従って怪しいやつ全員くくっても宴が終わらねえって事態を恐れてんだろ。
うん。
そうなったらもちろん残った連中は久石をくくるよな。こいつはよそもんだ。
こいつもどいつも。
に対する恩義で死のうなんて考えちゃいねえ。だからこそ死ぬような嘘はつかねえ。だからおやっさんが
匠said金。
くくるっつって言った時は出てこなかった。でも今は状況が違うし、
金、
出てきた後は雲に守ってもらえるってことさえ考えてるだろうよ。違うか、久石。
Was he being honest? Or was he only saying that to make Kanzo-san more tolerant? Whatever the case, his analysis was correct.
No comment です。
That was why I couldn't respond honestly. I couldn't lie or gather more antagonism than I already had. To my surprise, Kanzo-san chuckled. It sounded like a mocking laugh, though. Did this mean that he now accepted I was just a cowardly outsider? If that were the case, he probably wouldn't lend an ear to any of my proposals. After all, I wouldn't give my life for Yasumizu.
じゃあ聞くが、この6人で誰をくくろうっていうのか。
俺にはまだ考えはねえ。キヨ、ヤス、あるか。
The two shook their heads.
おやすさんはあんのかよ。
植松のくくる。
昨日、タエばあちゃんに票を入れたからか。
うん。
植松、何かあるか。
必要ならばくくられもしましょう。私とて所詮はただ一つ申し上げるならば、 私は雲の加護を受けました。
なんと
So that was her play. But Rikako-san, that was...
雲だ。じゃあ1日目に誰守ったか言え。
そうだ。あの時は誰も死ななかったのだから、照らし合わせれば妥当性が。
おととい、私がお守りを願ったのはあなた様です。牧島勘三様。
That made sense.
ありそうじゃねえか。1日目からクソジジイは幅利かせてやがったから、狼にとっちゃ狙いたかったろうよ。
そして昨日は織部安永様を。
僕をですか？僕は昨日何もできていなかったのに。
正直を申し上げれば、牧島様よりも織部安永様の方が残るべきかと。私にとって加護を存在に扱われるのは抵抗があることですから。
どうするんだ？
Takumi-san was choosing his words carefully. We couldn't shoot down all of Kanzo-san's suggestions. If he became too emotional, he could destroy our fixed majority. However, I was more or less certain that Rikako-san was a human. I'd made a theory that she was using Meiko, and now she just named herself the spider, rather than a snake. For me, all of those things made sense, so...
No.
What happened next was completely unexpected.
俺も雲なんじゃが。
We'd always thought that the old wolf guy and Meiko wouldn't take part in the feast. Boy, were we wrong. After all, their only contributions were their votes, and it was hard to tell what they based their votes on. They were just two swing votes who were otherwise harmless and best left ignored. It wasn't that simple, though. Unlike last time when we had exceptions like me, everyone here was participating in the feast they were supposed to. That was why everyone could have a guardian of some sort, even if they were too childish or senile to make good use of it. I'd been actually afraid that they would get and waste their guardians. I didn't expect him to come out as a second spider, however. Why him of all people? And why the spider?
じじい、雲じゃ。植松のは。
私は雲です。ご老人は嘘をおっしゃっています。
嘘つきは我じゃろうが。
失礼だがご老人。ここまで地方老人かと判じていたが、状況は理解しておられるのかね?
Based Kiyonosuke. Old man, sorry about this, but I always assumed you to be senile and nothing else. Do you understand the current situation? Fucking based! Always saying what everyone else is afraid to.
おやっさん、以前の宴でも
God, I hope not.
はこんな感じだったのか？
昔から
God fucking
こいつ
damn
は
it.
こんなよ。宴の時も役立たずで。
もっち、狼じじいと仲良かったろ。彼のことどう思う？
ごめん。僕にとって他人はみんなよくわかんないから。じっちゃん、元気？元気だって。
やれやれだ。
おいじじい、初日と2日目誰を守った？
ほ
う？いいか、俺らは命がかかってる。もしてめえが分かってんのにふざけてるんだったら。
守ったのはあれじゃ。
He ended the question by raising his finger and pointing at Yasunaga-kun.
1日目と2日目。
もしかして。
He responded with a smile.
それだと1日目、狼はヤスを狙ったことになるが。
わからなくはないかしら。
じじい、なんで兄貴だったんだ？
なんでも
適当？
That definitely wasn't a good standard for deciding who to protect from death. What was this about anyway? Wait, could it be?
無事な。
どうした、夫妻氏？
前に言いましたよね。 ムジナがいるんじゃないかって話。
神内詣と神内神社にムジナがいるからってやつですか。
しかしマイナーな伝承から狼におもねった人だとまで結論付けるのは無理がないかね。
ええ、まあムジナという役割があるかどうかはとりあえず別でいいです。はっきりしているのはリカコさんと狼じじい氏の少なくとも片方が嘘をついているということですね。
No arguments against that. Honestly, I thought they were both lying, but I more or less knew what Rikako-san was going for. She was probably ordering and controlling Meiko, the real spider, effectively making her the one who protected people. That was why the info she gave about how she used the power was correct. In a way, she was the spider's representative. The advantage of this method was that, even if she died, the real spider would survive. Of course, Meiko wouldn't have someone helping her making decisions if Reikako-san died, limiting the Guardian's effectiveness. But even so, if the spider that the wolves thought was dead was actually alive, it could turn the tides in the endgame. The spider was best kept hidden at all costs, but Rikako-san revealed it so it'd draw the votes towards her. She used it for her own plan. I didn't know how accurate my assumption was, but it did seem like an effective course of action. Though, she probably didn't expect a sudden fake. It was day 3, and the fixed majority plan was becoming reality, yet no wolves came out as either snakes or crows. We all knew the dangers of the wolves taking the snake's role, while taking the crow would help them hide the amount of wolves still alive, giving them a path to victory. However, there was next to no point in pretending to be the spider. Even if you claimed to be the spider and said you would protect someone, then even if no one died, you could still be suspected of being a wolf fixing the game. However, there was an exception. It was effective in helping the wolves know who the badger was. It was probably true that Kanzo-san was the target the first day, but was stopped by Meiko, who was ordered by Rikako-san. That was why the wolves, who knew that what they were aiming for that day, had recognized Rikako-san as the real deal. They also understood that the wolf guy was lying. That meant that from the wolf's perspective, he was a human who just told a lie. It was too obvious. The wolves knew about the badger. The wolves and their ally needed to be proactive about lying. The old wolf guy defied that rule, letting the wolves know what he was. With Hisako Mamiya's death, they had lost a vote, but with this they now had 3 again. Also, Kanzo-san was considering his opponent, Rikako-san, as the next candidate for the hanging. In this situation, we had to make good use of the 6 confirmed humans and hang the lying spider. The easiest choice was to trust Kanzo-san's decision and vote for Rikako-san. By gathering wolf, badger, and confirmed human votes, Rikako-san would be sent to the tree. It was a chance for the wolves to kill the spider, and make them think that the humans killed a wolf. This was really effective for them, and extremely dangerous for us. Even if the real spider, Meiko, survived, it would be really difficult for me to talk about the badger, and explain that Rikako-san was a fake spider on their side. Yeah, I had to convince the human side that they should vote to hang the wolf guy instead. Was that really right, though? I had to think carefully. I only came to understand Rikako-san's intentions because she told me to vote for her in a peculiar situation. I was assuming that both she and the wolf guy had some ulterior motives, but was that really right? Was the old wolf guy even capable of that? He played with a pretty useless guardian. Maybe he'd only come out because he found it strange that another spider had named themselves. In fact, that was the most natural reaction, especially in the other's eyes. Same went for Rikako-san. From what I saw of her, she was more legend and harmony than intelligence. What if she was actually thinking that by protecting Meiko, she would be considered a good guy and avoid gathering votes? What if her affection for me was all part of the plan too? Crap, this was obviously the more reasonable line of thinking. Also, Rikako-san could have been lying to let the wolves know something. Anyway, we had a relatively sane young woman going up against a completely senile man, no matter how you looked at it. The choice was obvious.
違います。
じゃあ、どうして今になって言った？てめえ一度何票か入っ。
はい。申し上げました。
じゃあなぜ今くくられそうになって過去を言い出した？
She fell silent. I couldn't tell whether it was a silence to protect Meiko or just an awkward silence because he pointed out a harsh truth.
お前らはどうだ？
私は安永の表に任せましょう。その方が皆さんにとっては信じやすいでしょ。
そうだな。それはいい。キヨ、お前は？
リカコさん、あなたは雲の加護者で本当に間違いないのですな。
はい、野里様、間違いございません。
なんかどっちも嘘くさいな。
てめえカモシだ。適当なこと言ってねえで、わからねえんなら黙ってやがれ。
お姉ちゃん、
大丈夫。あなたのことは守るから。
なんかおかしくない？公平じゃないよ。リカ子さん、これまでずっと安水のためにひどいこと言われても耐えてきたじゃん。なんでおじいちゃんがいきなり言い出したことで全部ひっくり返るの？っていうか、なんでいきなり言い出したの？
ちえみ、
おじいちゃんは誰かに言わされてるかもしれないし、リカ子さんだって決心や考えが揺らいでるかもしれないじゃん。何が本当なんてわからないよ。なのに簡単に答え出して人を殺そうって感覚、本当危ないよ。
分かってる。ただな、結局ここまで来れば最終的にどっちを信じるかだ。夫妻子、どう思う？
Oh, what was I to do? How was I to approach this? Well, we gotta keep picking the wrong ones, so we're voting for Rikako. Doubting others was essentially my creed. That's because I believed it was more logical to trust only myself and take responsibility for the outcome over bearing the risk of trusting others. When I came back to that rule, it was trusting Rikako-san as openly as I had so far that was the exception for me. It made more sense to doubt her. And so, I said it.
Rikako-sanの方が信じられる。
票を取れ。
Aiming for 100% completion kind of sucks when I have to pick shitty options that I know are just meant to fail.
じゃあ誰殺すんだよ。あ？俺か？カモシラか？それとも知恵ねえか？
殺す気か？ハッサン。
春明さん、嘘でしょ？
いいのです、春明さん。
リカコさんいけない。
君、何を？リカコさんは一体何をやろうとしてるんだ？
自己犠牲精神なんていらない。
いいのです。皆様がおっしゃる通り、私は人ですが、私がくくられても、私は退場することで最後の休みずへの。
リカコさん、
夫妻子
Takumi-san shouted louder than ever before shutting me
お
up.
前がその女を助けたかったなら、その女を信じなきゃダメだった。お前がそうできなかった時点で、その女が助かることはなくなった。
そんな。
お前がそう言わないってことは、その女が生きてることが人の勝利に必ずしも必要ないってことだ。少なくともお前は、そう確信していない。それを否定できなかった時点で、お前の選択は済んじまってるんだよ。あとは男らしく決着しろ。
Damn it. I'd never been more resentful of my adherence to my rules than I was now.
上松リカコさんをくくることを。
はい。
Rikako-san smiled. Why couldn't I just trust her?
縄は
No rope shall be necessary. Oh
上
boy.
松として、藤吉の意味と、汚れの森人として、恥じるところない最後を、自らなして、
She said it.
ご覧に入れます。
Rikako-san led her own funeral procession. With a sonorous voice, she sung prayer to Shinai. She bowed to the Okiba along the way as she recited prayers and sutras. No one rebuked her, for they all understood her actions were the manifestation of her faith. for she was right. Rikako-san turned away from us, faced the cliff, and chanted sutras. You know what? I'm glad I picked this horrible choice. At least I get to hear this. Her words were directed at no one. They merely faded into the mist. She clapped her hands, held them over her head, and bowed. It was similar to a Yasumizu bow, but felt more right than that. Rikako-san looked back and spoke only those words. She paid no heed to the only voice that called out to her. Her black sleeves fluttered, and she threw herself into the mist. After several seconds, we heard a crunching noise from down below. Chiemi covered Meiko's ears. The little girl started to cry.
お前があんなことを言うから。いや、違う。それもこれも。なんだ。なぜ、私たちは、こんなことに。
He left while muttering to himself.
野里さん。
ほっといてやれ。あいつもあれで男だ。女が死ねば思うところもあるさ。みんな帰るぞ。
Returned to the dining hall, but were caught up in depression. There was barely anyone who wasn't feeling the loss of Tai-san, Haru-chan, and Rikako-san in any way. Excluding the old man, we didn't know if we could expect all that much from him as the spider. Meiko had cried herself to sleep and had been left in her place, while Kiyonosuke had returned to his mansion. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san were busy cleaning up Haru-chan. Aside from them, everyone else was here. Don't bother. Kaori-san said that with forced enthusiasm, since her sons were still alive. She probably was in a relatively better mood than the rest of us. Incidentally, I'd stopped helping with the cleanups in the kitchen. They said it was because they couldn't put the snake at risk out in the mist, but they were also probably being cautious of me, so I just sat by myself. Chiemi was talking to the boys, showing her own consideration from them to lift her spirits. It seemed she had no intention of talking to the old wolf guy.
Haruaki-sama. お話を、その。
The woman who always wanted to talk was gone. Before long, Kaori-san had finished making the food. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san returned from the cleanup, and we finally had our first meal of the day.
今日は気疲れしたでしょ。たっぷり食べてね、久石さん。
ありがとうございます。
The fact that I checked my bowl for something green made me realize how ill-natured I really was. Unfortunately, that was just how I was, so I would at least keep up my mask and effectively give them conscious of my own kind. I sat down, put my hands together, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the rice gruel. Like always, it was simple, beastly, yet still good. I only felt that something was wrong with it a bit later. At first, I just thought that I burned my mouth or something. But suddenly, I couldn't feel my mouth at all, and after an unnatural sensation that overwhelmed my tongue and cheeks, I lost my sense of direction. My body twisted, and right as a dull pain went through my head, I fell to the floor. I'd been poisoned. I could understand that clearly, but all my processing power went into dealing with the unnatural feeling attacking my body. I couldn't see properly. I couldn't breathe or speak. Despite that, I still had a burning pain in my mouth and an urge to vomit, along with an unbearable agony. I couldn't understand what was happening around me. It was probably pure chaos, but I was struggling to even breathe, and it was only getting worse. A sudden intense impact hit my back, my body jumped, and then I puked. My breathing stabilized for a moment, and I could hear a voice as well as see something, a wet floor in my own hands. However, the nausea didn't end. The spasms made me feel like my chest was turning inside out, and I soon puked again. I was beyond help. I would die in just a few minutes. Once I understood and accepted that, I found myself able to think a little clearer. This was a gamble the wolves had taken. They'd killed outside the feast. They were prepared to face the corruption. They'd poisoned the food. By doing so, they could get rid of me or someone else. And they could frame the crime on Kaori-san, the chef. They could also destroy the fixed majority comprising of Takumi-san, Kanzo-san, Kyonosuke-shi, Kaori-san, and I. By sacrificing one of the remaining wolves, they'd gain a bigger reward. I see. So the wolves are that serious. I had been given a lethal dose of poison. There wasn't any hope for me at all, was there? How would I get past this? Hey, Rikako-san, this is a horrible thing to ask, but you wouldn't happen to know, would you? Just before my consciousness faded into the mist, I saw a hallucination of Rikako-san looking down on me with a sad smile. Game over. Okay. I guess I will be right back as well. Stop. Need more water. I have returned. Welcome back. Alrighty. Vote for old wolf guy. No cat? Nuh-uh. My lap is not free. Shoot. This would be a gamble. I had to remove the unpredictability and simply play the odds. I'd have to rely on common sense. Or by the first impressions I had. Or, maybe I would just believe Rikako-san.
僕は狼じじい氏が嘘を言っていると思っています。
根拠は
Didn't have to be true as long as everyone was won over. No. The feast was a game where people hunted lies. I couldn't let my eloquence alone do the talking. I needed truth. Did I have to talk about Mako then? No. That would make me simply unforgivable. Then...
実のところ、どっちでもいいんですよ。ここでくくるのは。
I would play the role presented to me. That was the only way for me to gain their trust.
どういうこと？
僕がもし今夜死ねば、僕が間違いなく蛇だったということ。匠さんと野里さんが人だという証明になります。今日一人くくってるのだから、残り10人、人確定が5人。ただし、香織さんのみ自己申告。しかし、残り5人は香織さんに票を集めることはできないでしょう。な、吉次君。
ああ、おふくろには投票しね
え。だから必ず5人組の方が投票で勝てる。多数派工作は成功する。まあ最終的に吉次君が裏切らないという保証が必要ですが、結局これも信じるかどうかって話ですね。
俺は裏切らねえ。
判断は皆さんに任せましょう。一方、僕が死ななかった場合、皆さんはもう少し不安な思いをすることになる。僕のことが信頼できないならば。ただ、僕は今日生き残るなら、残る5人のうち最も怪しいと思う人間を過去で調べることができる。狼が当たればそれをくくり、人が当たればそれを確定として扱い、残り4人から1人をくくる。その次の日に僕が死んでも確定者は5人、残りは3人。狼の残り人数は香織さんが調べられる。最悪の最悪、残り3人くくっても最終的には人が勝ちます。安水側の誰かが生き残ります。そこから先、どのタイミングで僕が死んでも確定者が増えるだけで、人的には全然問題はない。勝ち確定。じゃあ僕が生き続けたら、それが最も気になるところでしょうが、僕は最悪でもあさってまでに狼を全滅させることを誓います。
That was an impactful line. I could see and hear them gasp. It felt good, but I didn't show it.
失敗したなら僕をくくって結構。その結果、僕が狼だったとしても、残り一人の狼を探す時間はある。つまり、現状はどうしたって人が有利な状況なので、どっちをくくってもさほど問題はありません。が、正気か地方か、それとも悪意を持っているのかすら判別のつかない老人は、たとえ人でも残すべきじゃない。
春秋さん。
それに、おそらくリカ子さんは早晩 狼にやられてしまうことでしょう。本物の雲は脅威ですからね。
はい、その覚悟です。
しばらくその方針で進めて、それでダメなら僕とリカ子さんをくくればいい。それが安心材料になるでしょう。しかし言動に責任を持たない彼を残していれば、いつまでも不安要素を抱え込んでおくことになる。だから僕は彼をくくるべきだと提案します。最も確実な道を取るために。
That's fair.
あともう一つ、僕は彼女が本物だと思っていますし、非常に些細なことですが信じる要因もある。説得力はないので言いませんが、ただ匠さんの言うように、僕は現時点で死ぬ気はさらさらありませんし、リカ子さんが命を賭して守ってくれると当然のように期待していますから、この選択をするんです。僕は実のところこういう卑劣な人間ですが、僕が蛇の加護を引いた以上、僕はこういう攻略法を行います。僕の将来の命を懸けるということが、信頼も後ろ盾もない、ただ命が惜しい僕が唯一行える誠実さの証明です。信じてください。以上です。
ヤス、キヨ、どうする？
Takumi-san instantly asked that.
信じます。僕は最初から不妻子さんが蛇じゃないかと思ってましたから。
そうだな、私も信じよう。何よりもリカ子さんをくくることには承服しかねるのでね。
香織さんはいいな。
はい、安永に委ねますから。
おやっさん。
This was the moment of truth.
おやっさんは
信じられん。
Thought as much.
こいつが言った理屈にはきっと穴がいくらもある。穴にはまった時責任を取らす術はない。それよりわしは自分を信じる。タエバーに票を入れた植松を殺す。
The fixed majority will fail then.
おやっさん。
But Takumi-san did something unexpected.
頼む。おやっさんの票を俺にくれ。
He lowered his hands and forehead on the floor.
匠兄ちゃん。
さっき言ったように、俺はこいつの考えを信じてる。だが、人間性まで信じたわけじゃねえ。こいつは善人じゃねえ。きっと、敵に回したら難儀なやつだ。しかし、悪どい人間だからって、狼になるわけじゃねえ。それとこれとは関係ねえ。俺はこいつの言葉の端々に、こいつの本気を見出した。だから信じる。おやっさんには難しいとも分かってる。だから俺を信じてくれ。安水で30年の付き合いの俺を信じてくれるなら。もし不妻子が嘘つきだと分かったら、たとえ汚れを受けてでも不妻子と植松をその日のうちに殺す。そう約束する。
He did the same as me. Bet his life on his words.
頼む。
He even gave his honor.
匠、このバグ。
おやっさん。
てめえは宴の片付けがあんだろうが、わしにはもう何もねえ。汚れはわしが黄泉に持っていく。おう、妻子。
はい。
言うたからには覚悟せえ。己にはタエバーの死の責任もある。それを蛇として取り返せんなら、わしが手ずから生皮剥いでくれる。
I gulped. I was being glared at by an old hunter who was no stranger to death.
覚悟の上です。
こっから票取れ。じじい、てめえだ。
Without an expression or a word, he pointed at me. 1 vote.
狼じじいに。
2 votes.
おじいさんに。
3.
安水のご老人に。
4.
狼じじいに。
5.
じっちゃん、よしくんさ、じっちゃんに入れる？
ああ。
じゃあもう決まりなんだね。そんなら僕も一緒でいいや。ごめんね、
鴨志田様。
狼じじいに1票。
春明さんに1票。
Jimmy?
知恵ねえ。その意思表示は。
だってわかんないんだもん。私リカ子さんには死んでほしくないけど、でもおじいちゃんが単にボケて雲だって言っちゃっただけってのもありそうなのに。なのになんで誰も何も言わないの？なんで春明さんはそのことを言ってくれないの？
言っただろう。どっちでも同じなんだよ。
表が読めないのはメイコちゃんだって同じでしょ？
ね。
疑わしさが同じなら、女の子を殺すよりはお年寄りに犠牲になっていただく方が合理的だと僕は思う。
もういい。リカ子さん。
ご老人に。
おじいちゃんに。
おじいさんに。
縄持ってこい。
Overwhelming majority. Not again! Not again! Fuck you! You are not getting time! I remember what happened last time. Kanzo suddenly punched him. He quickly tied up the wolf guy and pulled him off into the mist. His voice was strangely subdued, but I could feel intense emotion behind it. None of us knew what made him like that, so we all just sat paralyzed. The one to move first was Takumi-san. By the time I went outside, Takumi-san was already disappearing into the mist.
Takumi-san! 不妻子てめえは来るなよし不妻子を捕まえとけおどういうことなんです？わからんがてめえは今一番大事なんだ万一のことがあったらまずい
Just in case. Oh yeah. The last time when the wolf guy was going to be lynched, it led to some unexplained murders.
Takumi-san, 言っちゃダメだ
I shouted that.
あなたは絶対に宴の勝利には欠かせないんだから
There was no response, even his footsteps were vanishing into the mist.
何が起きると知っておる？
I felt my heart jump. I turned around and saw nothing besides Yoshitsugu-kun, who was wearing a suspicious scowl.
なんだよ。とにかく行くぜ。匠兄と肝臓じじいに任せておけば何も起きねえ。しかし、てめえが今一人で消えたらどう思われるか考えろよ。
He had a point. They only trusted me because Takumi-san was vouching for me.
そうだね。みんなで食堂に戻っていよ
う。My words for nothing. And in about half an hour we were joined by both Takumi-san and Kanzo-san. Their expressions were grim, but implied nothing specific. He sat down on the seat closest to the entrance.
匠に俺は結局見てないまあおやっさんなら間違いねえだろ
With that, today's feast had ended. Everyone sighed quietly in relief. There must have been some of the wolves' depression in that. After all, from my perspective, we were just one step away from victory. However, this step would be one that would be very hard to take. How easy it would be if I died and it all ended then. However, it would once again be pointless. Until I solved why death hadn't come for me, I was afraid of this unexplained phenomenon. Until I solved the mystery and explained this loop, I would see many tragedies, fight against fear, and keep seeing many bad endings. A part of me hoped that winning the feast would end it, but if it didn't, I would have no clue where the core of this mystery was. Was this mystery even solvable? Could I cling to my own sanity until then? I remained uneasy. After a bit of rest, we had tons of things to do. The top priority was cleaning up Mamiya-san and Haru-chan's remains. I wanted to help, but they stopped me since something might happen in the mist. I couldn't help with the food either. Probably because they were wary of me too. I couldn't blame them, considering what I said. In a way, they were now more distant with me than last time, when I was just a pure outsider. I continued watching the people carefully do what they had to, making sure there were no blind spots under Takumi's guidance. I wanted to win. I'd gotten this far, so I wanted to defeat the wolves. Though, that was actually just a part of my desire to survive and expose the things I had no choice but to keep quiet about. I'd said all that horrible stuff in order to protect Meiko. I just wanted to finally find peace from the stuff that bothered me. That felt like escapism, though. It seemed like proof that my mental state was weakened, and I didn't like it.
ちなみに夫妻君、最悪でも明後日ということなら、早ければ明日には勝負がつくということで良いのかね。
As everyone worked and I had nothing to do, Hyonosuke-shi, who wasn't too involved in the work, whispered that to me.
ええ、そうですね。
I didn't know if everyone else believed me, but I did feel like I was close to the conclusion.
それは教えてもらうわけにはいかんのかね。
そうですね。今はまだ。
I couldn't let anyone find out that Meiko was the spider. In fact, if I tried to survive after someone found out what she was, and that I prioritized my own survival over hers, I would be the target of everyone's scorn. That was how complicated my current situation was.
まあ、やむを得んだろうな。それはともかく。君はその、なんだ、植松里香子さんと親密な関係になったのかね。
Well, I knew he'd be curious about that. Incidentally, Rikako-san had insisted on going with Takumi-san and the others to mourn the ones lost.
無事に霧が晴れたら、そういうのもいいかもしれない、という話はしました。
そうか。
What was I supposed to say here?
野里さんが植松里香子さんを大事にされているのは、長者としての共感にはとどまらないのですか？だとすれば、まだ何かが決まったわけじゃないので、野里さんも彼女に思いをお伝えになっては？
いや、そういうのはね。私の場合は単に昔のことだ。
ああ、もしかして過去に付き合っておられたとか？
恐れ多いこと。雲の家とはいえご当主様だ。次男坊と釣り合うものじゃないのだよ。
それを言えば、流れ者である僕なんて釣り合う目はないという話になりますが。
その通りだよと言いたいところだが、当人同士の気持ちが大事な時代だろう。少なくとも
There we go.
この村の外は全部。
That's not even what it was.
私も外の暮らしが長かったからわかる。
I checked Twitter on my
彼
phone.
女を高みに支えている器用方変のすべては時代を
It was actually
束縛でし
Discord.
かない。だからそんな束縛のない男が
Yeah.
彼女を外の世界で幸せにするならば、この霧の中でずっと考えているうちに、そんな風にも思えるようになったのだよ。
僕からは何とも言い難いです。最終的に何をどうするのか選ぶのは彼女次第だと思っていますし。
そのあたりは君と彼女の間のことだろう。私が口出しをするのは無粋。その程度は私にもわかるのだよ。 ただ彼女がネヤのはしためとして背負ってきたものはきっと君にはひどくキーに思えるだろうし重くのしかかるだろう。
と言いますと？
それは私の口から言えることでもない。まあもし何か困ったことがあれば相談には乗るがね。
それはぜひ。
He then gave me a business card. Kyonosuke no Sato, MD, guaranteed from XX University. Doctor. Wow. So he really was an elite. It wasn't a specific job. It was just his personal info. Was he looking for a new job? It had his email and phone number on it, and it felt like a relic. Looking at it prompted a bit of nostalgia even. The bedroom woman servant's role, huh? Was he being considerate? Or was it some sort of warning? It didn't seem like I could ask any further, especially with all the people here, so I would just take it as goodwill and move on. I didn't think much of this, but I had absolutely no idea that I would catch a glimpse of a new kind of darkness from the Uematsu family, and Fujiyoshi as a whole. The cleanup was over, and everyone returned to eat.
今日は気疲れしたでしょ。たっぷり食べてね。
ありがとうございます。
Kaori-san was a good person. I didn't know everything about her, but she treated everyone with respect, keeping her relationships proper and bright. I knew for sure that her personality was supported by her sons. She'd arrived at Fujiyoshi, had to deal with their strange customs, lost her husband, and was sent here to Yasumizu, where she'd lived for over a decade. Her mind was actually very frail at this point, and without her sons to support her, she would easily break. However, even if it came from a strained mind and heart, goodwill was goodwill, and conscience was conscience. Not to mention that she didn't do anything bad yet. The fact that I checked my bowl for something green despite that made me realize how ill-natured I really was. Unfortunately, that was just how I was, so I would at least keep my mask and effectively give them conscience of my own kind. I sat down, put my hands together, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the rice gruel. Like always, it was simple, beastly, yet still good. I only felt that something was... yeah. Poison. I can't help it. I'm picking all the wrong options so I can get that 100%. I don't think I'm going to be fine on this route either, so I'm out.
オリベとにかく博
That's
士には
different.
ホースゴムホースはあるかね。
ホース
胃洗浄だ。ろくにやったことはないがやるしかあるまい。
Time to stomach pump.
すぐに蛇口につなぐんだ。
They're going to burst my fucking stomach open. I couldn't understand what they were talking about. My burning throat was a clear message that this was lethal.
春秋さんしっかりして。心臓マッサージとかしないと。
必要だが水場に運んでからだ。道を開けろ。誰か湯を沸かせ。
Someone was treating me somehow, I could tell that much, but I also knew it was too late. I was strangely calm about it too. So this was the end, huh? Like I figured, making it to the end as a snake was pretty difficult. What about next time then? What was I supposed to do to move forward? Ugh, shit. I wanted to bring as many memories as possible to the next time around. I wanted to hear what they were saying, memorize it, and analyze it properly on the next loop. That was unlikely, though. All of my memories of my final moments so far were pretty vague. I was fated to never die, yet to die so many times. It was a really interesting thing to think about, but not even those who returned seemed to be given the key to the mysteries of the final moments.
ダメだ。もう心音が。
春ダメ。
Even the pain was becoming dull. My mind was on the verge of fading.
ここから出てください。
リカ、聞かねえ。
彼の病毒は私が引き取る。
Everyone suddenly fell silent, and I thought this was because my senses were fading. However, it was actually the opposite. My senses were absurdly clear considering the situation. This could have been a pre-death lull, or perhaps some sort of delusion. I would have preferred to die while paralyzed, though. Clearly feeling the pain of death wasn't exactly a good time. That was a weird statement to make, but the absurdity was lost on me. Suddenly, I felt the light past my eyelids grow weaker. Once it was almost completely dark, I realized it was because the windows were closed. I slowly opened my eyes. I couldn't see clearly, but only because of the dim lighting in the shut dining hall. I moved my head, but it felt really heavy. My heart had almost stopped pumping blood. My pulse was dull and weak. I was certain I would die soon. But then, I felt Rikako-san approach me. Her expression wasn't clear to me, but her breathing was strangely loud. She was panting, but trying to endure it. I thought that was because of the slight quivering in each of her breaths. After wiping her mouth, she brought her body close to mine. No, she actually straddled me. Though she was in a position where she could look down on me, she looked at me with upturned eyes. That, in addition to her bashful expression, made it clear that she was about to do something sinful. She stopped hiding the intensity of her breathing. Her small tongue, wet with saliva, was peeking through her mouth, and it was extremely lustful. I could feel her warmth on my abdomen. With her every breath, I felt the hardness of her pelvis despite all that cloth between us. Even though I was dying, or maybe because of it, the feeling of the opposite sex on me awakened the instinct, the man within me.
好きよ。
Her voice felt like it didn't belong to her. A refined, traditional woman, a woman that appeared younger than she was, a clumsy woman with some unfortunate tendencies, a mysterious woman. None of that was there. She was now lustful, bewitching, overpowering. The enchanting, mature lady squirmed as if suffocating in her familiar black clothing. As I noticed that, she reached for the edge of my shirt, lifted it up, and went in with her fingers with practiced motions. They were cold. I could feel them on my skin, passing my belly button, making me moan lightly. She then reached her other hand in and moved them both without restraint. As her arms went deep inside, her palms caressed my torso, and her fingers lustfully searched for any sensitive spots. Despite my confusion, it made me moan over and over. She was toying with my near-mortal clarity, which was both confusing and a bit uncomfortable. However, I didn't resist. Because my limbs were weak from the poison? No, that would just be making excuses. I enjoyed that she was having her way with me. It was exciting, numbing, and paralyzing. However, when she reached for my belt and tried to undo it, I somehow found the power to put out my right hand and try to push her aside. It was a feeble gesture, but enough to get the message across. Her whisper told me that she understood me, but was somewhat indifferent about it.
仕方ない。
She moved and backed away to the side. As her warmth faded, the coldness from the impending death came back.
少し痛いけど。
She then smiled and took something out of her sleeve.
楽になって。
An ice pick? It seemed like a Japanese-made awl. Upon seeing it, I couldn't understand anything anymore. Was she going to make love to me? Torture me? Kill me? I couldn't understand, but it appeared that my resistance from a moment ago left me completely powerless and unwilling to do anything. As my vision grew dim, so did my senses. But then I felt a pain in my left shoulder. Had she pierced me with the awl? It was the last thing I thought and felt before losing consciousness. My eyes opened and I sat up.
Haruaki-san!
Chiemi was right next to me for some reason. She was holding my hand, crying her eyes out.
よかったよ。よかったよ。生きてて。
She then rested her forehead on the back of my hand and began crying even more fiercely. I looked around. This was the dining hall. Everyone else was here too, but they all wore conflicted expressions. Chiemi was the only one openly expressing how they felt. What happened? I actually had no idea for a moment, but then... Right. I almost died. What saved me, though? And why did I feel so good? It was like I had a full night's sleep. Hard to believe I was just on the brink of
ごめ
death.
ん、ちえみちゃん。ちょっといいかな。
ごめんね。
いや、いいんだ。ただ、何があった？
春明さん、5時間くらい眠ってて、もうだいたい夜なんだけど、ずっとこんな感じだよ。
野里さん、僕はどうなってたんでしょうか？
トリカブトによる中毒。しかもまず助からんと思われるような程度のひどい中毒症状だった。しかしなぜだか君は生還した。まずはおめでとうと言うべきかね。
His tone seemed to be somewhat sarcastic, but he was probably just hiding how suspicious and uneasy he felt. He was eyeing Rikako-san, who was standing near the window, looking down and comforting Meiko. He wasn't the only one. She was the center of attention here. Wonder, disbelief, reverence, worship.
お祈りって聞くんだね。
I had little doubt that was what he actually thought.
そうだったんですか。よく覚えてませんが、リカコさん、ありがとうございます。
植松家の責務を果たしただけです。
なんでもいいよ。生きてたならそれで。
I didn't agree there. Being saved by some religious rite was just as ridiculous as this death loop I was trapped in. Prayers? Religious rites? Did that experience really qualify? I reached for my shoulder and felt fresh bandages. The cotton was bloody, meaning she really had stabbed me. Did she suck out the poison? That couldn't be it. I wasn't bitten by a snake. I'd ingested aconite poison. You couldn't just suck that out of the bloodstream.
彼の病毒は私が引き取る。
She had said that, right? Taken my poison?
汚れを引き取るのも植松家の役目なのです。私のこの場の役目が皆様の憎しみを引き取るということなのかもしれないと。
The role of the Uematsu.
彼女がネヤのはしためとして背負ってきたものはきっと君にはひどくキーに思えるだろうし、重くのしかかるだろう。
雲はネヤのはしため。そこからかつて植松家は野蛮として村の夢見を守る役目を担ったのです。はい、植松は葬儀の家でもありましたから、葬式仏教も混じっているかも。
Huh. So that was how it was. I understood now. And I also understood how frightening the Uematsu were. However, there was something more important to worry about.
負妻子のやつは確かに死にかけた。それで植松が負妻子を助けた。
狂言かもしれん。
常識的にはそう思いたくもなりますがね。狂言で心停止寸前ができるなら、彼は手品で一生食っていけるでしょうな。
Jotaro reconsidering his career path.
近持ち、貴様も見ていたろう。あれは神聖の中毒症状だったな。
そうだね。渦は冗談でも食べたら助かるってないしな。それにりっちゃんも冗談であんなになんないでしょ。
もっちやめとけ。
I just realized that her black clothes were gone.
おやっさん。
うん。夫妻子と植松のは人らしい。そんで。
待ってください。母さんは違う。
There it was. Everyone was here, but Kaori-san alone seemed to be in a different position. She was deep in the room, sitting, probably forcefully, on a chair with a pale face.
あの時、僕以外にも雑炊を食べた人はいたんだよね、安永くん。
ええ。あの後手はつけてませんが、多分鍋の方に毒は入ってない。おそらく、夫妻子さんが使った食器に毒が付着していたんだと思います。
あるいは、よそった時に毒を持った。
違います。私じゃありません。
織部さん、私も別に意地悪で言ってるんじゃないがね。理屈では、それを否定しきるだけの説がまだ出てないから、皆あなたを信じきれてない。そういうことでしょう。
わかります。あの時は私だけがカウンターにいましたから。でも違うんです。
だから食器についてはそっちの棚にあったんですよ。誰も注意してなかったんだから、誰だって触れたと思うべきだ。
それは逆だね、織部安永君。誰でも見えたのだから、怪しい動きをすれば誰かが気づいたはず。ちなみに盛り付け前に食器を運んだのは君だろ、安永君。自分が犯人だというつもりかね。
それはありません。動機だってない。
だろう。そもそも積んである食器に名前が書いてあるわけでもないのだ。配膳して渡す時以外、彼を狙うことは不可能だ。
わかりますけど、でも考えてください。夫妻子さんの生死に関わらず、こうして母さんが真っ先に疑われるのは当然だ。こんなバレバレの状況で母さんが殺人を犯すメリットがあれば言ってください。
安永君、別に私は好きでこんなことを。
自分が犠牲になってでも蛇を排除できる。
Takumi-san joined the exchange.
キヨの言う通り、理屈で考えればあんたが怪しいのはわかるんだ、香織さん。そしてキヨだけじゃなく、みんなそれを疑ってる。俺も少しはそうだな。疑っちまってる。
匠さん、あなたまで。
キヨだけに嫌われ役をやってもらうのは本意じゃねえから
な。慣れん真似をするものだ。
ただ、俺は個人的には香織さんを信じてる。
理由は？
香織さんは義継守ろうとして殺すならこの場全員殺すだろうよ。それにバレた後に言い訳なんてしねえだろう。そんなおっかねえ根性決まった母ちゃんだろあんたは。
Yeah. He was completely right about her. Takumi-san knew her so well and still fell for her, huh? He was serious about her. It made me want to cheer him on. In that case, I had to make it through the night.
僕も信じますよ、香織さん。
夫妻子さん。
理由はあるのかね。
そうですね。確かに状況証拠では怪しくても、彼女の人となりが疑いを帳消しにしていると思いますから。あとは、僕を信じてくれた匠さんの分析を、僕は信じたいと思ってます。
ありがとうよ。
よろしいので。
どうせ今日はもうくくれん。明日
だな。もう
母さん、片付け手伝うか。
俺もやる。服もここの使うぞ。
ありがとう安永。 義継。
Oh boy. I'll be back. I have to use the washroom. Stomach's hurting. Alright, if it's not quite your thing, that's just how it is. That is always a possibility. Fair enough. We left the family of 3 and went outside. Oh yeah, we did dismantle that.
いいよ。もうおやっさん大丈夫だろ。
いや、
I don't actually know where it is. Oh. To my surprise, the hunting... I don't know what causes it. I've tried every trick in the book. Yeah? It's the Discord. To my surprise, the hunting rifle was placed against the dining hall's wall. But... or rather...
キリン中に投げちゃった。
Ah. Kanzo-san grunted in displeasure, snatched the gun from Mochi, and went off into the mist.
なんか、ダメだな、私。
She chuckled emptily. There were still dried lines of tears down her cheeks.
いや、正解だ。バラすのは必要だったし、完全になくなってたらお前が持ってったと勘違いしかねないからな。
私が？ああ、凶器として？
ああ。変な疑いがかかってもつまらんだろ。
もう、嫌だな。疑ったり、疑われたり。早く霧が晴れればいいのに。
That would be nice.
心配せずとも、明日には目処がつこう。
そうだな。じゃあ、俺も引き上げだ。みんな、おやすみ。
Yeah, I don't know how. As he left, Takumi-san lightly tapped my shoulder.
回復は奇跡的だっつってたぞ、キヨは。大事にしろよ。
He gave me my shoulder a firm squeeze, then left. I would do whatever I could to survive.
じゃあ、僕もこれで。
久之さん、おやすみなさい。
春秋さん、ほんと、気をつけてね。
ああ、おやすみ。
Rikako-san didn't speak or even look at me until the very end. I crossed my legs and sat down on my futon. I wasn't tense anymore, probably because I was used to it, or because I wouldn't die tomorrow. I just didn't feel like sleeping, though. I actually felt really good. Why had I survived? Was it really aconite? Even I'd heard the real aconite poisoning was lethal. What if it was actually some weird poison that just made it seem like you were dying, then fully recovered afterwards? That kind of trick would be kicked out of the Rookie of the Year Mystery Novel Award in the prep ending.
それは逆だね、織部安永君。誰でも見えたのだから、怪しい動きをすれば誰かが気づいたはず、と考えるべき。
こんなバレバレの状況で母さんが殺人を犯すメリットがあれば言ってください。
I could relate to them both. Kiyonosuke-shi was right. That was unlikely to be pure coincidence. And Yasunaga-kun was right that it was an unlikely risk to take for someone who didn't need to. All this thinking about who done it and why made me feel like I was in a mystery novel. Though since I could easily dispel all the suspicions on Kaori-san, I could more or less see how it was. The very premise was wrong. So I knew exactly what I had to do today. I took out my notepad, wrote down the name Yoshitsugu Oribe, and put it near my pillow. Suddenly there was a knock on my door. I quickly became tense again. A visitor? Now? Right after I almost died? I'd decide what to do after seeing their face. But then I realized this hut didn't have any way for me to look outside the door. However, there were spaces between the boards of the door, most likely warped by changes in humidity. I peeked outside through them. Chiemi. Another knock. I went ahead and asked.
私、芹沢千恵美。
何の用？
聞きたいことがあって、
なんだろう。というか、物意味をしなきゃなんないんじゃないの？外は危ないかもしれないし、大丈夫？
私は大丈夫。まだみんなその辺をブラブラしてるし。ドア越しでいいから、ちょっといいかな。
I mean, we're doing that right now, so.
いいけど。
私、何もできてないなって。私、落ちこぼれでね。子供の頃からここのみんなに迷惑ばっかかけてて。だから必死で勉強して、大学受かって外に出たんだよ。知ってる？安水の人間はね、大学行くか出稼ぎ行くかしか外に出られないんだ。
いや、知らないな。出稼ぎに行く人もいたんだ。
うん。匠兄ちゃんも一度は外に出てたよ。お父さんとお母さんも外にいるし。
そうなんだ。
うん。お父さんあんまり体良くないみたいだから、たまに外に行ってるよ。
逆になんで彼はこっちに
？8年前の事故、いや、読み意味の宴だったのかな。たくさん人が亡くなって片付けに戻ってきたんだけど、ぶっちゃけ安水に残った人だけじゃ回らなくなっちゃってね。タイばあちゃんも頼りにしてたし、それでね。
なるほど。それで匠さんは前の宴を知らなかったってわけだ。他の人たちも上藤吉に行ってたんだっけ？
うん。
勘蔵さんと狼じじい氏以外は安水にはいなかった。
そういえば、はるちゃん。
ん？
はるちゃんは夜中寂しがって一人で抜け出したんだ。お泊まり学校。それで山道を抜けて。
じゃあ安水に入ったの？
わからない。大人は安水の手前で見つけたって言ってたけど、みんな安水で何か見たんじゃないかって噂して。
Interesting.
そのせいかわかんないけど、それでしばらくはるちゃんおかしくなっちゃって、みんな狼つきとか噂して。
It came as no surprise, but Chiemi still had info that I didn't know of. Had Haru-chan caught a glimpse of the feast? But that would mean that she, too, survived the feast to the Yomi Purge. As things were, there was no way to leave Yasumizu when it was engulfed by the mist. I didn't know if you could enter it, but it was natural to think that you couldn't leave after doing so. Thinking rationally, she shouldn't have made it to Yasumizu in the first place. But her possession. If she'd seen something in the mist without ever making it to Yasumizu, could she have become afflicted with some trauma or something divine because of it?
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
If I wanted to find out more about her, it was too late for that this time. I could have been wrong, of course. There was probably a lot more info for me to find, not to mention I couldn't go back unless I died. Also, I decided to save the humans, so I would see it through to the end. Of course, that included her.
ごめん。それはともかく、どうして役立たずだなんて思うの？
だって、投票だってうまくできないし、やすくんやたくみ兄ちゃんみたいにいろいろ考えることもできない。よしくんも野里さんでさえもできることをしっかりやってるのに。
僕としては、君がいたからこそ、全員が心理的な一線を越えずに済んだんじゃないかって思ってるけど。
どういうこと？
もちろん僕らは人を殺してしまったし、不当に人を裁くことにも慣れてしまった。すでに狂ってるとも言えるかもしれない。それでも怒りや恨みや悲しみに任せて人を殺せば必ず後で後悔したろうし、もっとひどい状況だってあり得た。僕は君がそういうのだけは避けたくて心を砕いてきたってそう勝手に思ってたけどな。
Did I miss the mark?
ごめんね。別にちえみちゃんの理解者を気取るつもりじゃなかったんだ。人には向き不向きはあるし、ついでに僕は君がちゃんとみんなのためになってると。
春明さん。
What? All of a sudden her voice cracked briefly, weighed down with sorrow.
なんでそんな優しいの？役立たずじゃん私。春明さんが倒れた時も泣くばっかで。いっそ言ってよ。お前ただの邪魔だって、死ねばいいのにって。
誰が喜ぶわけでもないのに、心にもないことを言いたくはないな。
言ってよ。嫌いになれないじゃん。好きだよ春明さん。もういろいろ耐えらんないよ。
This wasn't an admission of love. It was an SOS, if not a plea for death.
君はふるさとのことが嫌い？
嫌い。
ふるさとのみんなも？
大嫌い。
そんなことはないはずだろ。
だってここには私の居場所なんてないもの。
In the end, she was someone who'd abandoned Yasumizu. Even if there was space for her to live, she just couldn't adjust to this way of life, and her thinking was no longer that of a Yasumizu inhabitant. However, moving away didn't solve all her problems either. She saw a glimmer of hope in her homeland, and returned here, or so I assumed. But she didn't get what she wanted, and suffered in vain, and to top it all off, she was caught in the feast. It must have been incredibly painful. So that was why she treated me so nicely when we first met. There must have been a profound emptiness in her heart. But I couldn't return those feelings during this loop. I'd already accepted someone else.
分かってるよ。リカ子さん、可愛いもんね。まさか超能力まであるって知らなかったけど。
超能力？
病毒を引き取ったんだって。だから春明さんは助かったんだって。すごいよね。かな一個ないよ。
ちえみちゃんは十分魅力的だよ。
じゃあ付き合ってよ。一緒に遊んでよ。手を握ってよ。タンデムでずっと遠くまで連れてってよ。布団の中で一日中ギュッてしててよ。このドア開けてよ。
I could do that, but that would be an empty gesture. Being granted false hope only led to greater despair. So I didn't open the door. I couldn't.
嘘つき。
嘘ついたかな。
言葉の上で嘘はつかないで、期待の余地だけ残して、後で全部はしご外して嘘はついてないって。 ひどい。卑怯者。最低だよ、私。
I might have underestimated some things here. Trying to save someone you'd given up on was just naive hypocrisy. In the end, you need to be prepared to never see them again. But that only works when you'd been physically separated. I was probably the only refuge she had left, but in this mist, there was nowhere for her to hide. She could only attack herself in a roundabout manner, by criticizing me. And no matter what happened here, it wouldn't end well. Worst case scenario, she could disappear into the mist again. Could I really write it off as simply drama between a man and a woman? But I'd already decided. The moment I opened my mouth.
何をなさってるのですか、芹沢様。
Rikako-san's voice.
なんでもないよ。ただ見苦しいところを晒してただけ。
夜は物意味を。それに夫妻子様は蛇の籠舎で命を狙われてもいる状態です。
リカ子さんだって出歩いてんじゃん。
私は植松のものとしてできるだけの野蛮をしております。
そんなのただの言い訳じゃん。しなくたって誰か死ぬときは死ぬし、何か出たってリカ子さんどうするの？
それは
リカ子さんだって狼かどうか本当は分かんないじゃん。
ちえみちゃん、やめるんだ。
植松家のご当主で美人で人格者で、ここじゃ人望ないかもだけど、みんな本当はあなたが善人だって思ってるし、上藤吉じゃみんなから尊敬されてて崇拝されてて居場所がしっかりあって、でもそんなの関係ないよね。
ちえみ、
呼び捨てにしないでよ。リカ子さんだって狼かもしれないよね。本当は超嫌なやつで全部演技かもしれないよね。
私は人です。
みんなそう言うしかないんだよ。それを信じてもらえるかどうかじゃん。そこを超能力とかさ、そんなの絶対信じてもらえるに決まってるじゃん。愛してもらえるに決まってるじゃん。そんなの叶うわけないじゃん。私が持ってないものを全部持ってて、春秋さんまで取ってくなんてひどいよ、ひどいよ、ずるいよ。
She didn't want to hurt Rikako-san. She only wanted to hurt herself. But as one who could do nothing but hurt her, I couldn't say anything.
勘違いをされていますね。
何が？
春秋様は私に一瞬の望みをくださっただけ。一瞬胸をお貸しくださっただけ。むしろ私の浅ましい望みを春秋様は拒まれました。男女の何もありはせず、これからもありはしません。
嘘だ。適当にごまかしてるだけだ。
むしろ私には何もない。植松家の家紋と歴史と信仰と、それを背負っただけの空っぽの女。居場所だってありはしません。私はもうよすがに取りつく手も足も心身の一辺に至るまで親内様の名のもとに。
どういうことなの？
霧が晴れたら残った証文も片付けて冥子をよその警察にでも預け
This
て
route fucking sucks.
どこへなりと流れて。しかしあなたは違う。霧が晴れたらきっと安水は芹沢様を受け入れる。あなたの明るさと強さと 心遣いは残った皆様の希望となる芹沢様の居場所はここです。そして夫妻子様の居場所はここ以外のどこか。藤吉村に生まれた私たちは彼と添い遂げることなど夢見るべきではなかったのです。さあ戻りましょう。お部屋までお送りいたします。
嘘だよ。意味わかんないよ。そんなに難しいもんじゃないよ。付き合ってるなら付き合えばいいじゃん。好きなだけ何だってすればいい。
それはもうできないのです。
なんで？
その通りだ。
Yeah. Rikako-san had my thanks. She gave me the best way to deal with this.
植松家のご当主に対して読み意味の宴と藤吉村のことで聞かなきゃならないことがある。ただしこの戸は開かない。ちえみちゃんは帰ってくれ。
嘘。
これを信じてもらえないならどうにしたって君とはダメだった。
じゃあ一緒にいる。
君は自分の昔の男性遍歴を詮索されるときに他人が同席したらどう思う？
分かった。帰る。
I had no idea if she really understood, or understood it the way I intended. But she could probably tell that we were about to speak about something unpleasant.
春明さん、霧が晴れたら最後はちゃんとしてね。
Backing down was part of a proper breakup.
おやすみなさい。
I could hear her walk off. Then, nothing.
植松さん。
一つ謝らせてください。
何でしょう？
あの時はお見苦しいところをお見せしました。
こんな時じゃなきゃ嬉しい状況でしたけどね。
やめてください。
It made the mood less tense, but wasn't quite enough.
じゃあ真面目に聞きます。あれはそういう演技なんですか？あるいは植松家の務めを果たす際の仮面とでも言うものとか。
I could hear her gasp.
ご存知だったのですか？
That response proved my assumption was correct. The bedroom woman servant. I should have questioned the lewdness, the derogatory nature of that term a bit earlier. The Uematsu were the Fujiyoshi head family in charge of the night, including the secret matters related to it. They weren't just the night watch and people in charge of funerals. They also handled the nightly affairs of men and women. That meant they were Fujiyoshi's local sexual service providers. As the head of the family, Rikako-san obviously knew how to handle such things. If I had to guess, all the Uematsu girls were given such a role. Also, I imagine that taking in the poison and corruption was closely related to bodily intimacy. I didn't know much about historic Japan's ideas of medicine, but I knew about the Chinese idea that lovemaking and health were closely tied together. Well, even if it wasn't something like that, knowing the human body, they could have easily formed the logic that it released negative energy. Spiders ate their prey by melting their insides and sucking them out, and boy, wasn't that fitting. There was also the Jorugumo, the orb-weaving spiders, who shared their name with a yokai that was linked to many lustful stories. In the West, the female spiders that ate their males were called widows, and the black widow was extremely poisonous. Unnerving, elegant, and sexy at the same time, spiders were unique creatures that created webs they used to catch their prey and consumed them by melting them with poison. What do you mean, Pit's the spider fucker? Oh, that's what you meant. I could understand why equating them with evil women and enchanting ladies was so universal. And just now, I practically asked her if she was that. I was more or less right. Fujiyoshi was once a place where hunters thrived, attracting many outsiders, a lot of whom were rowdy. To keep them from going after the local women, Fujiyoshi had to train specialists with the right set of skills. The Uematsu gained influence by placing their own relatives in that role. Also, prior to that, the Uematsu had some religious significance, turning their monopolization of sex into a sanctified act. Their influence must have spread to birth and child-rearing as well, and the yoke of tradition made them very powerful. The Uematsu successfully gained control of the darkness most living people encountered by donning the filthy title of bedroom woman servants and facing that darkness head-on. The Miguruma controlled through the public side of faith and politics. The Higuchi handled food and smithing, while the Nosato handled medicine, among other fields. I'd wondered where the Uematsu came in, and now it all made sense. But as time passed and their family business ceased having a place in modern society, their influence began to decline. War, the drop in demand for hunting, and the spread of diseases from the outside had made the Uematsu lose relevance, and the final descendants of the family had neither the originality nor zeal to adapt to the times and survive.
私たちはその経緯からして血筋を守ることを重視しませんでした。植松の娘がこうなせば、それが新たな植松。植松の教えと秘義と、いくつもの不条理な掟に従う者が植松となりました。当主は必ず女が務め、それもまたネヤのはしためとして務めました。娘が生まれれば、しかし娘が生まれなければ、よくできた別の娘が当主を継ぐこともありました。植松は血でなく思想で結束していた。その思想が藤吉に否定されれば、私たちは春日井を描いた屋台骨のようなもの、そして養子縁組など他の三家が望むはずもありませんでしょ
う。The head of the spider's family, the priestess of the spider, had a dark background befitting that title, and the future was bleak for her as well. The Uematsu were an unnatural relic of the past, and by cutting them off, the three other families would be able to further modernize themselves. Despite no chance of the family recovering, Uematsu Rikako was born into an unenviable position and grown to be another bedroom woman servant. I wasn't capable of claiming I could understand her. It wasn't an exaggeration to say we lived in different worlds. It would have been absurd to even claim I could take on her despair.
春明様はお優しいのですね。
I couldn't understand what she meant at all. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, they did say they should be shipping that. I couldn't understand what she meant at all, so I thought about it for a few seconds before I would ask.
こんなことを聞いても、汚らわしいネヤのはしためと罵ることもされず、ですがその優しさがつらい。いっそ足ざまに罵っていただければ、芹沢様のお気持ちが今なら理解できます。
Ah. Damn it. Why did the locals think it natural to put themselves down and give up on what they wanted? Was it common for local breakups to be considered the woman's responsibility? Or were men the ones who dumped, while the women simply continued pining, or something? Was it a custom? All I'd say to that was, eat shit. But perhaps the ones making the mistake were the ones who fell in love with girls like that.
これでもうよろしいですか？
最後にいいですか？
はい。
あなたは長者として読み意味の宴の秘密に一切関わってませんか？
はい。身車が何を考えているかはわかりませんが、ネヤのはしためなど取るに足りぬと思っているのでしょう。
ならどうして僕を逃がしてくれるなんて確信を持って言えたんですか？
The silence wasn't too long.
私は迷信にまみれた過去の血族の末裔です。その力をもってしてあなたの病毒を引き取りました。その力をもってすればあなた一人を逃がすくらいはできるかもしれない。そのように思っただけです。
That made sense. And now that she used divinity as a basis, there was no room for me to argue.
これでよろしいですね。
はい。ありがとうございました。信じました。じゃあ、明日会えることを願いつつ、眠ることとしましょうか。
春明様は死ぬことはございません。神内様から賜りし雲の加護があなたを守りますから。
She was basically saying that she would protect me.
あなたが言うと怖いくらいハマってますね。
え？
いえ、なんでもないです。メイコによろしく。
はい。なぜ？
明日改めてお願いすると思いますが、僕が頼んだら本当のことを言ってください。それでこのゲームを終わらせます。その時にもしあなたがいなかったら僕がメイコを警察に連れて行きますよ。
ありがとう。信じております。
That was the end of that. Still behind the door, she gave me a boring goodbye and left. Remarkably fatigued, I collapsed onto the futon. It was pretty thin, so the hard floor below hurt my shoulders. But I couldn't be bothered to even react. Did I actually just break up with 2 women in one evening? It hadn't even been that long since I had broken up with Mitsuji, and I'd already made a habit of it. I'd gone on a trip because of a breakup, only to find more of them. If I couldn't escape, maybe I'd be happiest if I just came in through Saranaga like last time, and enjoyed some time with Chiemi? Or was there a better path to take now? I couldn't tell anymore. Wolves were out and about tonight, yet here I was thinking about this stuff. Was something wrong with my head? Well, there probably was. But this wrongness was different. Still, I saw how things would go. There was one thing that bothered me, though. Would Rikako-san survive? That question, no, worry, remained floating in my brain. I tried to let go of my consciousness. Nothing I woke up to came to me as a surprise. I hadn't died. I'd known it'd be that way. All that remained was figuring out how to end things. I merely had to find a compromise between what was happening and what I felt. No, there were 2 more things to consider. The wolves could go out of control before the feast even began, and I didn't know who I had to mourn today. It was 5 in the morning, and everything was still covered in mist. I could see things better than at night, but not by a whole lot. Was Kanzo-san patrolling again? He was no longer like he had been yesterday morning, so I could hope that he was, but he no longer had a gun. The fact that he, a confirmed human, was patrolling like that was actually pretty good for us. I carefully took a step forward. The wolves were liable to appear from the mists at any moment, so I snuck around, just in case. However, this was a world of mist and ominous silence. As I walked, the grass swayed, and the crunching of the gravel felt loud enough to be heard by the entire village. In fact, even the sound of my heartbeat was deafening. To hell with this. I had to pull myself together. If they were coming, I surely would have heard them too. I just had to stand still to know if I was in danger. Oops. I didn't hear anything. There was no one. Or perhaps everyone was hiding. As I began suspecting that a murder was about to pop out of the nearby bushes, I stopped running. I went to the side of the road and hid myself. I carefully thought about this situation. If you looked at the feast as a game, the judges were mostly uninvolved in its progression, leaving it to the players. They only dispensed supernatural deaths to those who killed more than one, or humans who walked around at night. It was really minimal intervention. On the other hand, though, that didn't mean they would stick to the rules and keep the number of victims under 2. And so far, the sides that were cornered tried to kill people even if it meant getting the death penalty. It happened every time. In other words, observance of the rules wasn't valued, meaning that having more deaths than allowed was not a problem. Not only were the humans unprotected, but the wolves who saw justice in the real story were entirely capable of disregarding the corruption to commit murder. Looking at it that way, I had no idea what the game master, Great Lord Shinai, was trying to accomplish. Did he just want to see bloodshed? In that case, why the roundabout method? He was the god of the mountain. The corruption was his law. The Yomi-Bito were the enemy, but it wasn't clear whether the ones sent to Yomi were the humans or wolves. It made so little sense. If the corruption was the power of Yomi, it wasn't even clear where the boundary between the mountain and Yomi was. In other words, it was safer to think that the mountain and Yomi were the same thing. Shinai was both the mountain and Yomi, a two-faced god who split the Fujiyoshi people worshipping him into 2 opposing factions on a whim. His aim was this very bloodshed. The mist, the village, everything here was like a coliseum to him. A hunting ground, basically. I had to be overthinking things. However, the fact that the rules weren't strict and the punishment wasn't swift created an opening. There probably was a way to clear the game with minimal casualties. I had to make it through this situation, though. I made a gamble. After taking a deep breath, I screamed at the top of my lungs, then hid. If Kanzo-san or Takumi-san heard it, they were bound to come. If it was a wolf instead, they would make a move, wondering why something serious happened without their knowing. They couldn't catch me off guard if I hid and watched from the shadows. 5 minutes passed, yet I heard nothing. What if everyone was already dead? That was impossible. Maybe they knew what I was thinking, and were now planning to ambush me. I was just guessing, but you never knew what could happen in this mist. My next option was to sneak around and look around the whole village. I would move swiftly, and in short bursts. I'd make noise for sure, but it would also make it harder for any potential lurkers to find me. The Okibo were large and had decent amount of space between them, making them good hiding places. I ran and hid. Then I held my breath. Nothing was happening. Not thinking much about it, I repeated the process. I ran and hid, then stayed quiet. I ran and hid. Yoshitsugu-kun popped out of the stone I was aiming for and charged at me. I jumped to the side. A woodcutting axe slashed through the place I was just standing in.
待て、僕だ。落ち着け。
He then angrily threw the axe away in a random direction and screamed. No point in sneaking around anymore. But this made me understand something. His rage could only mean one thing.
昨晩やられたのは
Welcome back. After waiting for him to calm down a bit, we began walking together, no longer trying to hide at all. If he'd made so much noise and survived regardless, it was safe to assume that there would be no ambushes. And even if there was, it would be 2v2. We would be on equal footing. As expected, we made it to the plaza without anything happening. Yoshitsugu-kun hadn't said a word the whole way. He was just breathing heavily, like when he attacked me, and his eyes were so wide that his agitation seemed to become madness.
見てくる
Not waiting for an answer, I went to the dining hall. I was instantly assaulted by a strange reek. We would never eat here again. As I became certain of that fact, my heart sank, which was pretty out of character for me. I took a step forward. The cupboard's glass was completely destroyed, and there were porcelain pieces all over the place. This must have been caused by Yoshitsugu-kun's rampage. Her bed was upstairs. I went up carefully just in case, but it didn't feel like there was anyone alive inside. The supports and walls were slightly damaged in places. Yoshitsugu-kun had taken it really hard, huh? Even the phone, the only one in the village, was completely broken and on the floor. After seeing it, I went further into a room. It was the same. The philosophy behind the murder was the same as Haru-chan's. The bloody footprints were standard at this point. There was no doubt that it was done by wolves. What was different was that it wasn't a clobbering, but a slashing. Kaori Oribe's remains were cut up and drowning in a sea of blood. She hadn't been torn apart or split up randomly. It was best to say that she'd been cut into rings. Her body was lying on its back, covered head to toe in horizontal slashes. Toe to neck. They did make it to the bone, but didn't break through them. Her entire front was cut open like a fish fillet. I couldn't tell whether she died from blood loss or suffocation due to the multiple neck injuries, but whichever it was, she'd suffered an awful end. And yet again, for some reason, her face was left completely untouched. She'd clearly vomited lots of blood, and her expression was downright demonic. Had she been conscious while it was happening? Were the faces of the detestable wolves burned into her now dead eyes? I'd seen how intense this woman could be, and at this point a part of me felt like it was the real her. However, no matter how demonic, she was definitely a loving mother, to both her two sons, as well as Yasumizu as a whole. Looking at her reminded me of the Buddhist goddess demon Hariti, or Kishimoshin, no matter how irrelevant that was. And oh boy, was it irrelevant. In Shinai-sama's court, gods on the outside had absolutely no power. Suddenly, I realized that her arms were completely unharmed. I also noticed that some of the wounds seemed to be facing downwards. The back of the hand was facing upwards, while the palm was facing down despite the wounds being on the palm. Why? Upon further observation, I noticed something strange about her undamaged hand. Her fingers were in a peculiar position. Her right hand squeezed its pinky and ring finger together. Meanwhile, her left was grasping all the fingers except the thumb. Had she been conscious when she'd gotten these wounds? Had she bent her arms and pushed her fingers on the floor into this position? Was it a shape created by her painful, absurd end? Or perhaps some sort of message? Yoshitsugu-kun had caught up with me, with Yasunaga-kun in tow.
母さん。
それだけかよ。
それだけ？お前には僕の気持ちがわかるのか？泣きわめけば納得するのかよ。僕だって悲しいさ。絶望だってしてる。だけど僕は考えなきゃならないんだよ。母さんの無念を晴らすために。よく考えて、よく勉強して偉くなれ。父さんの無念を晴らすために。そう母さんに言われてきたからな。お前はいいよな。そんなのなくてさ。好き放題に生きて、母さんにいっぱい構ってもらえて。結局、僕はこんな子供みたいなことにずっとこだわって、延々悩みながらここまでやってきた。それでもいつか、お前が大人になって、母さんも理性的になって、こんなわだかまり全部なくなるだろうって。もう、無理だな。虚しいよ。
頼むからよ。そんなこと言わねえでくれよ、兄貴。もう母ちゃんはいねえんだぞ。俺らがひねくれた時に何か言ってくれる母ちゃんはいねえんだよ。兄貴がひねくれててどうすんだよ。
僕は母さんの無念を晴らす。この母さんの指の形が何なのか考えて割り出して母さんの仇を撃つ。それでお役御免だ。
母ちゃんはお前のこと好きだったよ。俺はな、逆に兄貴にムカついてた。母ちゃんは俺にお前の話ばっかする。俺以外にも、いや、一人の時も。寮暮らしの兄貴は知らねえだろうけどな。母ちゃんは最近ずっと親父の写真に独り言言ってたんだ。全部お前のだ。
嘘だ。
嘘じゃねえ。母ちゃんはお前の方が好きだったんだよ。当たり前だ。兄貴の方がいいに決まってる。だから母ちゃんは俺にこんなこと押し付けてよ。チクショー
！Suddenly, he pushed me aside, went forward, and reached for her
おい、
body.
何してるんだ！
母ちゃん、ごめん、ごめん。
All choked up, he screamed and opened his dead mother's mouth.
くそね
よし、すぐやめろ！
何か飲み込んでいるのか？
Yasunaga-kun's eyes widened at my question, while Yoshitsugu-kun reached for the wound on her neck.
母ちゃん。あった。
What he took out was something small and covered in blood. He cleaned it with his fingers, exposing something transparent. Apparently, it was something covered in food wrapping.
兄貴、開けろよ。母ちゃんが死ぬかもしれねえから、その時は死体かっさばけって。そんで、出てきたもんを兄貴に渡せって。やっぱり母ちゃんは兄貴の方が好きだったろうが、目覚ましやがれ。
妻子さん、すみません。開いてもらえませんか？手が震えて、ちょっと。
Felt apologetic. I probably wasn't even supposed to be here in the first place, so I would at least do this much. Huh. I wonder if they're installing, like, hooks or something. Oh. Maybe they're carpenters or some shit. I have no idea what it is then. Watch, they just have like the worst rat infestation in the world. The wrap had a rolled piece of paper inside. When I unrolled it, I realized just how small it was. There was tiny but legible writing on it. The wrap protected any damage caused by blood or saliva, so I could read it clearly. Rikako uimatsu, chiemi serizawa, chikamo chikamushia, meiko, other. Please read this together, you two. I always knew you were concerned about my attitude. I wanted Yasunaga to show what he's capable of somewhere far away from this dreadful place. And I would be too worried if I didn't have Yoshitsugu at my side. I came this far with such thoughtlessness, but it doesn't seem like I will survive this night, so please, understand this much. I loved both of you more than anything in the world. Please forget everything aside from that, and have a fun, brotherly life. Mother. This wasn't something I could read for them. I just spread it out and put it on the simple dresser on my side.
二人で読むようにとのことだ。僕はここから出るけど、最後に少しだけご遺体に触れることを許してくれ。
They didn't say a word, and I took that as a yes. I walked up to the remains. Again, I checked that the wounds on the palms were facing down. The right hand's thumb, index finger, and middle finger were up, while on the left it was only the thumb. I looked into the wound Yoshitsugu-kun had reached into, and extended my finger toward it. I opened it up, and examined the cut. There was just one large tube.
なるほど。なるほど。僕はもういい。下で、他のみんなと待ってる。
Takumi-san was standing at the entrance to the dining hall, along with everyone else. He was armed with a farming tool, while Kanzo-san had a hunting knife. It was obvious that they'd walked around all of Yasumizu and woke everyone up. Thus they understood the situation. The Oribe brothers and I missed them because we left our houses earlier than they came to us. They'd probably woken up early because they were worried about their mother. Takumi-san wasn't saying a word. He just cast his eyes down and tightly pursed his lips. He vehemently ignored his urge to run to Kaori-san. As a man who couldn't, or was too late to, become their father, he thought he had no right to step into their family matters. It was a tragedy. From start to finish,
おはようございます。皆さん、こんな時でなんですが、だいたい全部わかりました。二人が降りてきたら、最後の宴を開くことを提案します。
Yeah. It took a whole hour. I didn't hear any loud noises from upstairs the entire time. That was why, when they came downstairs with red eyes, we all understood that they had been quietly crying. Everyone silently agreed with my proposal, and we all went to the hall. We all had our sake, and the eldest among us spoke. Yasunaga-kun instantly raised his hand.
いいですか。特に夫妻子さん。
構わないよ。
では、僕は植松里香子と鴨志田鹿持を狼として告発する。
待て、植松のことは信じたんじゃなかったのかよ。
蛇である夫妻子さんが死にそうなのを見捨てずに助けたということは信用につながりますが、絶対じゃない。むしろそれで夫妻子さんに取り入り、昨晩の蛇の籠による正体確認の対象から逃れられるかもしれない。
確かに僕は昨晩吉次君を調べた。
俺を疑ったのかよ。
結果は
人だった
でしょうね。これで正体不明なのは植松里香子、芽子、それに知恵姉とモッチーだけになった。しかし残る絞り込みは今朝遺体で見つかった僕の母織部香織が行ってくれた。
He reached into his pocket and took out the letter from before. Kaori-san's final words. Everyone came closer and read it. Some began to choke up and cry. But everyone knew that what mattered right now wasn't the message she'd left to the brothers.
この部分はどういう意味かね。
これは間違いなく母さんの筆跡で、母さんから見た怪しい人間が並べてあるんです。蛇の籠等で正体が定まってない知恵姉、モッチー、植松さん、芽子、母さん自身は除いてある。義継も抜かれてるのは母さんが義継を信じたってことでしょう。夫妻子さんが実は狼だったとかそういう時は一応カバーできるようにその他の項目も置いてある。まあその他の場合は夫妻子さんが嘘をついていたことが明らかなので、こちらも大きなヒントにはなる。母さんはこれでメッセージを残した。
待ちたまえ。これだけだと単なる名前の羅列に過ぎないが、どう読み解けというのかね。
母さんの手の立てられた指の数です。皆さんに見てもらうことはできなかったですが、母さんの遺体の指は少し変な形になってた。夫妻子さん、義継、母さんの手がどうなっていたか覚えていますよね。
The right was clenching the pinky and the ring finger, while the left was clenching all besides the thumb.
右手が3本、左手が1本立てられていたね。
ああ、間違いねえ。
指の数で狼を指定したってことか。
そう。いざ狼が入ってきた時にはもうこんなメッセージを残してる余裕はない。だからあらかじめ紙に書いて飲み込んで。
紙おいしくないよ。
黙ってメイコ。
お姉ちゃん怖い。
そこまでしなきゃならなかったってことかよ。
ここで考えなければならないのははるちゃんの時のこと。彼女は母さんの時と同じく布団の上でひどい殺され方をしていた。母さんの時は周りが荒らされてたけど、それは
俺が暴れたんだよ。
そう。基本的には何らかの方法で抵抗ができない状態でああやって殺されたか、殺された後で遺体を傷つけられた。つまり死の前後はほとんど行動の自由が利かない状況で、なおかつ狼の目があるわけです。この状況では普通死にそうな人がメッセージを残せるなんて思わない。
なるほど。そりゃ床に血文字とか残せるわけはないよね。狼に気づかれたらすぐ消されちゃう。
そう。大きな情報は残せない。だけどこうやって情報を別のところに書いておけば、 それを指定する最低限の情報を残すことで、ことは母さんの場合は指を立てるという方法で、狼はそれに気づかなかった。こんな方法で読み耳の宴のルールの穴をつけるとは思っていませんでした。僕の頭が固かったのは確かでしょう。無理そうなことには挑戦しなかった。でも母さんは違った。こんなものを飲み込んでまでメッセージを残そうとする母さんの執念がほころびをついたんです。以上です。
てめえ上松、やっぱてめえが殺したんじゃねえか。
昨日くくっちまうべきだ。
違います。違います。
やっすんにしてはなんか雑じゃないかな。そんだけで僕とりっちゃんが犯人？
そうです。私は自分が狼でないと知っています。である以上、織部様の指は何かの間違いとしか。
または読み方が違ってるとか。実は折ってる指の方を数えるんじゃないの？
そうなるとちえみとめいこ、全く逆の結論になるな。
めいこは狼ではありません。私も狼ではありません。織部義継様が人なのならば、残る芹沢様と鴨志田様が狼です。織部様の指は勘違いでしょう。
何言ってるの？私違うよ。
なんかしっくりこないからさ。ぶっちゃけハッサンが狼とか真面目に考えるべきだと思う。
They looked at me with suspicious eyes. Apparently even dying, almost, from poison, wasn't enough to earn their unconditional trust.
収集がつかねえぞ、ヤス。
迷うことはなく、狼は植松里香子と鴨志田近持です。
メッセージの信憑性を補強する何かがあるのかね。
言いたくはなかったけどさ、鳥兜が使われた段階でお前のことがよぎったよ。
ああ、
野里か。
確かに我々は毒草の扱いも家で手ほどきを受けるがね。
春明さん、覚えてたらでいいんですが、毒を盛られた時、葉っぱみたいなものは食べましたか？
I'd been on guard, so of course I remember.
大きめに刻んだネギと白菜は入ってたと思うけど、変なものは見えなかった。
そうでしょう。一応あの後みんなで残ってたお椀を見ましたが、鳥かぶだから鳥かぶとの汁とか毒を抽出したものとか、そういうのが使われたはずなんですよ。そういう発想ができるのは野里清之助さんか、野里家の元跡取りで薬草や毒草に詳しい彼しかいないと思うんです。
That reminded me that last time, Kaori-san put just the cut leaves, and Kiyonosuke-san instantly
そ
noticed.
っかな。みんな渦の見分け方くらいわかるでしょ。汁を絞って使うくらい思いつくんじゃない？
どうして言ってくれないんだよ。僕じゃないってさ。
いや、僕じゃないって。見てよこの細腕。これで死体を切り刻むなんてとても。
どうして母さんが切り刻まれたって知ってるんだ？
Everything seemed to grind to a halt. Yasunaga Oribe glared at his ex-friend with both anger and a bit of grief. Chikamochi Kamoshida looked back at him with a poker face.
じゃあやはり香織さんのメッセージは正しい。
え
え。
鴨志田様、嘘でしょ？
はい、ストップ。
I got some looks that could kill, but I had to do it. Everything depended on it.
安永くんの道筋は大体正しいと思うし、香織さんの功績というのは確かに果てしないと思う。けど、ちょっと読み解いておくべきことが足りてないように思う。
何でしょうか？遠慮なく言ってもらっていいですよ。
Ignoring his somewhat antagonistic tone,
香織さんの遺体について、さっき話に出たように、顔と手以外の全身に切り傷がつけられているような状態です。ここでまず一つ、 なぜ顔と手は残された？はるちゃんの時は顔は残されたけど手は完全にやられていた。
I felt bad about making them remember things they didn't want to, but I had no choice.
顔はまあわかる気はするんですよ。こんな殺し方だと顔が残った方がかえって残酷だ。でも手はどうかな。指なんて一番切り刻みやすい部位だ。どうしてこれが残された？まるでわざとダイイングメッセージを残そうとしたみたいに見えませんか？
わざと？
うん。先に結論を言うと、このメッセージは狼の捏造です。
待てやおら、あれ間違いなくお袋の字だったっつうな。
うん、それは間違いないと思うよ。香織さんは確かに安永くんが言った計画であれをそれを万一の時に取り出すよう吉次くんにことづけたんだよね。
ああ、そうだ。
ここにも穴があって内緒話は必ず漏れると僕は思ってるんですが、確率の話をしても仕方ないからやめて。問題は今回の殺し方ではメッセージは残せないってとこ
People
ろ
be
にあるん
like,
ですよ。
Death Note is peak mind battles and misdirection. Meanwhile,
どういう
raging loop.
抵抗できないってのは指一本動かせなかったはずってことか？
それはわかりません。そうかもしれないし違うかもしれない。だからそれもやめて、ここで話を聞きたいのは野里さんです。
野里さん。
私かね。
はい。腕の内側を深く切り刻まれた状態で
Hell
握り込
no.
むことはできますか？
それは不可能だな。指の第一関節と第二関節を曲げる筋肉は手のひらじゃなく腕につながっている。
香織さんがもし指の形をああした後で切られたのだとすれば、筋が立たれて手は開いたはずだ。逆に切られた後で指をああしようと思っても指をもう握り込むことはできない。
そんな。あ、そうか。だから腕の傷が下向きになっていたんだ。
そうだったのか？
ええ。腕だけこう傷口を伏せたように下向きになってたんです。つまり母さんは指が握り込めないから腕をなんとか動かして床で挟み込んで無理やりあの形に指を。
無理があると思わないか？あそこまで腕をぐちゃぐちゃにされて腕を動かせたと考える方が。
それは
まあこれも確率論。いいでしょう。五分五分ってことにしておきましょう。
That's being very generous.
今のところは不自然なだけ
Although I
な
guess
点が
at the end of the day,
指が無傷
no matter what, everything is in
指が
fact
握
a
られていたこと
50-50. It either
見
happens
つか
or
り
it
が漏れ
doesn't.
なかったこと、この3点加えて明らかに
Like, for example, it's a 50-50 right now that I'll knock on your door.
遺体の首にも傷はあった。もちろん深いものだけど骨までは見えていなかった。断面には大きな管が一つだけ見えた。野里さん、喉の部分を切って一番最初に見える大きな管は何ですか？気管。吉次君は気管から包みを取り出したことになるんです。
Whenever someone asks, what are the odds? Just respond with 50-50 and let them figure it out.
そんなところに物が詰まればすぐに窒息していたでしょう。そんなことができたはずがない。
それはそうだ。赤反射というものもある。物を飲み込むなら物は普通は気管の奥の食道を通って胃に落ち着くはず。
ちなみに彼女ははるちゃんの時と同じく大量に血を吐いています。おそらく殺害の時、吐血とともに手紙は出てきてしまった。手紙は本物だが後から喉に仕込まれたんですよ。解剖学的な知識のない狼の手によってね。
それじゃあ。
そう。手が無傷だったのは狼が誤ったメッセージを伝えるためにわざと残したんだ。腕の傷が逆だったのは逆にして床と挟み込まないと指の数が固定できなかったから。もう 亡くなってたわけだからね。ちなみに狼は彼女が手紙を飲み込むって密談を事前に聞いていて、注意深く探した可能性はあります。この狼は遺体の損壊にかなり執着していますね。全身くまなく破壊することで死者のメッセージが万一にも残らないようにという意図もあるように僕は思います。恐ろしく抜け目がなく狡猾な狼だと僕は思いますね。
A bit tired of talking, I fell silent for a moment, and no one spoke up in my place, except for this strange disembodied voice that has a different quality than the rest of the inn. They were all at a loss for words.
だから結局、香織さんの指のサインは誤情報。これで狼を断罪するわけにはいかない。牧島勘三さん、かつての宴で死者がメッセージを残すことはありませんでしたか？
年寄りはみんな口を揃えておった。死人の口が言うのは、よもつ狼が言わせた嘘じゃ、と。
There you had it. I liked those words. They were on theme with the story, too.
ダイイングメッセージは当てにはならない。このことを証明してくれただけで、香織さんの功績は計り知れない。
わかりました。納得しました。僕の知らない知識をもってすれば、確かにおかしい点はあったのでしょう。じゃあ、狼は誰なんですか？さっきモッチーが口を滑らせたのは、
Oh, he's definitely one of them.
正解は、すでに出ている。リカ子さん、さっき、なんて言いました？
織部義継様が、人なのであれば、私と芽子は、残る。鴨志田近持様と
No.
芹沢千恵美様が
Not Chiemi. Her words were slow, and so was everyone else's reaction. Slowly, they turned to Chiemi, who'd almost never faced suspicion this whole feast.
だよね。だってそれは私だって信じたくないけど、リカ子さんだって確定じゃないから可能性あるよね。
Then I would let her do the talking.
リカ子さん、あなたは本当は雲の加護を受けてませんね。
はい。
I knew it. Naturally, the impact of that revelation was great. You could tell just by looking at everyone's shocked faces.
本物の雲は誰ですか？
芽子です。
お姉ちゃん、いいの？
ええ。私は春秋様を信じます。
私、雲。お腹になんか、お姉ちゃんのこれ、書いてあった。
Oh! This line could be taken out of context. She pointed at Rikako-san's brooch.
なんでそんな。もしかして、加護の印を見たんですか？
とんでもない。それは汚れを受けるに値する。重い禁忌です。藤吉の暗がりを見張る。ネヤのはしためとして。この時期に万一、霧が立って、この子が巻き込まれるならば、まだ字も読めない。この子が失敗せぬよう、私が力を貸せるように、言い聞かせておいたのです。
印、覚えたよ。
さっきから何を書いてるんだい？
こっちがね、
お守り？
それでね、クモさんだったら足痛くなるの。お姉ちゃん、お布団で転んだ。足ぶつけて痛い。
Oh.
後でおまじないをしてあげる。
Huh. Neat.
ヘビさんだったら
目が痛くなる。
カラスさんだったら
お腹痛くなる。
狼さんだったら
頭痛くなる。
Meiko was talking way more than usual. She probably wanted to talk a lot during the feasts, but we never gave her a chance to.
サルさんだったら
その時は言わなくていい。
猿の時は 私が身代わりに名乗り出ることはできませんから。
なるほど。しかしメイコは雲として守る相手を決めるときに紙に字は書けたのかよ。
それは私が書いて持たせました。服を
加護の指定は直筆じゃなくてもいいのか。
Interesting.
わからなかったので真似をして書かせました。
ひらがないっぱい覚えた。
この辺りこそが読み意味の宴の掟の穴かもしれません。
Based Rikako.
昼の間の
Finding
密談
fucking
をバレる。
loopholes.
隠したつもりの情報は必ず露見する。しかしその情報自体を事前に暗号化していれば、
狼の手に渡っても解読できない。そもそも情報かどうかも理解されない。さらに言えばこんな幼い子が掟に挑んでいるとは誰も思わない。
When you looked at it as a game, it was clearly unfair. However, when our lives are on the line, we couldn't really care about that.
とにかくリカ子さんは確かに雲ではなかったが、雲の代言者として実際に肝臓さんを一度守ったんです。
あの時は牧島肝臓様が最も重要に見えましたので。でも牧島春様は予想できませんで。
仕方ねえ。雲は一回でも守れりゃ上等だ。
おかしいと思ったんだ。雲の加護者は基本的に名乗り出るメリットはない。候補が2人出てくるのは異常だった。
That was true, but with the old wolf guy being the other candidate, I really couldn't understand why it had happened. Still, there was no point in thinking about this in this loop.
僕は彼女の意図を初日の投票の時、メイコではなく自分に投票しろという彼女の言動から推測しました。おそらく彼女はメイコの盾となって、いざとなったら名乗り出て加護者を生かすつもりなのだと。そしてメイコが狼だった時の不調まで聞いていたということは。
はい。彼女を殺して私は汚れを受ける所存でした。
それを知ってたので、僕の中では昨日の段階で容疑者は3人に絞り込めてました。あとはこの中で人を確定させられれば残り2人の狼が確定する。
消去法かね。狼を1人確定させても最後の1人が決まらんわけだ。
そうか。じゃあ夫妻子さんは一番怪しくなさそうなものとして義継を加護の対象にしたんですね。
まあね。
俺を疑ってたんじゃなかったのか。
さて、ここまで聞いてこれがよくできた作り話だと思いますか？そして消去法の上残った2人は自分が狼でないということのこれに勝る弁明ができますか？
もしそうなら、どうして僕は香織ママの嘘情報でも狼ってことにされてたのさ。
そうだ、そこがわからん。どうして狼は近持ちが狼だと本当の情報を混ぜる必要があった？
彼がおとりだからですよ。皆さん、彼はどうやって僕に毒を盛ったと思います？
そうだ、それは結局不明のままだ。だから織部夫人が疑われたのだ。彼女しか君を狙える者がいなかったか。
そうなんですよ。彼女以外にありえないんです。僕を狙ったものなら。
そうか、そういうことか。誰でもよかったのか。
正解。あれは僕を狙ったんじゃなくて、死ぬのは誰でもよかったんですよ。
待て待て、どういうことだ。お前が蛇だから狙われたんだろ。
それが考え違いの元なんですよ。たまたま毒の塗られた器が僕に回っただけです。
Damn. Poisoned twice by chance.
おそらく彼は昨日のいつかのタイミングで食器に毒を塗った。一番上のやつに一滴垂らしたとかだけかもしれません。その程度ならばチャンスはいくらでもあったでしょう。 そして食事となった時、狼はなんとなく雑談でもしながら料理には手をつけず様子を見る。自分たち以外の誰かが毒を食らえばそのタイミングで口をつけるかつけてたことにする。多分あの時は場が混乱してたから全員が確実に料理に口をつけてたかはもう証明できないでしょう。もし誰も毒を食らわなければ自分たちの皿に毒が回ってきているから気分が悪いとか理由をつけて食べなきゃいいわけで、とにかくこうすることで人の陣営を一人減ら。発言力の強い牧島さん、匠さん、安永くん、立場が微妙な野里さん、自称雲の理香子さん、蛇のカゴ者である僕。人の多くが狼にとって殺す価値のある人材であると言えます。そしていざ毒殺されればそれは調理した本人であり、唯一個人を狙える立場にあった香織さんが疑われる。自称カラスである。
じゃあお前が死にかけたのは
完全なる偶然でしょうね。しかしちょうど僕が蛇だと明かした直後で効果はてきめんでしたね。あれでもし僕が死んでいたらきっと狼は香織さんを夜殺さず今日この場でくくっていたでしょう。
I took a few breaths. Everyone was silent, probably because they were reflecting on the way they'd suspected her yesterday.
しかし結果的に僕は死ななかった上に、植松さんのその不思議な力によって彼女の信頼度も高まってしまった。である以上、植松さんはきっと雲として僕を守るでしょうから、夜には殺せない。理香子さんを殺すことも考えたでしょう。ただ理香子さんは常々証明されているように藤吉での立場が極めて悪い。千恵美ちゃんと理香子さんのどちらをくくるかって話になった時に、まず理香子さんがくくられるってほどには。だから昼に殺せばいい。そうなるとカラスのカゴ者である香織さんの方を殺してしまおう。この辺りの順位付けが妥当かどうかはともかくとして、この二人がこういう風に考えてもおかしくはないと思います。で、話がだいぶ離れたんですが、1日2人以上の殺人は汚れの対象です。つまり鴨志田近持は覚悟の上で毒を持った。というかおそらく毒を持ったのが野里家の敗着である自分だとバレることも織り込み済みでことに及んだ。基本的に狼は全員生き残るなんてまずできないんですよ。能動的にカゴ者を語ればいつかはくくられる。しかしなぜか彼らは固い結束の上、中で犠牲者を決めて突撃させる。語りに、あるいはルール破りにね。鴨志田近持はそういう役回りです。だから今日香織さんの遺言に従ってくくられる覚悟はしていたでしょう。しかし今日理香子さんをくくれれば今夜僕を殺して場をめちゃくちゃにして生き残れる可能性はあった。そういう賭けだったんじゃないですかね。残念ながら負けですが。
He looks down with a half smile, gathering everyone's
や
attention.
っぱそれ一方的じゃないかな。ハッサンやりっちゃんが本物だってのも決まってないわけだしさ。
He brought up something we'd been over already. And since that was all they had left,
それに香りママの指だってまだああやって読むのが正しいのかも。
もっち、もういいよ。苦しいよ、さす。
じゃあ、
うん。やるとしようよ。
God fucking damn it, Shiemi. She does have probably B to C's somewhere around there. God fucking damn it. Well, you know, If I have to get shot by one, I'd rather be shot by Chiemi. Everyone here had a certain hope. They believed that, if exposed, the wolves would admit it and give themselves in. It would be too late for them to keep struggling after all. Certainly, they wouldn't attack the humans head-on. Certainly, their ex-neighbors wouldn't be that malicious and murderous. I couldn't blame them for their optimism. I was the only one who knew how badly Yasunaga Oribe changed last time, so I should have been the one to take care. However, even I could be taken off guard. I knew that the current wolves were wicked, but I thought it was because of Chikamochi Kamoshida, the boy with unusual tendencies and devilish intuition. I knew that she could use a gun, but I didn't expect her to whip one out right in front of us. She was the girl who told me to leave her and run, despite the invisible god terrorizing her. The girl who'd opened herself up to me, despite knowing it wasn't meant to be. I never would have thought she'd bring a gun to this place and try to take everyone with her. The turn was so unexpected that the smart ones here were frozen. Those who hadn't suspected her weren't moving either. The ones who did was the one most proactive among us. And the one who didn't trust anyone. When the first shot was fired, the buck's shot aimed at the end of the circle was blocked by Takumi-san's body. His large frame absorbed the bullets, bursting apart. You know what? I'm grabbing that face. Turn this into a fucking server emote. Oops. It's a good face. It is a very, very good face. Let's see. Where's the VN chat? Spoiler that. Raging loop. Spoilers above. I don't know if your friend has played below Raging Loop, but I don't want them accidentally getting spoiled, so. Past his coat. True. Past his collapsing body, I saw her face, a beastly smile. A moment later, Chikamochi Kamoshida fired his own gun. Kanzoshi was charging toward him with a clenched fist, and the shot blew off his face. Beyond the bloody mist they left behind, I saw the eyes of a bird of prey. The next person Chiemi aimed at was Yoshitsugu-kun, who was trying to charge at her. That was when Kanzo-san, on the verge of death, landed a punch on Chikamochi, as I absent-mindedly watched. I felt like I heard that voice, which snapped me out of my torpor. Kiyonosuke-shi was the same in that regard. Our eyes met, and then I hurried to take Rikako-san and Meiko's hands, while he grabbed Yasunaga-kun by the shoulders. Without even seeing the results of the third shot, we ran straight for the exit. We were closer to the exit than the elder side. We heard another gunshot, but we weren't in a situation to turn around. Rikako-san dropped to the ground, letting out a cry as she did, and I ended up basically dragging her so we could evade our assailants. Kiyonosuke-shi saw that, his expression changed, and he, still holding Yasunaga-kun's hand, used his open hand to push my shoulder. I felt like there was a silent understanding between us. Not saying a thing, he hurriedly let go of Yasunaga-kun and took Rikako-san's hand, while I took Yasunaga-kun's now empty hand. It was an irrational action. However, I'd probably thought that I had no right to hold her by the hand, a feeling which made it hard for me to run. Kiyonosuke-shi staunchly grasped her and started running. Following his example, I took Meiko under my hand and started running, pulling Yasunaga-kun with me. The young man seemed to be in a stupor. Was it just me, or was the mist even denser than usual? It probably felt that way because I was running, making the lack of visibility way more dangerous. I followed the gravel path and ran up a hill.
自分で走れます。
Hearing that clear voice, I let go of his
ど
hand.
こに逃げればいい？の里屋敷。あそこがここで一番しっかりした建物です。
That made sense. The other two were going there. So if we regrouped and held our ground there... Hi! How you doing? Suddenly I heard laughter coming from the side. It almost makes me freeze, but I held myself together and lowered my head. Another gunshot. I could clearly feel the bullets fly past the top of my head. Meiko cried for the first time ever. I had to keep running while closing her mouth. I'd expected Yasunaga-kun to be right behind me, but I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. He was probably trying to convince Chiemi.
私はそうでもなかった。
Damn! That's cold! That brief exchange and the gunshot that followed seemed strangely good. That's almost comedic. God. I've always loved you. The feeling ain't mutual. Bang! Oh, God, that's like parody. Jesus Christ. God, Chiemi, no! I didn't want this! Shit. Was the end of the line for this loop? With Japan being a mostly gun-free society, their power could easily be overestimated as well as underestimated, making it hard for us to gauge. Haha, I get it. Gauge. Like a gun. However, here in our midst, where I could barely see anything and could be hit at point-blank range by surprise, I was all too aware. Guns were frightening tools that could end a life with a single pull the trigger.
どこかな、Haruaki-san?
I made it to Tai Yamawaki-san's house, hid behind it, and waited. I had to catch my breath and figure out my best route to the Nosato mansion. By following this path, I could pass the collapsed construction site and arrive at the mansion. This was the fastest way there, but I wasn't sure it was safe.
出てきたら助けてあげるよ。嘘だけど。
Hearing that cheerful voice, I heard the unlocked door open up. I'd ran as fast as I could, but she'd caught up easily, probably due to her healthy legs and familiarity with the land. Healthy legs, huh? Meiko was trying really hard not to scream, and I was hoping that she could hold it in. Hearing someone enter, I counted to 5 and snuck out. I didn't sense anyone following me. Going down the hill, I passed the plaza and continued making my way to the Nosato mansion, hoping they missed me. Putting Meiko on my back, I continued sneaking. This was the second time I'd reached the final stage with her by my side. Was it fate or something? Shaking away that question, I went ahead. I kept moving forward, and quickly found out I was being too naive.
面白い。
There was a person right before the
生き
mansion.
てた時よりだいぶ面白いよ、おっちゃん。
There was a mess that looked vaguely human in front of him. He poked at it with something long and thin, probably a
じゃ
shotgun.
あ、次はそこのハッサンかな。
I didn't know whether it was because he was a wolf or from the crow family, but hiding behind an okiba wasn't enough to fool him.
あ、背中向けて逃げたら、メイコちゃんが弾に当たって先に死んじゃうよ。そんなの発散はしないよね。
He was right.
それよりさ、いっそ向かってくれば？じっちゃんとかおっちゃんみたいにさ、その方が僕は楽しい。
The snappy attitude he'd given us on the latter part of the feast was nowhere to be seen. Faking his behavior to keep up the act just because he was a wolf must have been stressful for him. Right now, I was close to him, and I could tell by his expression he was extremely refreshed. But man, Kiyonosuke seemed to have struggled, probably to let Rikako-san escape. He had guts in him somewhere after all. Somewhere in him is the past tense. Right now, they're splattered all over the gravel leading up to his mansion.
りっちゃんみたく背中から撃つのはあんま気分良くないから趣味じゃないな。
Sugi no omae wa fuck to you.
そりゃあ難しいな。狼様的には読み人の筆頭みたいな子だし。ま、自分で読みに帰るなら知らないけど。
Was he bound by the curse of the real story? I let Meiko
この
go.
下の崖を目指して、それで川まで降りるんだ。できる？
Doing that probably meant getting the same ending as last time, but it wasn't impossible that she'd make it. Chiemi wasn't with us. Maybe if the little girl was alone. Whatever the case, it was better than just letting her get shot.
大丈夫。なんとかなるから。
And most importantly, if I died here, all of this would return to nothing, and I'd loop. I'd actually reached the point where I considered that in my calculations. Also, I like how I tried to choose the bad options first, and I was like, oh yeah, not saying anything about Mochi being a wolf. That's clearly the bad option, and the bad option has progressed this far, which leads me to believe that that was unfortunately the best option of the three. As she started to run. You fucker! As Chikamochi Kamoshida began aiming at her again, I felt intense anger. I just couldn't understand him at all. Was this how they really were? Or was this caused by the real story? My body moved before my messed up brain, which was something I didn't expect. My instinct to protect children must have taken over. I heard the gunshot, then felt the lead bullets bite into my body. Because of the poor visibility, and because the buckshot was small, probably meant for birds, the wound wasn't fatal. Still, the pain assaulting my body felt like I was pierced by a dull tip of a sword. I staggered a bit, then fell to my knees. It hurt. A lot. I didn't feel Meiko behind me. She must have ran away without looking back. No idea if that meant anything. It hurt. Fuck. It hurt a lot.
何やってんだよ、ハッサン。あんな子のために死んでどうすんの？ハッサンは僕と遊ぶんだ。ハッサンは僕と遊ぶんだよ。
Ignoring my pain, he just said that.
しょうがないな。やる気がないなら、せめて面白い格好の死体にでも。
約束が違うじゃん、モッチ。
As I heard that voice, I looked up and saw that Chikamochi Kamoshida was dead. The wolf that popped out of the mist wielded a blade instead of a gun. It was an extremely sharp kitchen knife. It was embedded to the hilt in the other wolf's head. The boy quickly collapsed without saying a word. Chiemi grabbed his weapon, checked the chambers, and clicked her tongue. Then she walked up to the boy's corpse and removed the knife from his head. The body jerked for a moment, then lay still. She looked at the weapon, wet with gray matter, then threw it away. I wondered what she'd do next, and she took a new weapon out of her sleeve. It was like her entire body was a weapon. I began to question just how well I'd actually known her.
Haruaki-san さ、もう誰もいないよ。二人きりだね。ま、だからなんだって感じだけどさ。
She sounded bored, but I could feel the bloodlust and malice behind her words.
もう言葉も出せない感じ？
なんで？
あ、喋れてる。よかったよかった。
なんでこんなことを。
しょうがないじゃん。しなきゃどうにもなんないんだもん。
僕は君がそんなやつじゃないと思ってた。起きてたか伝説だか知らないけど、それがいくら怖くても最後は抵抗することを選ぶ子だって思ってた。なのに
残念。
She spoke with unbridled malice.
新内さんの言う通りばっかみたい。みんな神様に踊らされてるだけなのに。ちえみさんはね、ただ単に最初から殺したくて 殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくてたまんなかっただけ。そう言ったら里帰りしたのだって殺しがしたくて戻ってきたようなもんだったしさ。だから今夢みたいだよ。残念色男さん。芹沢千恵美はそんな人間でした。女を見る目がなかったね。
But that was just...
春秋さんに会った時から思ってたよ。この人を殺したらどうなるかなって。ある意味ようやく夢が叶うんだよ今。ルール違反の私はどうせ今晩汚れでぐちゃぐちゃの死体になる。これは最後のお楽しみって感じかな。じゃあこれで
賭けをしよう。
All my curiosity about the mystery, the fear of the path leading to it, even the pain were all gone. Only pride was left.
10分くれたら僕は必死に逃げる。その後僕を追いかける。逃げ切れば僕の勝ち。君が勝ったらそうだな。
I wanted to set my own rules.
僕は君を愛しながら死んでやろ
う。いいね。素敵。
Even if this was meaningless and an insane dead end, I would go and die my own way. Albeit staggering, I could still run if I ignored the pain. Blood was flowing out of all the wounds on my body, so I was probably leaving an easy-to-follow trail behind me. Even so, I ran uphill toward Kami Fujiyoshi. I knew that the path was closed off here. The last loop, Haru-chan had entered the mountain and gotten stuck. The Misty Mountain was a separate realm avoided by the people of Yasumizu, perhaps like I had left through Saranaga. I was about to get lost in the mist and die to some monster. Even so, if I brought Chiemi here, I could maybe give a chance for Meiko to escape, and that was good enough for me. If she wasn't coming after me, it was unlikely that she'd go after Meiko instead. Chiemi would be left in the village all by herself to her own insanity, and in that case, I figured I had to try running away through here at least once. I'd given up on trying to understand her insanity this time around. Next time. Yeah, I'd think about it next time. I passed the cliff and reached the mountain. The mist was even denser than usual. I looked down and noticed that a lot of the road was covered by a landslide. The earth, sand, and collapsed trees made it pretty much impossible to walk past here. I couldn't tell if it was artificial, nor did I have the knowledge to investigate and find out. I just followed the path. The 10 minutes had already passed, so Chiemi must have been tailing me. Whenever I stopped, I felt I could hear the sound of rustled grass in the distance. She was chasing me. From what I could tell, she was actually following the winding mountain path. That was good for me. I wanted her to keep it up. It made this more interesting. Maybe she wasn't really trying to catch me. The distance between us wasn't closing at all. I suddenly became a bit dizzy. There was a largish tree nearby. I sat down next to it so I could catch my breath. My vision suddenly turned dim. I quickly opened my eyes, but I had a bad feeling, like I'd actually been out cold for a decent while. I tried standing up and realized that I couldn't move my limbs properly. I must have lost too much blood. The end was close. My dulled senses told me my pursuer was nearby. I tried finding the path again, but I couldn't, for some reason. Apparently my sense of direction, perception, and judgment were fading too. Perhaps things would have worked out if I wasn't injured? No. This was a different realm. Although acknowledged by few, the outskirts of the village were the hunting ground of the merciless mountain god, Great Lord Shinai. The only ones free to move in here were the madmen siding with the mountain god. This was unreasonable, unscientific, superstitious, abnormal. Why was Chiemi up the mountain? I'd always sensed her coming from below. What was that all about? I couldn't even say a thing. But I felt like I still had a chance. I rolled down the mountain. Brimming with the joy of the hunt, Chiemi chased after me. A part of me wanted the mountain to just collapse. My path was blocked off by the natural trees, plants, growth in general. My body was at its limit. Unable to tell whether my vision was turning dim or if the mist was becoming denser, I continued rolling. I used the last bits of my energy to face her. The wolf was coming. It was close. It would devour both my flesh and soul alike. I'd won the feast, so I hoped that the mountain god would at least save my soul. I'd gone through a load of difficult shit thus far, so it wouldn't be unfair to just let me have a peaceful ending, right? Yeah, I knew full well that the world wasn't such a kind place. The upcoming death would surely be more painful and desolate than any before. After all, I knew that the one granting it to me was a girl I'd once loved. I didn't want this. I never desired an ending like this. Shit. I didn't care if it made me look like a sore loser. I wanted to go out in a way that would leave a thorn in Chiemi's heart. I thought a lot of meaningless things. But my words never escaped me. The wolf's fang pierced the spider instead of me. That was all I could say, physically and mentally. Why was she alive? Why was she here? Why did she protect me? Those questions spun in my head, but only the last one found an answer. Of course she would do this. She was a descendant of the Uematsu until the very end. Her sense of duty and justice hadn't faded, even on the brink of death. She glanced at me, completely denying my assumption. That wasn't it. She was simply obeying her wretched, unwavering heart. Sore wa chigau wrong. After all, I was special to her. I said another word. Sorry I couldn't stay with Meiko. Sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Sorry I talked a wolf into a gamble that made it impossible for me to look you directly in the eye. That was the last word I would ever say. Even so, my eyes and ears were still active. Thus, I witnessed everything that happened. With a maddened scream, the mad woman tried to pull the knife out, but she couldn't. It was probably snagged in her ribs so badly that neither pushing nor pulling helped. Her voice was hard to make out due to all the blood leaving her mouth, but it was calm, gentle even.
汚れも私があんたなんかに何がわかる安水の黄泉の汚れはどうやったって私を縛る
Would I remember enough of this to think about what those words meant next time? My failing vision merged them into one, and I noticed Rikako's hand reach for Chiemi's neck by chance. Her fingers caught on something. It was something on a string, a pendant? Chiemi released the knife, snatched the object back, and held it to her chest to hide it. Her voice was dense with pain. Not only that, it was also tinged heavily with pity.
ありません。その汚れは私にも引き取れない。
I had no idea what those words meant, but they carried the impact of a death blow for the wolf.
知ってた知ってたし知ってたもの神様殺してやるどこだどこだよ殺してやるから出てこい出てこいよ
With that scream, Chiemi ran off somewhere, into the mist. She probably had no clear direction. Rikako-san collapsed.
ああ、ごめんなさい。春秋様。
Trying to move in her heavy-looking robe, she tried to crawl over to me.
芹沢様も、他の皆様も、守れなかった。
She wasn't the only one. I thought the exact same thing. I really wanted to say that and go out with a smile. But I could barely even breathe. I used the very last of my power to collapse towards her. I then reached for her hand.
春秋様。
Her hand lay over mine. All life left our eyes as we were gradually reduced to mere objects. Even so, her dying hand somehow felt warm.
いずれまた落ちる時は今度は素直に押します。
Yeah, I wanted to respond to those feelings properly. I would destroy all my chances of losing. And I would leave the mist alongside this foolish, pure, lovable woman. Next time. For sure. Ah, key 15. Game over. Now we go pick the Chikamochi thing. I think I might have gone a bit too deep in there. I think it's wit. No, I'm going for the Chikamochi option. Where is it? It should be... No, I'm not. I don't want key 15. I want... Voting 2? Or was it voting 1? Or is it voting 3? Is there a voting 3? It's voting 2 then. Oh, never mind. Chart. Declare Guardian? No, I don't think it was this one. Was it? Oh, wait, it is. Okay. That's fucking... Yeah, here we go. Alright. I genuinely thought that this was the right path forward, so I saved it for last, but it's apparently not. So, I had the evidence to reveal myself. I had a safety plan all set up. However, I also knew that it was a ticking time bomb that was likely going to throw things into chaos. Still, I'd already made up my mind, so I couldn't hesitate.
Hi.
Everyone looked to me when I raised my hand. I was nervous, but now that I'd spoken up, all that was left was to go with the flow.
僕、久石春明が蛇です。
I informed them without hesitation.
室匠さん、そして鴨志田近持くん。室匠さんは人でした。鴨志田近持くんは狼でした。
え？なんですって？
モッチーは狼だった。
Everyone fell silent for a moment. Naturally, there was much commotion and chaos over my sudden announcement.
待ちたまえ。近持か狼。それはないとは言わんが、なぜ彼を調べたのかね。
そうだよ。それに春明さん、一度はカゴ車じゃないって。
Jimmy? Not this route, okay?
僕が黙っていたのは
Next route you can talk, but I don't want to hear you anymore this route. Next route you can have your right to speech, but this route, it has been stripped of you.
みんなからはそうとはわからない。もし彼女と僕が両方生き残った場合
What'd you say?
雲はどちらを選ぶべきか判別ができないから。その結果、狼が本物の蛇を見つけて殺す格好の機会を与えることになる。
おお、なるほど。
なるほどじゃない。モッチ、分かってるのか？君が狼だって言われてるんだぞ。
そうだな。 僕は自分が狼じゃないってことを知ってるわけだから、そうなるとハッサンが狼ってことになるかな。
まあそうなるだろうね。しかし間宮さんが狼だった以上、また狼が蛇を名乗るかな。
記者が狼だとは決まってね
え。Hanzo-san tried fighting back.
町のもんはわからねえ。蛇でも何でも死ぬ思うて決心したのが夜だったかもしれね
え。牧島勘三さんは鴨志田近持の肩を持つということでよろしいんですね。
His silence was not primarily out of doubt for me, but just the same old habit of his.
さっき聞かれてましたね。僕が彼を過去で調べたのは、彼がらしくないからですよ。彼はもっと勘がいい人間だし、思いついたアイディアを黙ってるような人間じゃない。それなのに今回、随分と言葉を選んでいた。勘が働かないとか言ってみたり。
なんか前にも見てきたような物言いだな。
See, this was exactly the part of him that scared me.
あくまで僕の見立てですし、単に調べるきっかけだったというだけですから、あまり気にしないでください。
いや、気になるぞ。ハッサンが僕らのことを前から知ってるなら、長者の回し物とかあるかも。
そうやって妙に僕だけに攻撃的だから正体を疑ったって面もあるよ。
I took a peek at everyone's faces. Yasunaga-kun was staring at the ground, lost in thought. Takumi-san was bewildered, as he should be.
臭いし、お前、近持が春をやったっていうのか。
Kanzo-san's eyes widened. Apparently he'd finally understood that a suspected wolf could be the one who killed his granddaughter.
ええ、そういうことになりますね。
ありえないな。僕にハルちゃんとヤッスン以上に大事なもんなんてない。りっちゃんや皆の衆には悪いけども、新内さんや掟や宴だって割とどうでもいいんだぞ、僕には。そんな僕がどうしてハルちゃんを。
君が本当に狂った人間なら理由はあるさ。狂った人間は好きな人間が生きてようが死んでようが関係なく大事にできるからな。
確かに。
ふざけんなよ、モッチー。お前まさか本当に。
めんどいな。ハッサンさ、
No.
僕はこういうの苦手なんだからもうちょい優しくしてよ。
No, fuck you.
悪いが君に対しては気を抜かない。君が普通の脳みそをしてないことはこの数日でよく分かったからね。
ヤス君、モッチーがそうじゃないって証拠とかないの？
さっきもう分かっただろ。僕にはないよ。モッチーには何かないのか？
ごめん。そんなに考えていろいろ準備とかしてなかった。だから逆に怪しくないと。
確かに近持くんは随分といつも通りに見えるわ。
しかし果たして狼が振り分けられたとしても、こいつは平常心を保つだろうと予測はできる。
そして彼のスタンスは基本的には思考停止だ。これまでも安永君に追従して野里さんにずっと投票している。自身の性格が幸いして疑われていないが、実のところ結構狡猾な立ち回りだと僕は思います。安永君が敵視したくない相手の中に狼がいる限り、狼はそれに追従することで安全になれる。安永君は猿、間違いなく人だ。彼に票を委ねることは狼としての投票を完全に放棄することに等しい。しかし鴨志田近持の場合、そうやっておいて急に方針を変えて誰か他の人に票を投じても気まぐれとみなされるだろう。結局は怪しまれないまま自由に票を動かせる立場だってことだ。
いろいろ言うなよ。僕には特に言うことがないんだから、黙ってる分怪しい感じになるだろ。
でもそれが読み意味の宴だから。
じゃあくくればいいじゃん。
モッチー、頼むからもう一度言ってくれないか。自分は違う、狼じゃないって。
僕は狼じゃない。
こっち見。
やだなあ、やっすん。僕はもともと目を見て話す感じのやつじゃないじゃん。
I don't even look at other people, he said with a smile. The vote was held afterwards. Yasunaga-kun abstained from voting. Chiemi, Kaori-san, Kanzo-san, Mochi all voted for me, while the rest voted for Mochi, sealing his fate.
やっすんさ、泣くなよ。
ごめん、モッチー。助けてやれなくて。
いや、なんていうか、謝んないでよ。
それって。
狼じゃないよ。でも、ハッサンに勝つ準備とかはしてなかったからさ。
置いてかないでくれよ。ハルちゃんもいないし、一人になっちゃうじゃないか。
Nah, that's alright. You have your brother and your mother.
やっすんにはママもヨッシーもいるだろう。
僕はあの二人とは、いや、なんでもない。
チューでもしたろっか。
やだよ、バカ。
ごめんな。こういうのどうすればいいのか最後までわかんなかった。じゃあ頼むぞ、やっすん。
落ちなかれ。
落ちなかれ。
落ちなかれ。Chikamochi Kamoshida fell into the mist, and the rope went taut.
モッチ。
Everyone stood there, frozen in place, while I headed for the plaza. I felt sick.
おい、夫妻氏。
Takumi-san caught up with me.
夫妻氏、本当にあいつが狼だったんだろうな。
間違いありません。
しかし。
ええ、あいつ、最後まで人として死んでいきましたね。何度か、言おうと思いましたよ。被害者ずらして美化するなって。安永くんにもね。君の目の前の男は、君の妹分を殺して、ヘラヘラ笑ってるんだぞって。でも、それをしたら、どうなってたでしょうね、僕は。間宮さんの、二の舞でしょうか。すべてが明らかになるとき、安永くんが受けるショックは計り知れないですが、僕にはどうしようもなかった。
ずいぶん、気を揉ませちまったみたいだな。すまね
え。いえ、僕も休みずの住人ですから。モッチーを殺した責任は、最後まで蛇として奉仕することで果たします。
頼む。
It was good I'd gotten Takumi-san on my side, but as a whole, it didn't feel like any of this had gone well. It left a really bad taste in my mouth. After that, I lost my job at the kitchen. Well, I hadn't exactly lost it, but since Kaori-san voted for me, I was restraining myself. Yoshitsugu-kun took over the work while I secluded myself in my hut. It was Takumi-san who suggested it. He said it was best I watch out for any potential attacks now that it was out that I was a snake. He also took over testing the food for poison. I remembered what he said.
もし雲が生きてるなら、お前を守るように言っておいた。お前を信じるなら、狼はあと一人だ。できるだけ早く、ケリをつけたいもんだな。
So I told him I'd do everything I could. It felt like Takumi-san and I had grown rather close, and no, not in the way that would make boys love fangirls squeal with joy. Get out of here, you dirty fucking fujoshis. I gratefully took my food, and was happy to get away from the melancholy atmosphere that lingered after Mochi's death. Takumi-san was right, just one wolf left. And from my point of view, I had 5 candidates left. One day may not have been enough to corner them. Did I have any ways to ensure I could end it tomorrow? No, this was a problem. For now I'd investigate who I considered the most suspect. As long as the spider protected me, the rest would be a war of attrition. In that case, I had to aim to end it tomorrow. However, I never woke up after that night. Why? What happened to me? I didn't even know. I felt not even the slightest hint of pain or suffering in my deep slumber. But like the dense mist outside, my sleep appeared to have engulfed everything and become a shroud not of this world. Did the spider not protect me? Fuck. In the end, the loser wasn't even allowed to entertain that thought. At least, no pain. That's something, you know? Could be worse. Game over. Alright, let's see what 15s we have. Let's see what we get this route. 16. Don't have that. I'm just gonna like scroll all the way if possible, just to make sure. Because there are those joke endings and endings that just lead to a bad ending. So I want to make sure. Wait a minute. I think I might just be going further. Oh, I can use my fight stick. Right. Hey, there's 15. Decision. Is there anything else? 15 strictly leads here, huh? Alright. Let's do it then.
Haruaki様はお優しいのですね。
Oh wait, hold on. Let's just do that. Alright. Open door and persuade. This is going to lead to my death anyway, but... I suddenly opened the door. Yeah, I did it. Of course I would. I didn't want to see that ending again. Rikako-san was crying. Her voice had been clear and composed, so I'd assumed that she wasn't feeling anything. I was wrong. She was merely hiding it.
とは開けない約束でしょ。
約束をした時点では守るつもりでしたが、あなたたちが約束を立てに、僕を好き放題悪者にするからあえて破りました。何なんですかその、見苦しい過去設定を並び立てれば、無事嫌われて円満破局みたいな空気感は、藤吉イズムですか？
藤吉イズム。
ぶっちゃけ、ちえみちゃん程度の面倒さの子はいくらでも転がしてきましたから、状況がこうでなきゃ発奮するだけですし、リカコさんみたいなレアキャラは超絶美味しいとしか思えない程度には人間腐ってるんで、諦めてほしいですね。
Crap. I overdid it a bit.
まああなたがどう思うかは知りませんが、僕は今の話であなたをより信頼しましたし、好きになりました。ちえみちゃんにもそう言ってあげたいところですが、それはあなたへの定説にもとりますから、別の手を打ちましょう。
This version of him knows that Chiemi is fucking bad news, but okay!
明日謎理論でしっかり丸め込んで、僕の友人を紹介しましょう。
Yo, he's talking about me. He's talking about... Okay.
いや、待てよ。先生の方がいいかな。もしちえみちゃんがちょいピザ丸ハゲでも気にしないなら、超絶尽くす彼の方が。
春秋様。なんだかよくわからないのですが。
It's just
なぜこの流れで私を。
You know, Uematsu pussy got me acting unwise.
言ったでしょ。僕はルールは自分で決めたいんですよ。感情だって他人にルールされたくないですから。みんなが嫌いなものでもその気になれば喜んでいただきますとも。だから僕に嫌われたければ方法を改めてください。あなたから好きだって言ったんですからね。覚悟はしてもらいましょう。バーカバーカ、リカコさんのアホ。死んでる？
Ah, she finally broke.
何ですか？いきなり。あなたはバカですか？
いや、全く。
バカみたい。
何なんでしょうね。
Anyway, enough with the personal grudges.
賭けはまだ有効ってことにしませんか？
The one where we'd win if we survived and could ask the other for whatever we wanted.
生き残った時、好きなように望めばいいんですから。僕はそれを打ち消すような望みは言わないですよ。
あなたは本当に不思議な人です。多分きっと芹沢様の言う通り、とても悪い方なのでしょう。
I didn't confirm nor deny that.
それでもそう言っていただけて嬉しかった。それだけで
Not good enough?
私はもう十分です。
Well, maybe. Adult love wasn't solid enough to play out through just jokes and improv. Then again, we adults could survive without needing anything fancy. It was a virtue as well as a vice.
明日生き残った時、答えをください。あなたは今晩、狼に殺されるかもしれない。僕とメイコを守るために、自ら正体を明かす賭けをしたから。もしあなたが明日目覚めてこなかったら、僕は結局あなたにこんなことを望む資格なんてなかったと引き下がります。
春明様。
There, I was now at a key point. This tragedy-drunk heroine wouldn't die today. It would be the most unfortunate Kaori-san. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to feel about that. But I would test it, this once.
せめて最後にお慈悲をいただけないでしょうか。
ダメです。
ダメです。
僕はそれだけを生きがいにこの夜を越えるんですから。
Are you ready? ダメです。
不謹慎ですが嬉しいです。
I was the imprudent one here. After all, I was making moves on a girl that could die tonight.
それではさようなら。
あ、待った。
まだ何か。
I could finally get to the main matter at hand.
野蛮としての植松里香子さんに一つ協力してほしいことがあります。
It was the day after I did the prep work. I approached the plaza, met up with Yoshitsugu-kun, acted surprised when I heard the bad news, and once again saw the remains of poor unfortunate Kaori-san. I then listened to the brothers opening up, saw them find the letter, noticed that the fingers were placed in the same position as last time. This had to be Chiemi's idea. In this particular timeline, she didn't seem to be anything more than a bloodthirsty mad woman. I felt like she'd been the one who decided that destroying the entire body was the way to go, and Mochi didn't hesitate to agree. I badly underestimated just how warped that boy's personality was. Poor Mamiya-san. I knew she was an enemy, but I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Thus began the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Yasunaga-kun presented the scenario set up by the wolves. I turned it around. Everything was about the same as last time. If I didn't change my words, things would go exactly the same way as last time. Of course they would. The people I was talking to were the exact same. Strangely enough, I also said the exact same things without relying much on memories from last time. Or maybe it wasn't that strange. After all, though I had memories of the previous loop, I was the exact same person. If I'd somehow lost the memories of the final moments of the loop, I'd definitely be heading for the same ending right now. But in this case, it didn't matter if everything was the same this time. I could just go with the flow and do the same thing as last time. After all, it was already over.
そういう賭けだったんじゃないですかね。残念ながら負けですが。
Just like last time, everyone focused on Chikamochi, who had a half smile on his face.
やっぱそれ一方的じゃないかな。ハッサンやりっちゃんが本物だってのも決まってないわけだしさ。
And just like last time, he was bringing up arguments that had already been shot down.
それに香りママの指だってまだああやって読むのが正しいのかも。
もっち
And just like last time, Chiemi.
もういいよ苦しいよさす
じゃあ
うんやるとしようよ
They went and did it. They drew the guns from their sleeves. I'd been wondering why Mochi was in his school uniform this time, and this made me realize it was to hide the gun. The barrels and grips on them were both cut really short, probably for the same purpose. One of them was aimed in our direction, while the other was aimed at Kanzo-san, who was already charging at them. Their intense change paralyzed everyone except him and Takumi-san, who would now make a move and die to the shotgun blasts. However, that didn't happen this time. The guns didn't fire anything. A moment after Chiemi's expression warped with shock, Kanzo-san punched Mochi, while Takumi-san tackled Chiemi. Her lightweight body was thrown backwards and hit the wall. Shit pit into. Takumi-san quickly grabbed the shotgun, aimed it at the floor, and pulled the trigger to ignite the shell in the other chamber. Once again, the gun didn't fire. He frowned, then opened it up, removed the cartridges, and threw them away along with the gun. Kanzo-san handled his situation in a different way. He simply pointed Mochi's gun back at its former master. His face swollen due to the punch, he was crouching down and glaring at Kanzo-san. Takumi-san took advantage of her staggering and pushed her down. She couldn't move at all. Things became a bit disorderly as we tied them up, but now it was relatively calm in here. Those words weren't directed at anyone, but everyone besides me related to him. Kanzo-san said that while looking at the shells from the shotgun he'd taken from Mochi. Everyone understood what that meant. Exactly. There was no way the cartridges she checked just yesterday were switched up in a single evening. The only one with any idea what was responsible for this paranormal phenomenon was Rikako-san. Last night, I'd asked her to catch Chiemi and have a catfight with her. That gave me the time I needed to go into Chiemi's room and mess with her equipment. A lot of it depended on luck, and I needed a couple loops, but somehow I pulled it off. It wasn't fair in the least, but my life was at risk here, and I actually died, so I didn't really care. Everyone continued to talk about how the shells were replaced, but since I'd decided to stay quiet, they didn't reach a conclusion. Now everyone was left with the harsh truth that these two were wolves who had just tried to kill everyone here. Thus, everyone began talking about how to handle them. Yasunaga-kun suggested we tie them up and lock them in somewhere. He argued that, now that we knew that they were the wolves, all we had to do to prevent any further murders was just make them unable to move. Kanzo-san was thoroughly against that, suggesting that we instead hang them over today and tomorrow. When asked for his reasoning, he insisted that wolves had to be hanged, and their argument wasn't going anywhere. Most of Kanzo-san's decisions were influenced by the legend and his own experience, so he didn't have a proper way to deal with the situation this unorthodox. Yep, wolves do have to be hanged. Yasunaga-kun, on the other hand, was bound by conscience and emotions, making Kanzo-san's option unacceptable for him. That left me no choice but to weigh in. Now everyone, even Kanzo-san, lended an ear to my words. It took too long for me to get to this point.
牧島さんとしては、とにかく一日一冊のペースを守ることが大事だと思っておいでなんですよね。
うん。
一方で安永くんは正直、ちえみちゃんやモッチーを殺したくない。
そうですね。認めます。ただ、怪奇現象の範囲外で犯人が見つかった以上、法的な解決を目指すべきだと思うわけです。彼らがやったことは許されることじゃないけど、それを僕らが裁いていいわけじゃない。これまで彼らが身動き取れなければ危険はないのだから、そのようにして、あとは霧が晴れるのを待つ。晴れなければ、そこで改めて再度の緊急避難が必要という判断を下せばいいんです。
The boy was talking sense, but...
まず、お二人とも拘束が有効という点に、少々認識の問題があると思います。
というと、
このゲームの支配者、 神内明神は玄関の錠前を解除できます。とすれば、どんな拘束も解除できると考えるのが妥当じゃないでしょうか。
それは。
そして、今日と明日に分けてくくる場合、今夜一人分、死人が出ます。狼に勝ち目はありませんが、きっと殺すでしょう。
そんなことはしないよ。
そうだね。無駄だし。
They were so easy to read.
僕は、彼らは殺すと断言しますが、その根拠はね、安永。
はい。
彼らが、とても冷酷な狼だからだ。
I walked up to them.
間宮久子さんのことを思い出してください。彼女は2日目に突然蛇を名乗り、冷静でない様子で振る舞いましたね。それはきっと、芹沢千恵美の指示です。
There was some noise in the room. Chiemi was still hanging
お
her
そらく
head.、
蛇を名乗れば安全だ、などと言いくるめたのでしょう。肝臓さんが、蛇の候補もくくるべきだと発言するだろうことも、承知の上でね。事実それで、タエさんという無実の犠牲者を作ることに成功している。そうだね、チェミちゃん。
勝手に思ってれば。
そしてその夜、間宮さんは不可解な死を遂げるわけですが、それもきっとこいつの仕業です。
なんで？
そりゃ、具体的に言えば、彼女は翌朝くくられる降参がかなり高かった。肝臓さんがそう主張していましたからね。同意のないままにおとりをやらされた間宮さんは、相当な不信感と恐怖感を、この二人に対して持っていたでしょうね。そんな彼女ならば、くくられるに際して、他の狼の正体をばらして、道連れにしてもおかしくはない。そう考えたから、夜のうちに彼女を殺して口封じをしたんだ。
しかし、それじゃあ一晩に一人以上殺してることになる。
ならないね。彼女は汚れを受けて殺されたんだ。狼にも何らかのルールがあって、彼女はそれに違反した。いや、違反させられた。この二人によって。
全部推測じゃん。
もう何でもいい。
だから否定してくれって言ってるだろ、二人とも。
面倒だから言うわ。うん、全部そう。春秋さんすごいすごい。やすくんは思ったより脳みそ幸せな人だったんだね。まあ私らにも色々あって、最後まであがかないといけないことになってるからさ。もう質問とかやめてよ、面倒。
ちえみてめえ！
やめてください。気持ちはわかりますが、時間の無駄です。狼をやった人間とは、もう、分かり合うことはできないんですよ。
うん。じゃが、どうする？
というわけで、僕の提案ですが、片方は手足を切断し、
God,
片方はくくりましょ
う。
そうすれば今夜、拘束がなくても出歩けないでしょうから、安全そうです。
That's cruel.
それでもう一人を明日くくれば、狼は全滅。きっと翌日には霧も晴れ。
おい、不妻子。
はい？
お前、今なんつった？
ですから、拘束がなくても出歩けないし、凶器も持てないように、手足を切断するのがいいでしょうと。
What the hell was with their reaction?
何か問題がありましたか？
お前、本気で近々ちえみの手足をもぐって言ってんのか？
はい。それじゃあ不足ですかね。大腿部と肩で切ってしまえば、さすがに張って移動もできないかと。
てめえ、やっぱイカれてるよ。
あ？
それは、残酷すぎますよ。
あ？
相手が、狼とはいえ、それは、そこまでは。
What？
ふさゆきさん、怖い。
Why？
リカコさん、狼の獅子を切断することは、汚れの対象ですか？
それは。
He's completely lost his humanity at this point.
皆さん、これまでに歴史と伝統にのっとって、生きてる人間を縄にかけて処刑してきましたよね。
ですが、しかし。
But we were humane about how we killed them!
くくって楽にしてやっておる。
考察はかなり苦しみの強い残酷な処刑方法だって説もありますよ。そうでなくても、多数決で人を処刑するなんて、やられる側からすれば、 この上ない絶望と恐怖だと思いますし、それに、狼はあんな残酷な殺し方をしてるのに。皆さんは随分良識的なんですね。いや、それはいいことなのかな。人間らしさ？ああ、なるほど。
They all fell silent, but even I could understand that there was something within them that made them averse to my
じゃ
idea.
あ、四肢を骨折させましょうか。粉砕骨折させれば効果は一緒ですから。あるいは明日くらいにちょうど死ぬ程度に野里先生に毒を処方してもらうとか。
いい加減にしたまえ。そんな乱雑な処置で命の保証はできん。痛みのショックで死ぬこともあるぞ。それに医者の端くれとして毒など処方できるか。我々は狼とは違うのだよ。
なるほど、なるほど。わかりました。ちょっといろいろ誤解してたみたいです。じゃあ、どうしましょうね。今日誰かが死んじゃいますね。
This was such a pain. Why did they argue against my suggestion if they had none of their own?
どうしても必要なら。
いや、わしがやる。
じじいと女が無理してんじゃねえ。
僕らはそんなことしちゃいけない。
ああ、やめろ。まだ考える時間はある。
わかった。もういい。私、今から死ぬからさ。その前に、モッチーくくれば。それで誰も、汚れはなしでしょ。
わーお、最後まで冴えてんね。
え？
Wow.
今度は何を企んでるの？
手足をもがれるのは、嫌だよ。
Even wolves were afraid of some things, huh?
そんじゃま、あっちでハルちゃんには謝っとくよ。
You're not going to the same place.
ハルちゃんのところには行けないよ。
どっかな、りっちゃん。
くくった方は救われる。
逆にする？モッチ。
どっちでもいいよ。
いい。どうせ死んだら終わりだ。それなら僕がお前を殺す。どうしてこんな。
どうしても？
なんだよそれ。
よくはわかんないんだけどね。
I fucking hate this little shit.
なんとなくどうしようもなかった気がするんだよね。
Yasunaga Oribe punched Chikabochi Kamoshida.
ごめんね、やっすん。それだけは本当だ。
He said as he fell down the cliff. The force of the punch was too much.
ごめんね。
落ちなかれ。
Yasunaga-kun pushed him forward. A moment later, the rope went taut. It shook him for a moment, then slowly swayed back and forth, and finally stopped completely. Yasunaga-kun cut the rope. From the mists below, I heard the sound of something soft collapsing, then hitting the shallow water below.
次だ。ちえみ。
はいはい。
これでは間接的に我々が殺しているようなものではないかね。
さあ、新内さんとやらが判断するんじゃないですか。
お前、そうやってそのまま死ぬつもりか、ちえみ。
うん。だってそういうやつだし、私。みんな知ってたでしょ？私が上藤吉の悪ガキどもを殺しかけた時にそういう人間だってさ。まあその後できるだけ良い子のふりしてたけどさ、まんまと騙されてお疲れ。モッチーはああいう性格なのを私が操縦していろいろやってもらった感があるし、怒んないであげて。私が全部悪いで問題ないよ。だから好きに憎んでみんな。
Looking backwards, she stepped up to the cliff.
リカ子さんおめでとう。障害を乗り越えて無事なんと。
読み意味の宴はそういうものではありません。山と共に生きる我らが追った業を、未来永劫、私はその業を引き取るだけ。
じゃあまた生まれ変わったら今度こそ殺しに行くから。
雲の末裔だかなんだか知らないけど、ご大層な教えを語り継ぐた
They're
めの
so
子孫
good.
でも
Why does she have such good faces? Yeah, that's the one I already got. I should have gotten the last one. It's okay, I'm sure she makes it again at some point in the game.
そのようにバルブラズとも。
うるさいな、今から殺すぞ。嘘嘘。じゃあね。
ちえみ、
何？
神様って何？
Her pupils instantly shrunk.
やっぱり一番怖いのはあなただよ、春秋さん。よかった。ありがとう。みんなありがとう。自殺させてくれて。
Oh no! That's a that's a line. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What the fuck, lady? Some... Oh boy. She took 3 steps back.
手足もがれるかもって思った時、本当、心底怖かったよ。本当に怖かったよ。春秋さん、一緒に狼だったらよかったのに。
Oh, well, you know, I guess that's gonna happen now.
僕はごめんだよ。
It doesn't matter what you want, Haruaki. She turned around and ran, as fast as possible, into the mist, and jumped. Rise not.
帰ってますね。
I alone turned around.
まだ、お前。
I didn't want to hear it. She'd probably fallen into a world different from ours, and I got the impression I wouldn't hear a sound. I didn't want to listen to the echoing silence. We then went on to clean up Kaori-san's body. After spacing out a bit, we all cut up some veggies and ate them uncooked. It was hard to make a fire in the mist, and as people of Fujiyoshi, no one felt like using fires other than the one in the watering hole, and everyone was averse to using the dining hall. Thus everyone went to sleep. No. For the first time since the feast began, none of us could sleep. Morning came without us getting any rest. And the mist was gone. No one had died, of course. Everything was as the legend said. With the Yomutsu Okami gone, peace finally came back to the human village. However, it was hard to celebrate it. Yudai Hashimoto, Tai Yamawaki, Hisako Mamiya, Haru Makishima, fucking retard, Kaori Oribe, Chikamochi Kamoshida, and Chiemi Serizawa. A whole 8 people died. Even if 2 of them were outsiders, one of them was useless. The settlement had suffered great losses. Everyone had an aversion to using fire to dispose of any remaining objects that carried signs of murder, so it was decided that they would be buried. The tatami, the floorboards, the futon, all of it. We also ended up making new gravestones for those we had lost. Rikako-san had told us that the graveyard near the hanging pine was full of the feast's victims, so there was nothing under the stones.
それじゃあ、今はお亡くなりに？
はい。大往生でした。
Those who died normally would be burned at the crematorium in Kamifujiyoshi, then buried here. Those who didn't would be thrown into Saranaga and simply vanish. Making sure no one saw me, I went down to Saranaga. There was nothing, no corpses or belongings. Just like last time, Saranaga was just a thin, shallow stream. However, I did find one thing. It was a pendant with the Yomutsu Okami symbol on it. What was this? Was someone wearing it? What did it mean for someone in Fujiyoshi to wear something like this? At this point, I didn't feel like investigating it anymore. Was that strange? No. I felt like that was just how things were. Days passed of us working on this and that. We somehow survived thanks to the food from the fields, and right as we were finishing up our work, help finally arrived. Kami Fujiyoshi sent some people to remove the landslide blocking the road, and now they'd finally made it. Eat shit and die. It'd been a while since I saw Shoji Higuchi. He looked as friendly as always.
どうして今まで
我々としても作業は進めたかったんだが、どうにも不可解な事故が多発してね。霧が晴れてからようやく進めたのさ。それで皆さんご無事で？
No one answered. Higuchi began looking sympathetic and started giving some orders to his people. Eventually, we were brought to Kami Fujiyoshi and were made to spend a few days like refugees in some community center. Apparently, this was temporary. The village head said they needed time to clean up Yasumizu after the disaster. I really appreciated the 3 daily meals they gave us from the nearby watering hole, and sleeping in a place without any mist at all was pleasant. The food was strangely fancy, and the people bringing it seemed somewhat humble. They'd always looked down on the people of Yasumizu, but now that we'd stopped the Yomi invasion, they actually revered us. That was just a guess, though, and I was still locked up in here with nothing to do. One day, I actually got to see the officer. It actually felt kind of nostalgic at this point.
生きとったか。何よりだ。これ、お前のだろ。邪魔くさいからとっとと引き取らんか。
The weeks of exposure to the elements had left it looking really shabby. I had nothing better to do, so I decided to clean
そろ
it.
そろ復旧も終わりますから、皆さん休みずに戻っていただけます。夫妻子さんも、それで気分転換に遠出でもされたらいかがです？
I actually wanted to return to Yasumizu, though. When I told Takumi-san that I'd take Meiko to the police once everything was settled, and then return, he told me that I didn't have to. Reikako-san said she'd help him work the fields, and he'd accepted. Kanzo-san fixed his rifle and began hunting again. Yasunaga-kun resumed going to school. Yoshitsugu-kun moved to the dorm and said he'd start going to school again, too, joining his brother. Kiyonosuke-shi would, as planned, become a part-time doctor at Kami Fujiyoshi's clinic. When Kanzo-san returned from our shelter, Kiyonosuke-shi actually looked after him like a proper doctor, which was some impressive character development. Anyway, since it all seemed to be fine here, Takumi-san told me that I didn't have to return.
実のところは、お前にはいくつもやってもらいたいことがあんだけどよ。お前、よそに居場所あんだろ。だから、これっきり戻ってこなくても、まあ仕方ねえと思ってる。ただ、
But I want something from Rikako, damn it.
お前を待ってる女がいいんだからな。それと一緒に延々畑作ってんのもバカらしいぜ、ほらよ。
すぐ帰ってきます。いろいろ片付けたらすぐに。
I did consider returning to the life I had, but I figured I should stay here instead.
達者にな。はい、あんたの番。
She was hiding behind that tree. With her pale skin turning rosy, she meekly walked up to me.
メイコ、その、達者に。
Yeah. He says what we all think. Hey, what about me?
お姉ちゃん、違うでしょ。ふさゆきさんでしょ。
Out of the mouth of babes comes the truth. Even she understood it. How precocious of her.
春明様、どうかお元気で。
I'd assumed that the fact that she wasn't treating this like our final meeting was a step forward, but no, I wouldn't let it fly. I hadn't survived just to say goodbye to you.
そんな薄っぺらな言葉じゃ許せないな。
たまには遊びに来てください。
She sure was persistent.
そういうのを往生際が悪いって言うんですよ、リカ子さん。名前だって呼び合えるようになったんです。もう一歩素直になってくれたら、僕はとても嬉しくなって、一つ大きな決断をできそうだ。
There were a lot of things I wanted to give to her and take from her. I was sure I'd find happiness if we made proper exchanges. After all, that was the sole light I'd ever seen in that dreadful mist. I wouldn't give up on it, no matter what.
春秋様。
なんでしょう。
寂しいですから。
Yes, you'd been lonely your whole life.
好きですから。
And then Chiemi comes out from the trees and fucking stabs everyone. Yes, you weren't even allowed to love anyone.
五章ですから。
Yes, for the first time ever, you sought your own happiness.
戻ってきてください。
I couldn't control myself.
うわ、見せつけやがる。
I let her go, and she looked up at me with angry eyes. She'd become a lot more expressive, and I found it nothing if not lovable. I would live out the rest of my life with her. This journey brought me to something unexpected, and led to a really happy ending.
約束します。全部、向こうのことは片付けて、今度こそ。
No kiss, CG?
ここに戻ってきます。
No heartwarming, pretty kiss CG.
信じて待っております。
Fucking hell. I went through all that shit, and I didn't even get a kiss CG. Oh, fuck you. Oh, come on! Alright? One of the best... Actually, no. Several of the best scenes in Utawara Ramona were kisses. Borrowing the Higuchi's help, I got everything I needed. Secured Meiko behind me with a children's belt, and left Fujiyoshi. And crashed! Upon arriving at the closest city, I presented her as a lost child. They asked me questions, of course. I omitted some things, but didn't lie at all. They thought I seemed shady, but I was able to prove my identity, and they let me off. Bye-bye, Meiko-chan. She waved all smiles. She still couldn't get my name right. This reminded me that nothing that had happened in Yasumizu had drawn police attention. I had no idea who'd done or didn't do what to make it turn out like that, but I didn't care anymore. It was just the way it was. What was up with the looping business anyway? Was killing the wolves the condition for ending the loop? If that was the case, then it was caused by something that wanted the wolves to lose no matter what. No explanation fit. Who'd that be, though? Great Lord Shinai? That fit the story, but it often seemed like he didn't have a horse in this race. Also, if his only way to help the humans was to give out the guardians and send me, then he was a seriously bothersome god. Would I go back in time if I died now? I didn't even care to try. Not to mention that situations in which you could easily die were the abnormal ones. Also, I'd actually left the village this time. That made the current situation different than any so far, and it was best to assume I wouldn't loop again. That was probably just the way it was. And then I proceeded to live out a happy, healthy life, and I died, and I woke up again at the same fucking... I stayed in that city for a while, and contacted certain people, telling them that I would now be a farmer in a remote village. That got me in some serious trouble, but Yasumizu got no service anyway, so it wasn't like they could do anything about it. I'd cut ties with my previous life in 3 days, then entered a jeweler's store and bought the ring with the nicest design. It had a gem as red as her eyes, covered in gems as clear as her... That's so romantic. That's so romantic. It wasn't particularly expensive, but I felt it suited her better than any of the others. Even better. Then, just as I'd promised, I returned to Fujiyoshi. I went to the officer, talked to Higuchi-san. Passed the mountain path. Arrived at Yasumizu. And saw something I couldn't believe. Why? Why? Why was everyone dead? Why was Yasunaga Oribe dead? He'd survived after saying goodbye to his best friend and the girl that was like a sister to him, hadn't he? Why was Yoshitsugu Oribe dead? He'd made it through his mother's death, found common ground with his brother, and had his whole life ahead of him, didn't he? Why was Kanzo Makishima dead? He'd lost his granddaughter, protected Yasumizu, and was about to live out his twilight years in peace, wasn't he? Why was Takumi Muro dead? The likable guy had discarded his inner discord, believed in himself, and helped bring us to victory. Hadn't he? Why were all of their heads split open? It was supposed to be over. We'd ended it all. That was how it was supposed to be. Right? I begged. Hoped that someone was still alive. If no one was, what would have been the point of these sacrifices? Found one. A survivor. He was covered in blood, and held an axe covered in blood and gray matter. I then went on to murder him, after all. On one of the support beams, in the hall I found him in, was her body, hanging helplessly. What the hell? What was all this? Why had I thought that I had it all in the bag? Everything was dead. Everything was lost. And I hadn't reached an end yet. The outside was shrouded in mist. As though led by something. I passed to the empty plaza. Went down the barren hill. As I threw myself into Saranaga's mists, I felt like I could hear her voice. Rikako-san, I couldn't fulfill my promise. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't cry for me. I couldn't make you happy. I couldn't do anything to help you feel normal happiness. I couldn't dispel the darkness of Fujiyoshi. And I couldn't even get close to the core of the mysteries surrounding it. How? What could I have done here? I needed a new path. I had to find one that could lead me to the truth. God fucking damn it. Fuck this fucking game. This fucking piece of shit fucking game. Fuck no. Fuck. Oh, fuck you! Oh, fuck you! I've said that as a joke a couple times, but fuck you for doing it! God damn it. Fuck! 16. Ah. Rikako, no! Chiemi, no! Fucking bullshit. That's what it is. It's just bullshit. Ah! I spit at you. You and your fucking game. Wow. I went down the completely wrong path. Alright, I guess it's in here somewhere? So I'm looking for key 16. Lock 16, rather. 20 and 3. 20 is gonna take me a while, huh? Oh boy. Oh, so here's 16. I'm gonna go use the washroom real quick. Fucking hell, I got a question before you go, if you're still here. Is this a game that I could realistically finish today? Fuck! I wanted so badly to finish it today. Ah. Fine. I'll be back. I gotta use the washroom. Okay, I'm back. Jobs. Okay, still not back. Oh, welcome back. Honestly, pretty based. Okay. Did I click this already? I think I did. No, I didn't. Okay.
興味深いわね。思いっきり神道的な発想だけど、どういう由来で伝わったのかしら。変化した鳥居、お守りをいただく名家、霧の時に限定されたみそぎの風習。マロードの艦隊はしないみたいだけど。
Aren't there only 3?
不思議だわ。こんな偏僻な農村に
This game likes its
なぜ
threes,
こんな
so
得意な風習が残ったのかしら。昔はもっと特殊な集落だったとか。
okay, you know. There we go. Oh, this means, oh, hey. This means based fat man with a wife and child and an excellent career will actually live. Hashimoto, right? Yeah, Hashimoto. I think that's his name. Hashire Soriyo. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just doing it a month later, that's all. This was it. True. It's either a month later or 11 months early. If I let Hashimoto-san take the prefab, his death would be unavoidable. By keeping him alive, I should be able to create a different timeline. Simply surviving wasn't enough. You know what? Fuck it. I didn't want to do this before because it was just, you know, it was too fucked up. But, yeah, I'm gonna grab it now because I've mostly gotten over it. So, grabbing that. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Do I really want Kyonosuke's face? Nah, I'm good. It's not that expressive and it's just kinda... Yeah. And then he's like, oh yeah, I just spent like 30 minutes arguing autistically with somebody. That's Pit for you. That meant I had to try all possible options. I had to reveal all the things I was ignorant or afraid of. For all I knew, I might have been overlooking some minor yet important detail. But first, I wanted to try more impactful changes. Letting Hashimoto-san survive would have to greatly affect the timeline. That already happened once with Mamiya-san's survival. It even changed the Guardians people received. I could still remember the last loop. I had become the snake, took out the wolves, and decided to live alongside the survivors. Most importantly, Rikako-san. Those sentiments had earned an unreasonably cruel conclusion. I could still remember the sadness and despair, but I couldn't really understand it. Why had I forgotten my fear of the unknown? Why had it been so easy for me to decide to move to Yasumizu and live alongside Rikako Uematsu? Was I that kind of person? I didn't know why, but it definitely seemed like I wasn't really myself back then. I felt like I'd become a part of something greater, not just an individual. The gears all snapped into place and brought forth that tragic ending. These feelings and guesses coming to my head left me without a clue as to where to go from here. A part of me did feel like fate or something divine existed, and that I couldn't escape its control no matter what. But my knowledge, discretion, perception, and intuition wanted to deny that line of thinking. There was absolutely no fate. There was no absolute fate. And there will be absolutely no fate at all on this fucking Twitch. If there was something like that, it was either someone's elaborate plot or just a product of my imagination that seemed like it. I wasn't being a conspiracy theorist here, or a nihilist for that matter. However, I wanted to reject the lines of thinking that stifled my ability to come up with ideas. If I could think creatively, I might be able to find gaps in these seemingly impenetrable bars jailing me here.
おさいちくん、どうかした？気にしないでください。僕は今後ずっとあそこに住むんですから、橋本さんはこの一晩だけでも楽に過ごすべきです。しかし、藤吉村にはマロードを丁重にもてなす文化があるそうですから、その一員となる僕もそうすべきだと思うんです。
まれびと信仰？確かにロケーション的にはしっくりくるけど、ここの現状を見るとピンとこないな。それってあの樋口さんから聞いたの？
Ah, yabai. That was info Rikako-san had given me last loop.
まあ、よくしてもらいましたよ。こうして家まで手配してくれて。
久石くん、人がいいのね。
Yabai no. Yab-o no. Nope, not at all.
ご好意はいただいたらどうです、橋本さん。
じゃあ、いただこうかな。
All good. After parting ways with them, I went to Kaori-san and had her help me get a shabby blanket, some newspapers, and a water bucket. There was only one bucket they could let me use, and it was in pretty bad state, showing once again just how dire Yasumizu's supply problem was. The newspapers weren't the daily news, but some old ones brought from Kami Fujiyoshi as material supplies. I spread them out on the floor, and placed the blanket on them. That was my sleeping spot ready. I'd also bought a portable toilet at that convenience store. Now if nature called during the night, I wouldn't be faced with a difficult choice to either die or shit myself. After finishing up the preparations, I, just like last time, returned to the dining hall. I was given some shishinare again, and somehow ate it all. No, it was fucking disgusting, you stupid demonic woman. Oh, okay, this isn't the route where I can just go apeshit and say what I want. Okay. I'm surprised you're still somewhat sane, Haruaki. That was a bit of a lie. I just came prepared for it because of my experience from last time. I still wasn't used to it enough to declare it good. Just what kind of booze would go with this? Then, like last time, I went on to fix plates. Last time, I'd learned the symbols of the Higuchi, the Uematsu, and when I'd gotten the snake, the Migura symbol, even if it wasn't too clear. The Nosato mansion had theirs on the gate, so now I knew them all. This info could possibly lead me to the truth, so I had to remember it. Some time passed, and like last time, the students came back. The bright yet tender Yasunaga Oribe. His tenderness was mostly towards his family, though. It was a very human trait, which was a good thing. I felt bad for him for getting caught up in something like this. Whether he was an ally or an enemy in the feast would greatly affect how it went. I didn't want him as an opponent. That much was certain. The free-spirited and slightly amoral Chikamochi Kamoshida. He'd left quite an impression on me. As a wolf, he was a threatening individual who could do some horrible things with a straight face. But what would he be like this time? And then there was her. Haru Makishima. Last time she'd been brutally murdered, while the time before that she sided with the wolves as a badger. She wasn't much of a contributor to the feast. I considered her to be a troublemaker rather than anything else. But...
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
はるちゃんは夜中寂しがって一人で抜け出したんだ。お泊まり学校。それで山道を抜けて。わからない。大人は安水の手前で見つけたって言ってたけど、みんな安水で何か見たんじゃないかって噂して。そのせいかわかんないけど、それでしばらくはるちゃんおかしくなっちゃって、みんな狼つきとか噂して。
She was the closest person to the mystery surrounding Yasumizu. She'd lost her parents the previous feast, disappeared once, then started talking strangely.
偉大なる神を下ろすのは
Oh, Rikako, I'm so
相
sorry.
応の儀礼にのっとるべきで簡単に勝手に
The village heads insisted that this wasn't any sort of possession, but a mental illness. However, the fact that it was treated using Uematsu's special ability to take in such things made it entirely possible that the trouble surrounding her was of divine origin. But there was something I didn't really understand. I didn't know how, but last time Rikako-san healed me of aconite poisoning. I knew it with my own body, that this ability... It does. Do you know why? Because it's just poked out, just enough to make it seem like it could be her bottom lip. That's why. Also because it's only really the tip. I knew it with my own body that this ability was more than just a religious rite, and had an actual physical effect. That didn't necessarily mean that it would work on mental illnesses too. Honestly, there were too many things that didn't make sense here.
その汚れは私にも引き取れない。
I didn't know the rules. It kind of freaked me out, but for now I had no choice but to set Rikako-san's issues aside. What mattered now was Haru-chan. She had parental issues, a strange relationship with her granddad. All in all, she was a delicate young girl going through a complicated time in her life, and I did not know how to deal with her. Fooling around with her didn't work, and Casanova-type characters seemed to scare her. I try not to do much and appear harmless. Maybe that'd work.
おかえりあなたたち。こちら急遽安水に移り住むことになった夫妻さんよ。
どうも。
I bowed with an empty expression on my
兄
face.
ちゃん、アンドロイドだ。
Oh my fucking god. I had to do my best not to fall over at that.
なんで？
だってなんか人間じゃないみたい。
おお、はるちゃんが僕より失礼だ。
すみません。こないだ見た SF 映画にハマったみたいで。
一応人間です。
どうも、牧島春です。
She wasn't as wary of me as last time, at least. I still had no idea how to approach her.
どっかで会いました？
いえ、この辺りに来たの初めてですから。
ですよね。
Did she have memories of my No, of the previous loop?
なんだこれ。かおりさん、ごめんなさい。ちょっと手拭いかなんかもらえます？
Something similar had happened last time too. It wasn't impossible that someone else had memories of the previous times. Particularly this girl, considering her mind held traces of madness.
何？
Crap. I stared at her for too long. I had to talk it off.
いえ、僕も何か引っかかるものが。関東に出たことは？
ないです。
そうか。じゃあきっと 何か縁があったんでしょ
う。どうしたの？真っ赤だよ。
いや、そんなことないよ。ほー。
Was she easier than I expected? Maybe android-like coolness was the way to go with her? And whatever that was.
織部さん、こちら補修が完了した食器類、いかがいたしましょうか？
Cool manner of speech, robotic movements. Playing with people's impressions was a bad habit I had.
じゃあ、こっちへ。さっき、そんな喋り方だったかしら。
了承、実行。どうもありがとう、メッサーシュミット。
暗い必殺人間バナナ。
Oh, I see. I hope this isn't what I think it is, by the way. It is. Haruaki's got them biker legs. He's got those bicycler legs. You can see it. He's got some pretty built calves. He's got the striations going through his thighs. He's pretty toned. Yeah, she's blushing. She's like, "Damn, that's bigger than my late husband's." Mochi closed in on me, shouted some weird skill name, instantly undid my belt, and brought my pants down. Oh, okay.
こら、近持くん。やっていいことと
At least I have undies, I guess. That's nice.
いや、今を除いて仕掛けるときはなかったろ?
Well, if you looked at this as a joke, this was definitely well timed. My android-like coolness, whatever that was, instantly became a gag. His skill left me so dumbfounded that I just froze in place with my pants down, effectively giving a treat for the ladies, and waiting for a response. How did the girl see this pantsless, android-like cool guy before her? Simple, it's like the first scene of the Terminator. And again, what was android-like coolness, anyway? I have now played 2 VNs where the main character flashes female characters. Are you sure you're not taking your fetishes into account while recommending these games to me? Oh. Well. Fucking hell, she's so loud. Well, I guess in not a single route will I ever be able to have her be friendly. Not a positive reaction. Of course not. Mochi's prank effectively gave her the worst possible impression of me. Hey, why is it my fault? Haru-chan had kicked my exposed ass over and over. The 2 boys stopped her, and then she, breathing heavily, fled the dining hall. Well, at least it was the ass. The guys followed soon after, leaving just me and Kaori-san.
僕は悪いでしょうか？
後で全員叱っておくわね。
She was all red ever since then. It was awkward as hell. I distracted myself by getting back to fixing plates. Eventually, we were joined by the old wolf guy, Meiko and Rikako-san. I wasn't quite done with my job yet, but just like last time, I was given a break, so I went outside. You know what? Close enough.
久石さん、お疲れ様です。
Damn, Rikako, you missed out on a really big treat. And I mean big. Getting close to Rikako-san was important for both survival and finding out the truth. If you hit me with the next CG that I'm thinking of, I'm going to quit the game right here and now. I still had some affection for her, as well as memories of our time together. However... Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. This is like when Yzma fucking pulls up the leg, and it's just like, oh God, old woman leg. And then you see the knife, and it's like, oh, thank God, it's just the knife. Last time, when I'd felt a similar way about Chiemi, I was hit with a big surprise. It wasn't just Chiemi, though. The Feast of the Yomi Purge seemed to bring out a total change in the nature of people. Alright, listen. If I have to pick between Rikako and Chiemi... So I'm a stubborn bastard, right? And I have a unwavering sense of loyalty. And since Chiemi claimed my heart first, I still am loyal. It's a bit stupid, but when I make friends with somebody, I don't like giving them up. If Rikako-san became a wolf this time, I wasn't sure if she would instantly kill herself like she claimed she would. In fact, as a wolf, she would know Meiko's guardian, or lack thereof, leaving the humans at a huge disadvantage. And most of all, if I got too close to her, it would make parting with her a whole lot harder. Also, I can see what they mean by healthy legs. Even if I lost some of them, I had memories of the previous loops, so this was actually a big deal for me. The emotional strain would gradually pile up, and eventually even a guy as warped as me would snap. Thus, I would only get closer to people as friends. That was probably the best way to go about this. I had no idea who'd even be alive once all this was over. It was even possible that there'd be no one left. Yeah, you've told me like 3 times now.
神内明神様の教えを歌った古い歌です。神内さんのお守り
You know, at least she sings really pretty, if nothing else.
ひかがちふましらみからすよくも
She was teaching me the song. I actually knew it by heart at this point, and the memories it was tied to made it hard to listen to, but I acted like it was nothing.
怪しよみ人なきにせん
It took an uneasy tone. I looked away and saw Chiemi snickering as she waited for the right time to pop out. Oh, you troublemaker. You little shit.
切り立った。
あ、お疲れ様です。
あれ
Haha, get fucked. No shock. No shock. She knew exactly what she was doing with this sudden appearance. How mischievous.
狩りでもしてきたんですか?
Rambunctious little lass.
ああ、惜しい。肝臓じいちゃんの獲物の解体の手伝いをちょっとですね。
なるほど。似合ってますね。
何ですかそれ。なんか傷つく。
Yup it. I accidentally remembered what she was like back then and gave a sarcastic comment. If she'd been telling the truth back then, she'd wanted to kill me ever since we first met. That meant that even now she was... Hold on. Did that mean that all the stuff I jokingly said to her about her being a murderer was on the mark? After all, the 2 shotguns were hidden in the room even then. Hold on. The first time we met, our very first encounter was among the rocks near Saranaga. I picked up her flashlight, then she called out to me. What was she even doing there? It was late at night, yet she'd taken a flashlight and gone down a dangerous cliff to reach a locally taboo area, Saranaga. She'd also said this.
ちえみさんはね、ただ単に最初から殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくてたまんなかっただけ。 里帰りしたのだって殺しがしたくて戻ってきたようなもんだったしさ。
Those might have been nothing but words to make herself seem like the big bad wolf she was. However, it wasn't unlikely that she'd come down to Saranaga because she was doing something worrying. She'd probably been there on this timeline too. We just hadn't met there. Maybe this time she'd actually finished whatever she was doing there. Well, no one had gone missing or anything, so it probably wasn't murder, at least. It still made me curious. I was definitely attracted to her cheer, tact, and mystery. But this time, I would focus on exposing the secrets of Yasumizu itself. He who hunts two hares catches neither. I don't like that saying, because that saying means that there is no harem ending where I have both Rikako and Chiemi and everything turns out fine. I would only consider her to be a potential hazard.
いやいや、ワイルドさがハンティングなイメージに合ってるってことですよ。ちへみちゃんは猫科の猛獣って感じ。
Yeah, I can see that.
お、いいですね、ちえみちゃん呼び。ついでに肉食獣に味見されてみます？なんとハレンチな。私も。
Wow. She's dropping all honorifics right away. She's like, how dare this slut let herself be called Chan and immediately flirt back. No, 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 no. I gotta outdo her. No honorifics. Christ. What a mess of an exchange. Though it still served to decide what we'd called each other, so that was fine by me. Oh, fucking hell. No matter what I do, you're always here. You're always here to shit on my fun. Every single time. Doesn't matter what I do. Now, maybe I should do the wolves and the humans a favor and just take you out of the game right now. Suddenly, we were joined by Haru-chan, holding a stick. God fucking damn it. I was actually getting chased by a girl because of loot stuff. What was this? A 20th century manga? I was worried that nickname would spread, and I really hoped it didn't. God fucking damn it. So we had Unkoman. I don't remember what piss is, but it's like Shireman or some shit. I don't remember. Shili, whatever. And now it's Pansuman. Every timeline, I just get an unfortunate nickname, huh? I couldn't have predicted that I'd run out of time just before calming Haru down and preventing the nickname from taking roots in their mind. Well, it's a good thing that I've already interacted with them twice over. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. This is immortalized. Fuck you, Haru. Genuinely fuck you. Oops. Holy shit. No, 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 no! Almost, didn't spoiler it. There we go. Was she afraid of the mist because of whatever happened 8 years ago?
Haru-chan, 落ち着いて。ちえみちゃん、彼女はどこに?
In the spur of the moment, I went and called her by her first name, which I was pretty sure she didn't like, but no one gives a fuck right now.
私が寮に連れてく。春明さんはどこに？
ああ、そうだ。今日は僕は上のプレハブに泊まることにしてまして。
え、どうしてあんなところに？小屋。
僕は明日からずっと寝泊まりするから、お客さんにいい場所を譲るべきかなと。
春明様、素晴らしい。
何ごちゃごちゃやってるの？急いで。リカ子さんはメイコちゃんのこと頼みましたよ。
わかりました。メイコ、みそぎ、
急ぎ。
夢枕よ。
ねえ、わかった。
春明さん、抜け道教えるから上まで一緒に行こう。春ちゃん、歩ける？ 霧いや息が追ってくるの。爪の音が。
You know what? Concerned Haru. Concern. Oh. What did she mean by this? There we go. Oops. There we go. I looked at Chiemi. She nodded, and I picked Haru-chan up.
Yeah.
I'm not grabbing that one. She was pale. Her expression was empty, and her body was shaking, locked in a fetal position. Just what had she seen in the mist? What had she gone through? I hesitantly tightened my grip on her. She meekly grabbed onto my jacket. I had no idea if I could get along with her, but it wasn't impossible. While on the move, I noticed Hashimoto-san head to the hut I provided him, so all seemed good on that front. After leaving Haru-chan in her dorm room, I said goodbye to her, Chiemi, and the two guys there who were waiting for Haru-chan in worry before making my way to the construction site. She'd also told me about how to prepare for the feast, and was generally pretty nice about it too. It was pretty annoying that I couldn't just tell her that I knew it all. By the time I'd arrived at the prefab, the sun was down. I began by checking how I'd fare here. I'd take only the bare minimum of food and water I had here. I came prepared, but I didn't want to use the bathroom until morning. This was the shabbiest sleeping spot yet, but since I was still pretty awake, that allowed me to think a bit more. It was time to assess the situation. First of all, there were two things I had to keep in mind: how Yudai Hashimoto-san joining would affect the feast, and whether I could find out much about the feast in Fujiyoshi from Haru Makishima. The former would probably be made obvious by tomorrow. If he died despite all I'd done this time, I'd be all out of ways to help him survive. I'd have to start considering if there was something inhuman at work that was actively trying to prevent him from joining. If he did join the feast though, the Guardian assignments would definitely change, just like they had when Mamiya-san and I joined. That would be neither good nor bad. However, the info I gained the first time, when I couldn't participate at all, and the second time, when I'd participated as a snake, were completely different. Naturally, there was a change in human relationships and who benefited from them, and now with this change, I would get to know people I hadn't interacted much with yet. Especially Haru-chan. I could only hope that being the Undie man didn't result in her avoiding me. That reminded me. Mochi was the reason for my new title. Was he the biggest obstacle on my path towards the truth? Nah, he wouldn't admit it, but the guy liked Haru-chan and was just jealous that I was getting between them. Oh, so he was the one who killed Haru-chan last time. Was the sad face I saw on him the day after just an act? I had no idea, but I could totally imagine him killing her only to regret it right after. Oh yeah, Yasunaga-kun also revealed his feelings for Chiemi right before she killed him, didn't she? She'd instantly shot him down though, in both ways. It seemed like she felt the same way the first loop, so that was probably true. Or maybe I just wanted to think that way. Then again, being liked by Chiemi meant that she wanted to kill you, so I wasn't sure if I was happy about that. That aside, as a wolf and as a human, he was a player skilled at debate and consideration. His words were rarely far from the mark, and he had influence over his mother's and friends' votes. He wasn't self-righteous or some kind of loner, and with a good backer spurring him on, he could be an excellent human player. If he was a wolf, though, I'd instantly know it from his lack of enthusiasm toward the feast. Maybe that'd be considered cheating, but fucking whatever. Meanwhile, though Chiemi had done some bold things during the last feast, she wasn't a very active participant in the meetings themselves. That was probably because, just like Mochi, she played cautiously as a wolf and avoided drawing attention to herself. Taking that into account, Chiemi's whole "hang me" act on the first day was pretty impressive. It was bold for a wolf to make such a self-sacrificing play at that stage, but it was at a point where people weren't ready to hang anyone, human or wolf. She'd managed to make herself look like a human without any real risk, and kept the act going until the end. I'd heard that Chiyomi had a decently big impact on the feast I didn't participate in. If she became a human, she would surely become a valuable asset to the humans. Personally, I didn't want to be enemies with her again, but I had no idea what she thought of me right now before the feast even began. She herself had told me that she'd always wanted to kill me, which meant that the kindness she displayed to me so far could have been an act. That wasn't a pleasant thought. Rikako-san, too, seemed pretty fond of me. That was probably because of her idea that I was a special person who could do something about the feast. I wanted to do something about it, but saw no possible way at this point. I couldn't help but worry that I'd disappoint her again. She was pretty passive in the feast, and her votes often prioritized the local folklore and fairness. She did some pretty dangerous things, though, like trusting me. However, as a descendant of the Uematsu family, she knew full well just how scary the feast was and how to deal with it. The fact that she knew Meiko's position was pretty important too, and would surely be important now. I wasn't sure about Meiko herself though. If she got a guardian, and Rikako-san handled her well, it'd all be good. But if that wasn't the case, I couldn't expect much from her in the feast, and her votes were based on how she felt at the moment. She would be an uncertain factor, and nothing more. Rikako-san let her vote as she pleased, probably to hide that they were communicating, which wasn't great. The old man who cried wolf was even worse, though. What the hell was that guy? A senile old man? It really didn't seem like it. Kanzo-san had said that he'd survived the previous feast. He'd never said anything important during the feast, but had a vote worth the same as everyone else's. He also pretended to be the spider last time. Though Rikako-san came out as the spider as Meiko's representative, she was essentially the real thing. Claiming to be the spider despite that was only meaningful if you were the badger. After all, if the badger presented themselves to the wolves once enough humans were out of the game, they would have a latent ally, which would be pretty good for them. And if he was capable of thinking that much, it meant that he wasn't just senile, quite the opposite in fact. But that idea didn't click with the fact that he'd always ended up getting hanged. What was he even after? I had more than enough evidence to conclude he was insane, but that just made spending time thinking about him more of a pain. Now, while Kanzo-san's actions and goals were obvious, he was hard to control. He'd been handling the feast based on his experience from the other ones. It was a relatively logical approach, but he wasn't flexible at all. He was extremely overbearing when it came to the flow of the conversation, and didn't mind making unnecessary sacrifices, which eventually led to a lack of stability. He also had a weak point in Haru-chan. When it concerned her, he could become dangerous and violent. The other elder, Taiya Mawaki-san, was simply a hyper-traditionalist who resented the younger folks. In certain situations, it was easy to get her to vote right, but in others, she was nothing but a fucking hindrance. She was also Takumi-san's, a key person's, weak point, and handling that whole matter was difficult. Tai-san's opposite was Yoshitsuge Oribe. He didn't care about tradition and hated the elders, as well as the village heads. He was also the intense type, and could easily mess up the feast. It was also possible for him to make peace with his mother and brother and enter the Yasunaga-kun faction. But if left to his own devices, he could break the rules and get eliminated from the game on the first night. Handling him was difficult. His mother, Kaori-san, was generally a passive player who followed Yasunaga-kun, but she had a tendency to do unexpected things. When Yoshitsugu-kun had died, she tried to poison everyone's food, and she'd also tried to bend the feast's rules and leave a dying message. She was the sole source of decent food here, and honestly, I wanted her and her sons to survive until the end. Then there was the man who understood and loved her, Takumi-san. He was important as the facilitator and mediator, keeping Yasumizu unified despite the tribulations of the feast. He had a lot of weaknesses though, such as his antagonism towards outsiders and the village heads, as well as his tendency to do unnecessary stuff on his own. However, all of it was outweighed by his popularity, charisma, and sheer strength, which were useful every now and then. Overall, he was someone I wanted to depend on. He really had to form a trusting relationship with his brain, though. Now, Kiyonosuke no Satoshi was pretty hard to evaluate. He often said things that didn't have to be said, couldn't read the mood, and tended to create conflicts between himself and Yasumizu's people. But despite expectations, he ended up surviving. He actually wasn't wrong most of the time, but his presentation alone often ruined it completely. He was one of the few village heads in the group, so I could at least count on him to prevent any unfair votes towards Rikako-san. But beyond that, I just remembered he was a doctor. Couldn't he examine the dead bodies? Why did I have to do it when he had him around? He hadn't insisted on examining a single corpse so far. Was it because he was afraid of dead bodies or something? What the hell? That kind of joke isn't funny in a situation like this. Besides them, there were the journos. Mamiya-san had been pretty much manipulated by Chiemi, so reading her was hard. If she could keep her cool, she could probably make some decent contributions to the feast. Also, I felt that her knowledge of folklore and occult stuff would be necessary for my current main goal, finding out the truth. As for Hashimoto-san, he hadn't survived this night even once thus far, so I couldn't say anything about him. However, though the first impressions had made him seem like nothing but some fat guy, he did show an impressive capacity for logic and reason. If both Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san survived, I imagined they would perform really well in the feast. Of course, it was hard for them to pass the barrier all outsiders faced here. Then there was myself. I was the most suspicious here, and the one most likely to get hanged. Last time I'd been able to survive because I was the snake and leveraged my role well. It helped me get Takumi-san and Rikako-san over to my side, as bad as that sounded. However, there was no guarantee that it would happen again. It was best to assume that it wouldn't. In that situation, I'd have to focus on helping my side emerge victorious with myself still alive, rather than just helping my side emerge victorious. Even if I could loop, there's no guarantee that I couldn't get into a situation where I would be hanged no matter what. That was a heavy thought to have, but I'd have to believe I could make it and keep pushing onwards. I'd have to keep going. Suddenly, I felt drowsiness come over me. Had I been so busy during the day that I'd ended up more tired than I thought? It was time to cleanse myself. I took off my clothes, wiped my body, switched into my spare underwear, and that was that. Then I locked the shabby-looking lock and returned to my bed, if you could call it that. What would I do if my door was suddenly knocked down and some scary werewolf monster came in? I'd try to keep myself on my toes, but my brain knew that wasn't how the feast worked. So, it just relaxed and let me sleep. I'd be safe today. I wouldn't die today. I'd think about what came next later. I felt a strange pain all over my body. Next, I felt that something was way too red. I could see the light of the outside through my eyes. I thought that it meant it was dawn, but that wasn't the case. The morning sun had a bitter orange color, but this red light here was darker and colder. It also felt like my eyes weren't even closed. Why was I unconscious with my eyes open? Not only did my body hurt, but it was cold as well. Too cold. I was sleeping on the ground. My hair was on some gravel while my hands felt grass and mist. It was cold. My senses awakened. No, it was more like something that had been cut off had suddenly returned. It wasn't quite the same as a typical morning, and the bizarre sensation took me a moment to adjust to. I was outside. The moment I realized that, all blood left my face. I tried to jump up, but then I realized that my body was sluggish, and that my body temperature was extremely low. Had I been out in this cold mist for that long? My mind was in better condition than my body, at least. Why was I outside anyway? Had I broken some taboo I didn't know about? Did the prefab count as outside? Would I be taken outside and killed because of it? Maybe there wasn't even need for a reason like that. It could have been that I'd been used as an example. If Yudai Hashimoto-san did the feast prep this time around, no one would die tonight, but perhaps that was a bad thing for Great Lord Shinai. The existence of the penalty, the corruption, was best made through example. A simple mess of a corpse was enough to prevent people from trying to escape or walking out at night. However, if no one broke that rule, no example could be made. But it was actually entirely possible to make an example without anyone breaking any laws. If there was a corpse tomorrow, everyone would just assume that the victim had broken a law. No one would question the Punisher's decision. Well, we hadn't had any unexplainable victims of the corruption thus far. That was my assumption anyway. Rikako-san going nuts made absolutely no sense, but it wasn't even clear if that was the corruption, so I would just leave it at that. Besides that, all instances of the corruption so far seem to have completely plausible causes behind them, so I'd assumed their punisher was fair. Also a big fan of the game, knowing immediately that I was thinking about Rikako-san's corruption and being like, ah yes, we'll address that, don't worry about it. But could I trust their benevolence now, in this situation? I was an outsider who was barely known here, and that kinda made me the best person to make an example out of. Had I been too optimistic to assume I wouldn't die today? My throat was dry, which made me feel even colder. My irritation and panic broke my tolerable limits, and I finally regained my senses and control over my body. There was red light all around me. Its source was distant, but it lit up the entire mist, giving it a bewitching, unsettling shine. It made me both uneasy and scared. They reminded me of the first mist I'd ever seen, even though it was late at night right now. However, unlike the first time, I didn't feel any beasts nearby. I strained my eyes to look into the mist, and realized that I had someone at my side. Or rather, I realized that there was a humanoid silhouette within the red light. It was a girl. Haruaki. God fucking... God damn it. As I tried to stand up, I staggered pathetically and collapsed again. I could barely even speak. She noticed me, slowly turned her face towards me, and looked down at me with eyes showing no hint of emotion, thought, or life. She was even smiling a bit. I heard my name. It surprised me, but I somehow turned to the other side and saw... Would it have been too much to ask to have Chiemi on this team? Kaori Oribe-san. Her eyes and expression were almost exactly like Haru-chan's. Was I still half asleep? Was this some sort of dream? Why were they here anyway? But if I could actually see the god that Chiemi, Rikako-san, and Haru-chan talked about, I would accept it in a heartbeat. I turned to the direction that those two were facing. In red, misty darkness, I saw the outline of a large tree. It was the hanging pine. That meant that this was the graveyard. And there were 3 lights, or rather, sets of them, within the mist. It took me a moment, but I realized they were eyes. The vague silhouette seemed human and yet not human at the same time. This is finally explained. Was that God? Why had they appeared before us? Questions filled my head, my thoughts became dull, my sense of logic froze, and my vision contracted. Suddenly, God spoke. It was like a rumble, but it was definitely a voice. We will now tell you the true legend. I tried to follow what he said. The wolves aren't dead yet. It's the humans that are dead. Humans, snake, monkeys, crow, spider. All of them have risen up from Yomi. The law of the mountain says that they must all be killed. You were chosen to be the wolves. Destroy the Yomibito and purify the mountain and river. We will give something to you. You must wear it and cleanse yourselves. It's the pendants. Do that and the corrupt mist shall not harm you.
汚れの霧の古希こと凄まじければ
But since the mist is so dense,
我ら無地なを使わさん
we will also send you the badger.
明晩無地な読み人の一人にいい模様をして何時らに組みせさすべし
Tomorrow night we shall inspire one of the Yomibito to become your ally. Please be Chiemi, please be Chiemi, please be Chiemi, please be Chiemi.
これすなわち無地なの加護なり何時らにあたう我らがことよせなり
This badger would be a guardian, and it is our help to you. Huh, so the wolves always got such a detailed explanation. They were low in number, humans received other guardians. They were under pressure to lie at all times, and were surely conflicted about many things. The wolves are actually at a disadvantage here. However, they had more information. They knew their allies and enemies, and about the existence of the traitor unknown to the humans.
人よに一人の血を流すべし
Anyway, draw the blood of a human a night. Anyway, seriously? Did he have any idea how hard that was?
さらずはなきにせらるは何時らなり
Otherwise, you will be the ones to die. Threats too, huh?
夢夢疑うことなかれ
Do not doubt this.
夢夢疑うことなかれ
He just repeated it for effect, surely. He really wanted us to believe him. So the three of us were wolves. I had no idea if that was true. Hell, I didn't even know if this was real or not. Then the red light became weaker, or my consciousness began to fade. I had no idea. And soon enough, it was all dark. My body hurt. The familiar sensation made me open my eyes slightly. I saw the bright but shabby inside of the prefab. Through the dirty, curtainless window, I saw the mist outside. This was reality, wasn't it? I lifted my upper body, turned a bit, moved my head, pinched my cheek. It all felt real. I then tried to stand, and I could. Looking at my phone, which was about to run out since this place had no electricity, I saw the correct date and that it was 8 o'clock. I'd slept in pretty late. Remembering something, I lifted the bottom of my shirt and looked at my stomach. What I saw made me freeze. The Lord of the Hunt, the wolf slay all the Yomibito, cleanse and purify, or die. It wasn't a dream. Or was it? Cleanse, purify, dream. Great Lord Shinai told the real story through dreams, making the people of Yasumizu change drastically. They went from those who hunted wolves to those who hunted humans. It wasn't clear which side was right. I didn't even know if there was a right side to this. But I didn't feel much. I didn't get any sort of hatred for the humans or motivation to kill. The first time Yasunaga-kun, Tai-san, and Haru-chan all had some sort of cold, calm anger toward the humans. Last time, Chiemi had said that she was intent on killing me from the start. As for Mochi, my first impression of him was weird but harmless kid, and that somehow became insane killer.
まあ私らにも色々あって最後まであがかないといけないことになってるからさ。もう質問とかやめてよ。面倒。
However, she'd also said that she was struggling, and it didn't sound like it had anything to do with what she wanted. Regardless of what you were like before, you became a wolf by getting the wolf as your guardian. What was Mamiya-san like in that regard? She had worked as a wolf, but that was either just to survive or because she was urged by Chiemi. There was no zeal or loyalty there, so she ended up being silenced. That meant that the real story only worked on the people of Yasumizu. That was the only way things made sense. But if that dreamlike experience was true, then this time the wolves were Haru-chan, Kaori-san, and I. Right? I had seen them in the mist and red light, and they certainly didn't look right. I wasn't sure if it was actually a matter of sanity, but they just accepted the event as natural. A change born from the real story, an event set up from the start. No. I also had to consider the possibility that it was just a dream, and that me being chosen as a wolf had nothing to do with it. I still couldn't be sure if they were the other wolves. I absolutely couldn't just go to the dining hall and ask them if they were. I had to wait until tonight. Suddenly...
Haruaki-san? Haruaki-san? 生きてる? Haruaki-san?
Someone knocked on my door. I quickly wiped off the bloody guardian mark on my stomach. It was dry, so it came off easily. Ew. I washed my hands in the bucket and unlocked the door. Who the fuck died? How could anyone? God fucking damn it.
よかった、Haruaki-san.
Chiemi. Look. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I saw Takumi-san, armed with a farming tool, and Chiemi, who was so happy about my survival she had tears in my eyes. The fact that she was the same person as that vicious mass murderer made it difficult to be happy about this development. If this was an act, this reminded me that she herself had told me that I had a bad eye for women. Without any of that, she really seemed like nothing but a gentle, cute young woman. We carefully walked through the mist.
まさか本当に霧が立つなんて不吉なことだって聞いたけど。
うん。どこまで聞いたのかな？
必ず死人が出るって。
誰だよ。来て早々ろくでもねえこと吹き込んだのは。
それはまあともかく。まさかどなたか亡くなったんです。
まだ誰も死んでないよ。
Oh, no one's dead. Okay, cool. Good.
もうみんないるんだ。
More for me to do.
うん、食堂に。ごめん、春秋さんを迎えに行くの遅くなっちゃって。
みんな霧が出てパニクってんだ。後回しにして悪かったな。
Of course they'd come for me last. I was at the bottom of the totem pole here. And despite that, I was a wolf. Crap. How was I supposed to survive Kanzo-san's "Can you just die" today? Hold on. What was I thinking? Was I actually going to fulfill my role as a wolf? I would actually create those awful piles of corpses? I didn't want to do that. I wasn't beholden to some weird legend. There's no need for me to play along with this insanity. Honestly, I could just reveal who the wolves were on the first day. That'd keep the sacrifices minimal and... No, that results in my own death. I had to think carefully. I had to survive. I had to survive and escape the loop. This wasn't a matter of just leaving Yasumizu or Fujiyoshi. I'd actually ended the feast once and escaped, yet the death loop still continued. Hell, the feast of the Yomi Purge and the general mystery surrounding Fujiyoshi still wasn't over. Honestly, I had no idea, no confidence if it'd been of the right mind when I decided to actually move to Fujiyoshi. It felt like all the characters and stage props here were gathered to bring about nothing but tragedy. Until I'd solved all the mysteries here, the supernatural forces here would continue to terrorize me no matter how far I ran. There was the possibility that surviving as a wolf would solve everything. Though, that wasn't a pleasant thought. Perhaps I'd come back to life, returned from Yomi over and over because of the local Yomi inhabitants, so in order to solve this I had to become a wolf and kill them all. Right. This could be the right path.
Haruaki.
This isn't the right path, though, because fucking dipshit over there went crazy and killed everybody. And I still came back.
どうしたの？
どうしたの？難しい顔して。
ちょっと、いろいろ不安で、これでも結構怖がりなんだ。
無理はねえよ。
Would I have to kill them too?
お前、血とか平気か？
どうしてです？
人は死んでないけど、ちょっとね。
Their expressions turned dark. I saw the plaza.
狼様は3人おる。
Just like last time, Taya Mawaki-san was at the Okiba with 3 Yomotsu Okami symbols painted on it.
どういうことです？
後で教えてあげるからね。
The exchange was exactly as I remembered. I still knew about all this, so I had to be careful to stay in character. I couldn't forget that just about everyone here had their first feast today. They didn't have the knowledge or experience, and no one had killed anyone yet. If I went and said something weird, they'd suspect me, so I had to act like the confused newbie. As I approached the plaza, I noticed a strange stench. Though it resembled the smell of death I was now intimately familiar with, this one felt more beastly.
何があるの？この先。
見ない方がいいよ。
I disregarded her warning and headed toward the source of the smell. Huh. There was a pile of corpses in the middle of the plaza, though they weren't human. From what I could tell, they were the remains of mid-sized four-legged beasts. They looked like dogs, but their bodies were in such a terrible shape I wouldn't have been able to tell if they were foxes, tanuki, or wolves instead. Some had their limbs or heads removed, and a lot were just cut up really badly. Bloody fur, eyes open so wide you'd think they'd fall out. If I had to guess, there were at least 20 of these here in this pile. It was about as tall as the back of a smaller adult. It reeked badly, but more than that, it was just disturbing. Crimson fur, countless fangs, claws, eyes. This seemed like an original idea for a fantasy monster. Indeed, monster was very apt. It was almost a monument dedicated to the Yomotsu Okami. Perhaps this was the example this time?
絶対触んなよ。後で全部皿長に捨てる。
I wasn't planning on touching it. It was basically a heap of potential diseases. Wouldn't dumping it in a river be illegal though? Screw it. This wasn't the time to worry about shit like that.
春明さん、意外と平気？
まあ、犬の死体とかは街でも見るし、これが人間だったらどうなったかわからないけど。
It probably wouldn't affect me much at this point, to be honest. I'd seen too many horrible human corpses.
生きとったか。
Outside the dining hall, there was Kanzo Makishimashi, gun in hand. Along with him was...
久石君。
おはよう。
At the entrance, there were Mamiya-san, who looked uneasy, and Hashimoto-san, who looked strangely composed. After greeting them, I went inside.
久石春明さんも無事でした。
これで全員だな。
まあ、よかったわ。
I looked around, yeah, everyone was here. Ha hee ha ha. A total of 16. What a party. At one seat, there was Haru-chan. Her face was pale, and her two friends were seated next to her.
ここにいたら安全だから。
ご飯食べれそう？
無理。
She'd hated the mist before, but this time, it seemed even worse. She also made herself as small as possible, and it felt like she was averse to their care. This seemed like a mix of her fear of the mist and the rejection of the villagers she'd had as a badger.
というか、休みずで一番怖がりなんだよね、はるちゃん。
Scaredy cat.
昔話の汚れとか、昔からすごく怖がってたし、ある意味、汚れるのを嫌がってたのかも。だから、はるちゃんが狼でも、誰も殺したりできないと思うんだな。
A girl who was afraid of the corruption. It started 8 years ago, when she tried to visit Yasumizu when it was covered in mist and saw something. That had to be it. The idea, or certainty, that the people around her were Yomibito had to scare her pretty badly. Maybe she really was a wolf. Kaori-san, on the other hand, looked okay. That thought came too soon. A moment later, I heard a crash from behind the counter.
ごめんなさい。片付けるわ。
あ、僕がやります。というか、下働きなのに手伝いもせずすみません。
Without waiting for a response, I hurried behind the counter. There was broken porcelain all over the floor, along with some rice and soup, the same food as last loot, basically. I already knew what was in the kitchen, so I wetted a cloth, wrung it out, and started wiping it up. Then I spread out a newspaper and collected the porcelain. Suddenly, I felt something touch my upper arm. I turned around and saw Kaori-san crouching and staring at the floor with a pale expression. She was shaking. I could tell from her touch. There were tears in her eyes, and her half-opened mouth made it seem like she was about to sob. She's hit with the realization that she is going to have to personally butcher her sons. Her whole body was basically saying that she couldn't bear this.
香織さんは気分が悪いみたいだ。ちょっといいかな、安永くん、吉嗣くん。
え、母さん大丈夫？
具合悪いのに無理してんじゃねえよ。
As they helped her get up the stairs, Kaori-san looked at me with eyes that seemed both pleading and scornful. It felt like she was asking if she really had to kill these wonderful children with her own hands. This mission was too much for her to bear. From what I could tell, she wanted to share the burden with me to make it easier for herself. It was safe to assume that the dreamlike experience had indeed showed me the other wolves. Calm down. Though it seemed pretty conclusive to me, this was just day one. We had the mist, the wolf symbols, and the pile of dog corpses, so it wasn't weird for a sensitive woman to become a bit sick. Even Chiemi and Hisako-san didn't look so good. The only ones who were clearly okay were Rikako-san, who looked like a no mask most of the time, and Meiko, who probably had her eyes hidden. So long as they didn't act any more suspicious, it was all good.
配膳は僕の方でします。近持くん、君の後ろにある棚から丼を一つ持ってきてくれないか？
おお、すでに置き場を熟知してるとは。だが、僕のことはモッチーと呼ぶがよい。
I might have been the one in trouble here. I told him to call me Hassan, and decided that I had to act more ignorant of things. After we ate, I pretended to be busy in the kitchen. Chiemi and Rikako-san like they wanted to talk, but I avoided them because I felt I might accidentally spill the beans to them. Of course, we had to wait until Takumi-san and the Oribe brothers cleaned up the plaza, and I had tons of things to wash. Last time the feast began at about 9, but now that Kaori-san had gone to bed for a second time, it had to happen later. They didn't show any signs of starting even at noon, so we had lunch.
獅子肉使わなきゃね。私切るよ。
てめえ釜で米炊けんのかよ。仕方ねえな。やってやっから。
I got some unexpected help, so I ended up having only to cut the veggies and add spice. We ended up with lots of decent rice and pork boar soup. I hadn't expected Yoshitsugu to know how to boil rice. He probably helped Kaori-san out a lot.
はるちゃん、食べられそう？
食べるわよ。あと、慣れ慣れしく下の名前で呼ばないでほしい。
失礼いたしました、お嬢様。
やめてよ。パンツマンのくせに。
I hadn't accepted that nickname, but trying to resist it would have probably made her antagonistic towards me, so I just laughed it off.
心配かけてごめんなさい。